Hello and welcome to the South American DPC Upper Division, and I might be in my snuggliest fleece, but things are about to heat up here as we've got a relegation battle between No Ping and Lava, and I think these are probably two teams that no one necessarily expected to end up in this position. Would you agree with that, Avo? Do you think it's an unusual thing we've got a relegation battle between these two teams?
No, I think Bo had way too much belief in Noping, to be honest. I thought Noping was gonna go down relatively easily. I thought the team would need at least one season to adjust. I thought they were better than SG, but you know, if Brazilian Dota has struggled last year to really keep themselves even in the upper division, I wasn't expecting too much from them this year, to be honest. Despite I thought the SG was a really good team, I thought they were more unique. And in the case of Lava, I didn't expect them to be relegation, but I was surprised by their decision to continue together. And yeah, I think they're proving that I was right to be surprised. I didn't think the team did well enough in TI compared to SG to where you go and say, no, let's stay together, let's work out the kinks, right? I think their matches were much more uneven, and I think they're still in that slump, honestly, and they have been for like 6-8 months.
But it's a big slump, I mean, obviously they got last place at TI. It was a really rough tournament for them, but they've done so well at previous tournaments and done well so relative to the rest of the South American pack that this level of collapse, this must be unexpected, Bowie.
Yeah, I think I would agree. At the end of the day, I mean, maybe it's too rough on the old Thunder Predator, but like the only time they actually looked super crisp was at that major. So, like, is it really a slump at this point? Or, like, should they... I really feel like there are, especially draft-wise, there's a lot of things that I would like to see different from them. I was actually checking the stats, and out of all the teams in the DPC upper division in SA, they actually have the highest amount of unique picks out of everyone. So they played 9 games in 4 series, and they have, like, 37 picks out of 45 possible ones. And it feels like they are like this Virtus Pro team playing the Summit. I'm not sure if you guys remember that tournament where they actually literally played 5 heroes every game. But it doesn't seem to be working. So like maybe just reduce that hero pool. Try to play like simple basic Dota, because they definitely have the talent. They are really good players. But I don't think they're actually giving themselves the drafts that would allow for easier wins and then actually get that momentum, get that confidence in the next games.
Is that sort of over-picking of different heroes, is that maybe a confidence issue? Because they don't necessarily feel comfortable on anything. Is that why they're picking so many different things, are they?
I mean, I thought so for a while. I thought that when Fear was their coach, right? I thought there was like a bit of a difference in, particularly during the era of both TI group stages and pre, or you're like, I'm not really sure if there's two voices in this team because it's not just the unique heroes, which Bowie does point out appropriately, is the fact that those heroes follow like 15 different strategies, right? Like if your unique heroes are, oh, I'm picking Oracle, I'm picking Abaddon, I'm picking Warlock, it's like, okay, I see what you're going for. If your unique heroes are, sometimes that first phase Mars combo, second day I first phase PA for some reason, like it's all over the place. I do think that Wu's the kind of person to really experiment, though. I think when I've talked to him, when I got to coach the old Thunder, it was Wu was a very open-minded person when it came to picks. He had a very PPD mentality about heroes. He thinks a lot of heroes can be utilized. So I think Thunder or now Lava, sorry, is the kind of team that would lead to this anyway. I just don't think they have the best team to do this. I think you need more consistent and more versatile players to be able to pull off this level of versatility. So I agree with Bowie that they shouldn't.
It's not even that like I don't think they are, because like with Dota everything is so momentum.
I think
like I disagree with Avo. I think they do have the talent, but they might be in a slump, right? Confidence actually can change the outcome of games significantly. I think people really underestimate like how one or two losses can really mess with players' mentality, especially if they don't have this like safety net of like a psychologist, or they like really trust themselves. They have this background of winning a lot of things. Puppy can draft like weird stuff, lose last in a major, and still look well in the next tournament. But I think with a lot of these SA teams, especially after the results that they got in the at TI, and not splitting as Avo talked, he was surprised by that. I think their confidence is shattered. And so just by reducing hero pool, like it's easier to see what you did wrong, right? Because you have similar games with similar heroes and you can compare things, and it's easier to like have a strategy moving forward. Right now, it really feels like they're all over the place.
Do you know them as players who are affected by confidence? Because I think I met quite a few of them at the summit they were at a number of years ago, and they were nice boys, but they didn't seem... I mean, they're young boys away at a big land for their first time, but they didn't seem like these cocky, confident players. Do you agree with that assessment of them? They might necessarily need a bit of a G up in terms of results.
Oh, I don't think the team is like that. I think one player who is the pillar of the team is like that, which is Leo Style. Leo Style is 100%. I mean, when you saw him in the major, and even when I was talking to Fear during the DPC, he was telling me that in the scrims they were doing really well during like pre-TI. They were actually doing really well. Why? Because Leo is carrying them. He is 100% the pillar of the team. He has always been the pillar of the team. He was during a time their best player, arguably, and I still think he might be. And he is by far the most feast or famine kind of player, right? With the problem with a team like Lava is that also you have two players, both Minos and Frank, who don't speak. I think that's the best way to say it. They just don't speak. So you have this really awkward team atmosphere of having someone who's very much a like sink or swim, who has very big emotional swings, who will sometimes do crazy things because he's having like a bad time, who needs that confidence boost Bowie's talking about. You have one matter-of-fact captain in Wu who's trying his best to appeal to his emotional side, but I've never seen Wu show, emotion. Two guys who are mutes, and then Moose who's just telling him how to play better Dota, and he's not concerned about his emotions at all. So I think sometimes maybe the team in that regard might not be the easiest to like pick up from. That's why I was surprised. Like they're not the kind of team that I think, unlike SG, that I would see them picking up from a slump. They're the kind of team that just slumps and then they disband, and that's it.
Do you think it's last chance saloon then, this match? If they get, I mean, this match doesn't necessarily decide relegation 100%, but if they were to get relegated, is that the end for this roster? Because that would be a sad thing, I think.
I hope so at this point, though. If it's 8 months, how long? You're right. How long does the slump need to last, right? I don't think the players are bad. I don't think the players are untalented. I think they're still some of the best players in SA, but something is not working in the team. And at that point, if you can't fix it after 8 months, you might need to consider changing players. I don't think a disband is necessary, right? You might just change 2 or 3, maybe, but do some changes.
Do you agree,
Yeah,
Fabi?
I think the biggest problem with that team is, I mean, not even that team, they are that most players, if they are going to act up, they would rather be able to join another Division 1 team, right?
Yes, and they will.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like a disband might actually be inevitable just because a lot of these players don't want to go to Division 2, and you end up in this situation where, like, what do you do, right? You try to find your way into a Division 1 team that is also struggling and doesn't get relegated, or you are pretty much out of TI because playing that second, you're not gonna get any points this season. You're gonna play Division 2 the next season. It's really hard to come back.
So one of these two teams is going to be picking up as we move into the draft, with Lava picking up that Mars, immediately one of their top picks. What sort of stuff do you want to see Noping respond with here, Arvo?
I mean, they can't IO Luna, so I'm just happy. Whatever it is, I don't know. I'm ready. This is the first time they get to not play IO. All right, different strategy, a different way to buff your carry.
I actually dislike the IO ban coming from Lava because when you look at the decision of first pick and second pick from Noping, like 85% of the times they go IO, it's actually first pick and not second. So I don't think they really had to worry that much about the IO here. It's not really like their strategy is actually like IO carry when they go first pick, and when they go second pick, it's usually all over the place. But
they did force it. Safe. They did force it a bit last series, though. That's why I think they banned it. Like, they forced the IO even in second pick. That's why I think they banned it. To be honest, though, I think that's good, mind you. I think you should let them force it. I agree with you that they shouldn't have banned it.
Is Rubik there? Is that a response to the Magnus and the Bane? Or is that a particular combo here with the Mars?
No, Lava just loves the Rubik. They have the Mars Rubik opener. They've done it before a couple of times. I don't know why. I don't see this. Yeah, I don't see the strength of this compared to a lot of the other openers. In fact, that's one of the things that when Bo was talking about the drafting issues, one of the things we saw from Lava TI, pre-TI, and post was this really weird obsession with, I'm going to start with Mars plus a weak opener. Like, nah, Mars Snapfight, that's for noobs. I'm going to go Mars, and then you pick another random 4, like Clockwork or Rubik. You're like, okay, all right, kid Lava. He is good against Magnus Bane, you're right about that, and he is one of Moo's best heroes, but I also think it's a relatively weak 8th pick.
I guess it's relatively similar in character to a Mars Lion opening, which is a very, very common one. It's got a stun, it's got a nuke.
Yeah, it's okay.
It can get another thing. It does a similar sort of thing, although I guess maybe it's a taste element. As we move into the bans, what do you think Noping are needing to ban out here? What are the warning areas for them, Bowie?
I mean, their draft is pretty much open-ended right now, but I wouldn't mind to see Morphling being taken out. I think he's a hero that does really well against Magnus. Stealing that Empower is good. It's a hero that we did see Kotaro play, or Minos play quite a bit, so I wouldn't mind that. But I don't know. I think that it really depends. It's more about what they actually want to pick moving forward than what they showed so far. I think the bans are just going to be a window to what we will see in the second phase of picks.
They might just target Leo as well and just like completely cancel his most comfortable picks, right? If they go by the pillar of the team. I like your idea though of banning the Morphling, because I also think that on top of the fact that he's good against Magnus, Kotaro is the kind of person that they have like 3 styles per se, right? The really hard carry that has a hard time dying, which is like the Terrorblade Svens and stuff. The style that loses them the game, which is a carry that has much more specific execution, and Kotaro at one point will press that one extra click that will lead him to his death. And then the third one is Morphling, right? Morphling is the one that I think he's most comfortable with, being an aggressive carry player, but at the same time also does not die with it. So I do think Morphling does kind of hinder their style a lot if you take it away.
Noping seem to be banning out mids here with the Queen and the Leshrac. Are those classic Leo style ones? Because I see him more often on a spirit hero, and they've not necessarily touched spirits.
Those are more classic, I think.
Yeah, Quap is definitely a classic for him. The Leshrac might just be Puck. Yeah, they do play a lot of Mars Puck, which sometimes I think it's a mistake from Lava because they lack the damage to actually utilize all of the lockdown from those 2 heroes, especially with Snapfire being banned. But we could see it here. And they take
that big carry you were talking about. If you're going to predict what this means for a Noping second phase, you said that the bans would be setting up for the second phase. What sort of stuff do you think they're setting up for here?
So I think like one of the questions that we have right now is whether the Magnus is going to be an offlane or actually an analog hero. Considering they have overall last pick, I would like to see analog playing this Magnus actually, because you just get this hero he likes, and you still be able to last pick your carry a good matchup that ideally uses the Magnus on top of it. So we might just be looking at the 4 and the 3 being picked in this next phase here.
Does anyone else
I
play
don't know,
mid
though,
Magnus? That's unusual. I've not seen a lot of mid Magnuses around.
Yeah, he
we
played
see it
one
yesterday?
time. It was not great, but I did hear. I do have some insider information that he's been testing the hero and he lost a lot of MMR because of it.
Okay,
But
so
he's
not a
being forced
confident
into
pick,
heroes
maybe.
he's not confident.
I think this is a PA pick, right, with a Grimstroke now. I mean, I was thinking they're actually going to 8th pick their carry because there's only so many carries that you can pick with Magnus that are really that useful. And the TB ban is also pretty indicative. So I thought they were actually going to last pick and reserve the Magnus as a potential flex between offlane and mid. And here you
It's
pick
possible.
up your carry.
It's very possible. This TA could be flexing, right? It's actually a pretty good matchup versus Magnus if it is mid Magnus, but it could also beat the carry.
And a
Especially
Baton
Yeah.
5, I'd assume. Have we seen that a lot? I've not seen him on it very frequently at all.
He's pretty common in SA, particularly. There's a couple
Okay.
of players that really favor him. Yeah.
Yeah.
But does
I wouldn't say Wu's one of
MJZ?
them, but no, he's not. Or yeah, MJC. He's not one of them, but they are like Panda plays it a lot, so sometimes influences a lot of people. He is okay save. I've seen him a little bit in other regions, but it's more of a comfort, like Babadan over other better saves. Sometimes.
I guess it's a save against the Bane as well, which is really important. So
Oh, and here, by the way, if you notice what happened was really interesting is that the TA pick, they're thinking it's probably carry, not because Leo can't play, but because TA carry is more popular these days, and that is a hard counter to the PA. So they blocked it pretty well, and they had to deviate their strategy into something like Wraith King, which is fine, but not as good.
Yeah, I think the only SA team that actually plays mid TA, as a rule, is SG. They actually love giving that to KXY, but everyone else
That's
seems
true,
to
yeah.
definitely prefer the TA carry. They're gonna ban.
And I think Kotaro is a good TA player as well. I think it suits his style. It's like I forgot about it when I was talking about his carry styles, but it's like his morphling, right? Where he doesn't die, he plays
Yeah.
aggressively. It's pretty good.
I love these lava bans. They're so inconsistent. Normally people ban a single type of hero in a phase, so they ban out all the carries. They've just kind of banned support, carry, offlane, back to mid. They're banning everything, a wide palette of different heroes here.
Tight ban.
So last picks, Lava banning out the Invoker and No Ping banging out that Tide. That's a curious one. Do they think mid-Mars here?
Yeah, it's possible. It's actually very powerful depending on the matchup you're against. So, like
Magnus
usually
then.
the third phase of bans is really like just ironing out everything about the draft. It's not necessarily about like, okay, we're sure they're going carry, so we're only gonna ban carries. Like it's just to make sure that there's no flags or anything that can really shake things up in the last phase.
This might mean they're thinking of Magnus mid though, because that is a bad matchup for Magnus, right?
Yeah.
So if either that, I mean Mars is actually a surprisingly good amount of matchups in mid. Most matchups he actually kind of wins, but if you're a good mid Mars, but I do think that Magnus is not a very good against Mars, and they're trying to prevent that mostly.
Lava don't seem to think it's going to be a Magnus mid though.
We'll see now with this ban. Maybe they rethink it, because they banned the Invoker, which makes sense to me. I think Invoker is really powerful here.
The bat.
Okay, no, they also don't think it's a Magnus mid.
Sometimes what you don't think is what can hurt you the most. So we'll see. Final ban out here from No Ping, which is the Timbersaw, another offlaner. Very much going for that mid Mars. Let's see if they're right. Any snap picks predictions here, Alvo?
I'm not sure. I'm thinking of if they're right, to be honest. That's what I'm considering. Is it worth putting the Mars mid? Because I don't love the Mars mid against the Wraith King, to be honest. I don't think he's the kind of hero you can set tempo with, which is what Mars tends to try to do from the mid lane.
I'm scared for the Rubik here because I think if they go for some weird offlane hero on Lava, the lane might be too weak because you are playing against a Wraith King Bane, which is pretty strong, honestly. So if they do go Mars mid, is there even an offlaner that like is actually really good and still left? Because pretty much everything else is banned.
It was Tide, right? That Tide was the one that like, okay, I can see the justification for Mars mid and Tide offlane. But now I rather see a different mid laner that's just good.
Yeah, the Rubik would be like kind of like covering the Tide, right? You see the Mars, right? All right, it's off lane. Then they go Tide and it kind of breaks your ankles.
Pretty much all the Storm, the Spirit heroes are left in the pool here. So They have a wide range of choice for mid lane. They will pick up that Beastmaster, presumably taking that off lane, leaving the Mars mid. Do you like that, Bowie?
It's good. Like, it actually kites the Wraith King. They don't have really good answers for the boar. Bane doesn't really do that much damage to it early on, so it's fine. And they are Radiant, so it actually really cements their vision of Roche. It really cements their Roche taking. I think there's definitely some cohesion there. I'm scared a little bit for the lane, even though like they don't have an answer for Beastmaster. Rubik isn't a strong support in itself, but I really like the overall concept. I think it's pretty balanced.
Do you agree, Eva?
Good tempo. Good tempo. I like the Beastmaster a lot. I mean, I agree with Bowie that Rubik is not such a strong laner, but Beastmaster should have an okay lane because Wraith King and Bane suck against them. Maybe they put the Grimstroke now with him just to deal with the boars. We'll see. But the Beastmaster sets a really good tempo with TA, and he's part of this new resurgence in offlaners where people have figured out, what do I do against Razor and Kunkka carry? Oh, I just don't play the lane. That's what people have figured out. And Beastmaster is one of those heroes because once you get Hamel the Dom, you will push that tower. Whether that be rain, sunshine, doesn't matter. Like, Beastmaster will take that. And that's really useful, especially when you want to set tempo with TA and Mars, which are very dependent on that. They're like 50-minute heroes. We got to get going. So I like it. I think it's an overall really cohesive draft by Lava, actually. It's really good. I don't know if it's good against the opponents, but it's very good just the top side alone.
Well, we've not finished the opponent's draft yet. We've still got one pick left to go. Bowie, why don't you talk to me about how No Ping are going to be looking to round out this draft? Which they're going to do, so you don't have a chance. And they're rounding it out with a Sand King. Chucking that Magnus mid you've been talking about. Very good call there. Do you like this?
Yeah, I'm fine. I think. Look, don't let my tone of voice confuse my what I want to convey here. I think the Sand King is really good against TA, so you do have that refraction taking. The lane itself really depends on that sentry battle in between Monster and the support on the side of Lava. And it's a hero that can actually defend towers really well. He actually kills the Beastmaster units. I think it's okay. It is a little bit
Bowie.
Lane dependent.
Bowie's. I'm sorry to interrupt. Did you see the names?
No.
The names are not incorrect, are they? No, look. Go back. Yeah, look. Abaddon carry.
What?
Sorry, Rubik carry, Abaddon mid, Mars support, Templar second support. There's no way.
No, they must be doing some sort of swap here.
There has to be a problem.
Well, you can't swap anymore, can you?
You can't swap anymore, yeah.
Yeah.
So they're playing a TA 5.
4. No,
TA
4. Right? Oh, no. Or is Katyu...
Katyu is MJZ.
MJZ. It's
there you go. Okay. There's a connection. Okay. They
I was going to say.
We're
wild. No way.
Because I was going to ask you to talk us through that draft.
I hate this so much, actually, because once you do that and you have to create the all-pick lobby, the stats for the order of picks and everything else gets lost, and it's so hard to get that data, and I am a nerd for that sort of stuff. And this is like the 4th or 5th game in SA where, like, for some reason the lobby gets to be recreated, and all the information gets lost. I'm sorry, guys, just a rant, but I hate when this happens.
I think you should be grateful because Dan was about to ask us, what do you think of these picks? And then all of a sudden we're going to pull some stuff out of our rear end, trying to justify a TA4. And then we look like fools when we realize it's just a lobby crashing. Okay, so I'm pretty happy that it'll crash so early, Bowie. Think of the bright side.
Just as a fun exercise, we've got a couple of seconds here because the lobby's being remade. Although, why don't you talk me through a TA5? Why would they pick a TA5? What's the point of that?
Right. I mean, the traps have a lot of range, right? So you have that slow from very far away, first of all.
She trades well, right? Refraction. Trades better than most supports. She's like a Pango 5, but without stuns and slows and a disarm. But
you can even solo Roche level 1. Not solo Roche, but that, lots of minus armor. So if you get the Beastmaster, you get a Blightstone. You probably need a Lone Druid to tank the Roche hits. You can get Roche level 1.
Okay, let's talk through the actual draft then, Ivo. Why don't you talk us through this Lava draft? What does it do well? What can we expect to see it do in this game 1?
I think it has a very explosive timing. It's very good at like minute 15. If the lanes go well, they probably would have taken tier 1 bottom, ideally tier 1 mid as well, because it's a Beastmaster, so it's not unlikely. And you're roaming around the whole map, starting to get kills everywhere. You can sweep easily with smokes. Your carry can be much more active. Your carry ideally has the 2 basic items of the TA, which is that's later Dragonlance these days, and you're pretty much good to go for the next like 30 minutes. Then you fall off a little bit. I don't think not that much, to be honest. I think TA actually holds her own for a while as carry. But if they use that explosive stance, they could literally steamroll Noping during that time.
And
Yeah, a
Bowie, what
question
can
that
Noping... Go ahead.
Yeah, like a question that I have about Noping's draft is actually how the Wraith King is going to itemize, because you do have a lot of physical damage coming out. So you could make an argument that Radiance is good, not only because of the mischance on the units and the TA, but actually breaking the refraction. But at the same time, you have a Magnus, so usually you want to go for the right click and building up the stats for the Empower. So that will be interesting to see. I think regardless of what the of what the Wraith King does, he's gonna go Armlet because of the armor against TA, and just it's a good item. But after that, he could go Radiance or he could go Dazzle Blink. It really depends how the lanes go, how confident they feel making moves. So that's gonna be interesting.
And for No Ping, Bowie, if you talk us briefly through that draft before we start, is it just a case for them to resisting this lava pressure and sticking to the late game, or do you think they have particular objectives and moves they're going to be working towards in the first 20 minutes of this game?
No, I don't think this is a game of like, let's just wait for 50 minutes. It's obviously going to depend on the lanes, because the power spikes, as Avo talked about, come really fast for Lava if they do win the lanes. If it's kind of even, it could really go both ways. I can see them, getting a blink first item on that mag and try to really up the pace of this game. But if it kind of goes bad, we might just see Analog buying Echo Saber on that Magnus, and then just like Radiance on the Wraith King. You let them get the first 2 Aegises. Ideally, you just defend high ground, and after you take that second Aegis out, you are actually in a position to fight. On your own terms. But the lane stage is definitely really important in this game. Obviously, kind of everyone talks about says that, but I think in this draft specifically, it's really important.
It is always important, but in this game, it is especially important. I believe we're probably beginning to get ready to go, so let's hand over to our casters for this crucial relegation battle. It is Gary and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Here we are, and we're almost ready for this relegation rumble. Lacoste, I look at those 2 drafts, and I get what Bo and Arvo are saying about the TA, the Beastmaster, taking towers, but I see the No King draft, I see point-and-click stuns, I see team fight, and I worry they'll get there. Will they get to 15 minutes when they've got so many stuns and team fight available to them?
Garrett, my man, I'm stupid. If I don't see it in front of me, I don't know what I actually don't remember 3 heroes that were picked so far. So we have to wait until we get into the game.
Sand King.
And then I can start talking about the draft. Because I remember Grimstroke, Bane. Not sure who had it, but yeah, it's just how my brain works.
Deep into your mind palace.
Apologies to viewers.
Go deep.
There we have it. Mars 4.
Very nice. There was a Rubik in there as well. There's a Templar Assassin. Definitely a Wraith King on No Ping side as well. But yeah, the fact that they've got this Magnus Sand King, Wraith King, Grimstroke. The way they start fights seems so easy. They've got multiple forms of initiation, multiple tanky strength heroes, which is why Timbersaw was a pretty nice ban in the end of that draft. Like, I look at that No Ping draft, I think Caveman Dota, I think run at people, slap them with stuns, and see what they do. Whereas Lava is much more... I don't know, much more, less straightforward, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're gonna wait until like something happens. They're gonna be much more counter-reactive to what No Ping is doing, especially with this Abaddon, one of the better counters against the Magnus. You pop your ulti, if you get RP'd, you take away the stun with your Aphotic Shield. Like, you can't die. I think Grimstroke's main focus in the fights later on is going to be silence Abba so that he can get the Aphotic Shield off. And now that I see the heroes, I can start talking about the draft. As you said, like No Ping, they're going to have relatively easy time. Please leave and join new lobby. XD.
It has to be remade in captain's mode. Okay.
Okay.
Well, I guess I will leave this lobby.
Let me take one last look at the drafts.
Screenshot it, it'll last longer.
Okay, screenshot.
It fixes the issue that...
there we go.
No, I've already left, it's gone. I guess that solves the issue that Bowie was whining about, right? The fact that like Dota Buff and stats aggregate websites get a bit confused and muddled when it's like Captain's Mode draft into all pick game. If we have a Captain's Mode game here, we'll, I guess, have everything sorted out. But now they have to draft their heroes again? Do they do it in the same order? Do they have to ban the same heroes? What are the rules on this?
I think they have to do it in the same order, but they definitely have to like pick it in the CM mode, because otherwise there's gonna be some issues. There's always some issues.
Where are you? Did you come with me? Come with me. Hold my hand.
I'm holding your hand, Gary. You move me into the lobby.
There we go. Into the lobby we go. Take
Join
you
the
anywhere.
Slot.
Magical carpet ride.
Yeah, we can talk about these two teams, like what the expectations were coming into this DPC, because they're not doing good. Like, if you asked me before, I would probably say, Beast Coast, they're going to take the one slot, most likely. But Lava, after what happened at TI, I thought that there might be some reshuffling. There might be, but they decided to stick together and not doing so hot. Maybe some changes were needed to be made, because right now they're sitting at 1-3. Not ideal. They're pretty much fighting for relegation at this point, especially if they lose this one. I think this is the crucial series so far for them, considering the situation they're in.
Yeah, for both teams, right? Like, we're down at the bottom of the table, and I think you're right. It's more important that Lava get a good result here in terms of overall expectations in what we saw through the seasons. Because the panel was spot on. They did very well against other South American teams, season 1 and season 2. Bowie kind of tiptoed around that major they went to, almost calling it a fluke, and now we start wondering, was that a fluke? Was that them performing above their actual best, and then the rest of the performances at TI, etc., are actually where they are on an international level? Whereas Noping, this roster brought in the Brazilian boys, we don't have that level of expectations. We don't have major level expectations from them, but we do know that they're spectacularly skilled players in their own right. And I didn't expect them to be down here so quickly. Oh, Techie's banned, Pudge banned. We've got a great match in front of us, the draft unfolding. They've been told they're allowed to ban any heroes that they want, as long as it's not a hero that has been picked.
Yeah, so this is your public match, the classic one. Pudge always gets banned. No one likes to play against Techies. And we can see on the other side, this is like Archon level type of a game. Ricky, unkillable. No one can buy a Dust or Sentry. Same goes for Marana. Too strong. You can't kill her. She leaps away. This is some pub thinking coming out from the first couple of bans so far. I just hope they don't make a mistake and ban out the hero that is supposed to be picked. Then I'll be pretty pissed.
Then we have another remake. 3 remakes the charm. Well, so far, we're looking pretty good.
They're doing it so fast.
Yes.
Appreciate it, boys.
Oh, we've got some skilled gamers. Very good at clicking buttons. What did we have at the end here? Beastmaster last for Lava. What was Noping? The Magnus, didn't they, of course?
What did we have? And you are
it's gone
correct.
From first
a lot
pick
of
to last
stuns.
pick.
Like, Noping's draft is, I'd say, very straightforward. They want to hit the timing with RDO's Armadesso, and they go and take the towers. Analog will be playing the Magnus, so that means mid-Magnus, they have a lot of ways to initiate a fight, because Sanking will be your initiator. I want to see what the item build on Mag this time around is going to be. Considering you have Sanking in your team, I don't think you want to get Blink Dagger as a first item. It's a bit of an overcommitment. Then you have 4,000 gold, well, even more, 4.5k, with like just mobility. And these are your 2 first items. These are the items that you will eventually buy. But for Magnus as a core, you also need to be able to scale, because you're playing against like Mars, Templar Assassin, Beastmasters. These heroes really scale well. Grimstroke Bane, they don't provide you with any kind of tower damage. It's a good lockdown. There are supports that can make stuff happen pretty much all the time, especially when paired up with hero like Sanking, who doesn't rely on cooldowns. Epicenter, of course, is a big spell, but He's more about like positioning and getting a two-man burrow strike, being hard to kill. So I think Sanking should rush for a Blink Dagger, and then Magnus like that. That's gonna be their first big timing post 10-minute mark, depending how his lane is gonna go. Try to group up, take the tower play with the siege catapult, and just let RDO get the farm. Panel talked about the Radiance a little bit. It's just not an item that you buy on Raid King anymore, especially since you have a steroid in this game. You have Mag, so there's no point to get Radiance. You're not playing against illusion-based hero, not too much value from Radiance at all, and you miss the timing. That's the critical part.
Yeah, because it feels like with so many stuns, it kind of leads you down that path of wanting to play fast. You've got stuns, you can fight from an early point, and like you're mentioning with the Sand King, it's not just his Blink Dagger, but also the fact he has Inkswell. Inkswell Burrow Strike is the opening to pretty much any team fight that Noping want to start. You just miss out on, you know, it's 10 minutes of doing nothing on a hero. PvE farming, get Radiance, oh, I'm ready. Whereas the rest of your team has been ready the entire time.
You can't also rush Radiance. That's the biggest problem. Where it's not the Dota that has been played 5 years ago. Like getting items like Helm, which is super important to get the extra region going. Armor, this item is going to get nerfed 100%. After the new patch drops, no doubt about it.
When is it?
Oh,
when is it, Lacoste?
When is it? I don't know. I can't reveal anything because, you know what? I don't know. I actually don't know. So look at some of the items. Kotaro on Templar Assassin. Something that has been seen when you're playing the safe lane, especially when you have hero like Abba, because he's bringing the region. He has a built-in heal on level 2 with Mist Coil, can share the tangos, has a healing salve. So what he wants to do is just rush Power Treads immediately. Also, when is this going to get fixed? He buys Band of Elvenskin, puts Power Treads in Quick Buy, and for some reason, it shows Belt of Giant Strength.
He's removed it. He's removed his shame.
Yeah, he got more annoyed than me actually, and decided to remove it.
Put Tango in his quick buy instead. Yeah, we saw this a few times from Medusa's.
Yes.
More commonly, I think, the like triple band of Elven Skin as starting items. You get the Treads, the Dragonlance, or if you want to switch into Yasha. Already, Catyu getting up in the face of Monster, battering away at that Sand King, making sure the stuns are kept at bay for now. He does get turned on though. The Baden down bottom. Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, Abba did a
Walks
good
it
job.
off.
Thanked 2 spells and also gave Templar Assassin pretty much free first wave 3-1 right now. I've also seen Templar Assassins getting the meld level 1 because it's insane value. Like 12 seconds, -5 armor. You can make a big play, especially on a Sanking. Let's say he starts with something else and a Burrow Strike. Catyu also holding a Sentry, 2 Sentries. He brought a Courier, so that means that Sentry is going to get denied. Mid lane, I think this is going to be trade in terms of farm. I've really not been impressed by Analog. I think he, to me, looks like the weakest link of no ping so far. Like rest of the team, oh, look at the bottom. Meld damage.
Yeah, they go stun the TA. She just turns around and hits them.
Yeah, this lane is going really well for Lava. Oh, Meld Strike on Grimstroke. He's sitting at 3 armor. That's going to be my bug.
Does he have to TP?
Nah,
Because
he's fine. He has a Magic Stick, Fairy Fire, Tango running on him.
Gonna take a lot of damage though.
I feel like this game is going to get more pauses than maybe the whole duration of the game, like remakes and everything. This is only the first pause. I've been casting some South America, so kind of getting used to getting a couple of pauses during the game.
It's funny, right? We didn't have our traditional pre-game pause when we end the draft and go into the game itself. Usually we have a solid 2-3 minute pause. This time it was 2 remakes instead. But yeah, that mid lane, Analog 4 CS against the Mars, who is 8-4. Denies from Leo Stahl coming out pretty nicely there. I mean, is this down to Mars having better attack animation? Or is this Analog, like you said, not being at the level performing as you would want him to?
I've seen him like lose matchups that he should not lose, and also making a bit of a questionable plays. I don't want to go too hard on him, but they've been not doing great. Like they only managed to win their first series. They looked pretty impressive in that one, I would say. So maybe they built up a bit of more expectations from me. You know, I'm like, wow, this team's doing really good, and I expect them to do better. And after that, they had 3 straight losses, so not great.
Yeah, I feel like that's a recurring theme with Analog. We had some of nice little move there from Leo Style to secure himself the Water Rune. But we had some of the same points brought up in a previous season when he joined the DPC. He looked pretty good on like his DK and tanky strength heroes, but when he picked up, I don't know, heroes outside of that
Garrett,
pool, I remember
I've
an Ember
seen
Spirit
you
game.
look good on DK as well. I don't think DK is a good
Have
example.
you?
Oh,
But
lane.
Ooh.
He's fine, Fairy Fire.
Yeah, he's fine. Everyone's having a crack. Like bottom lane, they're running at this TA, trying to get stuns on her. Top lane, chasing out that Rubik. But so far, no release there.
One thing I'm comfortable with is I know that we're not gonna miss the first blood because you're not the one observing. And sometimes you go on a spree. Like if you miss the first blood, then like it's just chain reactions. It's
7
like,
kills
oh no,
in a row.
I need to focus. Like chat is gonna flame me, T-tours, and then you start randomly clicking on the mini map, and then we miss another 5 kills, and I like need you to step it up, bro. So
I think my
Beastmaster-
streak is. I think my streak is like 6 kills in a row. I've missed in a broadcast for sure. But yeah, bless these remote productions and our observers that we've got for DPC. I don't know. My life would be so much more challenging without them. What were you gonna say? You had a point there about Beastmaster.
Yeah, I think KJ has been doing a good job getting those boars. Like he understands where the damage comes from, and every single time he summons it. Now that Beastmaster hits level 3, gonna be a bit more difficult because they have 450 HP and Brain Sap is only level 2. Even if it's level 1, even if it's level 2, it's gonna be very hard for KJ from now on. But first couple of waves, he pushed himself towards like the Beastmaster and Rubik, and also secured a lot of CS for RDO. Now look what he's doing. Like this is I think perfect example like how you need to play a support.
Yeah, he got the D wall. He wraps around. He opens up for RDO to move in onto the Rubik, dropping Kim low. No boots on the Rubik, so he's got a pretty slow walk away from those skeleton boys. But it keeps Frank in the lane, and that's been the story of the game so far. Supports keeping their cores, farming away in the lane. While an interesting little move there is Analog has to get himself back into the lane, chased by Leo Style, who has that Water Rune bottled up.
But also
And
KJ.
Magnus is not having a good time, dude.
Yeah, he's 9 CS, 21 and 11. Leo Style just styling on him. Pretty impressive, I would say. I don't think it should be this one-sided. Like, it definitely shouldn't be this one-sided.
Absolutely not. This is a crushing from Leo Styles Mars. He's, what, halfway through level 5. He wants that arena, but he's forced the Magnus to skewer away. Empty bottle, gloves of haste. Analog, what do you do? Go back to
I don't know where
Fountain,
he's
farm a
going.
large camp? Where do you... Yeah.
What are you... Hello? Analog?
You can't stack.
He logged off.
It's
don't-
not...
He does not have Empower on him. You can't farm that camp.
Yeah, it'd be better to go back to Fountain, wouldn't it? What's he bringing on Courier? An
Okay, so
observer ward.
Brimstroke is gonna TP, refill his bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Might even pop a mango on him. We'll wait for minute 6 rune. Did he actually get that? He got that. Hill Troll. Didn't even know the creep was called that. Big XP, huge amount of gold coming out from that one troll.
Huge. But look at this concerted effort now from Lava. It feels like they got the memo of Leo Styles dumpstering this lane. Let's make sure they don't come in and kill our level 6 Mars. Let's put 2 heroes here with a catapult wave and try and secure some damage onto the tier 1 mid. While Noping, they're going to get their haste rune. So they get something at least with a nightmare onto Rubik. I thought that maybe could have been a skewer play, but Magnus is still only level 4.
Yeah, while Mars is level 6.5. Good reaction. 2 supports from No Pink had a good read what's going to happen, so they rotated and nothing happened, which is good for No Pink, because Mars had kill potential there. Like, there was a kill threat, especially with the catapult. Arena used.
He's still
Lift.
going to go for it, hey? Yeah, Analog
Back
stuck
onto the
inside.
walls.
He's got a haste and a fairy fire. Bottle charges to go. He skewers the Mars back on the tower, and he pops that fairy fire to survive and sprint away.
If that's any other rune other than haste, He definitely dies there. Q will pick up bounty. He might be in trouble here.
Oh, do we get our
5
first
seconds.
blood?
Yeah, this is first blood, I think.
7 minutes in. One more touch from Analog should do it, but he's got another shield. Skewer misses. Oh, he's on the run. Shield's going to pop in a second. He wants to try and deny to neutrals, but first blood is grabbed by Analog. Something finally going his way.
Yeah, he definitely needed this one. Managed to pick up the rune, the 6-minute. No, he actually did not pick it up. Never mind. And yeah, Haste was still running. Grimstroke was being in vicinity and decided to make an aggressive move. But still, Leo style, if we swap the net worth, 3,100 against 2,300. Big difference.
Theo going to drop to Katara there as well. Just going to come to that TA as well. RDO dropping very low top lane. The boar slow, but he does have reincarnation. Now the tower pressure from Frank. As Lava move into the dire triangle at the same time with Leo Style and Cat U spotting Analog. Just gets his skewer back up with the
He does
mana
not have
refreshing on him.
boots. They have
You're
arena,
right.
like they're gonna go for it.
They found him. Trap him inside. Claim his life. Tracking back on that Magnus, who is, you know, he's level 6 now, but really not having a happy time. TA trap onto the Grim now. Inkswell turnaround. Too much damage
Another
from
trap.
Kataro as Monster. He burrowed into this and he doesn't have Sandstorm. It's going to be a double kill for your Templar Assassin.
Even with Vanguard, he drops so quickly. Kotaro is gonna be humongous this game. Like, he's gonna be very difficult to deal with. They don't have overtime damage other than Sanking, so if Sanking's not having a good time, that's gonna be really problematic. Also, I just realized you can't spell Kotaro without TA, if you know what I mean.
That's
Very
absolutely
interesting.
right. Very curious indeed. 5,000 net worth on that TA at this point as well. Jeez. Dragonlance swing into Deso. Far and away incredibly quickly. While Leo Style with an Invis rune. Level 8 Mars swinging up towards top lane. Monster's planted himself here to try and defend this tower against that inevitable Beastmaster push. But he doesn't
look at Leo
expect
Style.
Leo to come in
He's
from the
ready to
right-hand
go.
side. Straight in there with a spear. Good sentry pre-placement by Kim as well. Drag back Monster, force the Burrow Strike, and just whittle him down little by little, but no more reveal. Can't see him under the Sandstorm anymore, and they missed that secondary spear. So Sand King survives.
I think maybe Mars needed to use Bottle once on Beastmaster to have Roar. Beastmasters, like, they don't have mana. They, like, if you check the way they play, they're always on, like, 20% mana. Especially early on. Now the Helm of the Dominator is finished, has that Centaur Conqueror, but definitely you need to bring, like, either a Clarity or just a casual Sage Mask. Sage Mask has been very popular, even on carries. Like, I've seen Medusas, I've seen Drow Rangers just keeping the mask and then selling it a bit later. Also, Cat
Yeah,
on
super
the
cost
bottom.
efficient.
Yeah, he's one of the better heroes, Abba, to just soak up the experience when they're trying to push the wave. I would say Abba, Beaver 5, and Winter Wyvern are one of the better ones, where you can't die, especially if you hit level 6. Cat, you're doing a very good job trying to manipulate the wave. Needs like one creep to get level 6. Might not even get it. RDO. Oh.
Yeah, that final crit destroys the Abaddon. I was watching that XP bar for the Abaddon. So close to having borrowed time ready. There was also a little
Grip.
attempt top, it looks like, to try and dive as they get their arena back and take down Leo Style with that nice grip. And log chased by Kataro. Templar Assassin enfeebled, but look at that right-click damage. They need the Nightmare to delay the TA and slow a Rubik with a quick stroke of fate.
I mean, Tia is gonna have 11 minutes, Dragonlance, Power Treads, and a Deso.
Oh.
With Beastmaster, they can control the Roche area and just go for it, considering how underfarmed they are on no ping. They can also, like, maybe the safer play will be secure the tier 1 tower at the top, go for the tier 1 tower in the mid, because they're below 50% HP and they're very easy to take.
It does feel, though, even with Leo Style's very early, tremendous lead, net worth-wise, he's now slipped behind that Magnus. Oh, Roar. And a kill on Monster.
It seems
Flames
like
on a tier 1 tower.
Sanking got surprised that other team can buy dust. Like, oh, it's 11 minutes. They cannot have dust at this point. It's illegal. I don't know what he was thinking. Also going for Vanguard as a first item. And personally, I think that's a big no. I talked about them hitting the certain timings because Magnus is going for Echo Saber, which I think he should. Like, he needs to be able to scale, something that I mentioned. But this is gonna delay your Blink Dagger by so much. You need to play with 2 supports. Like, they need a hero to play with because Magnus, he still does not want to join fights, and this should be a free Roche for Lava with that freshly picked up Deso. Templar Assassin will pick it up. That also means that second Roche will spawn 21 minutes in, maybe even faster, and then you can easily take that. Like, you just need to control the map, and they have the tools to do it.
Yeah, because it feels like the Blink Dagger gives him more choices. Like you say, he needs to play with the supports, but Blink also lets you Sandstorm, blink away when you're defending a tower, or blink in, jump initiate, maybe play with the Wraith King, who has armlet phase boots now, so you kind of have a core who's ready to fight
away,
too.
but you can't Vanguard away, that's the problem.
Exactly. Like Vanguard, what's he going to do for him now? He Vanguard Sandstorm, yeah, he's
he got the
he gets a good epicenter. Burrow Strike back from the Rubik, they're going to kill off Kim with that tower glyph. Monster now helped by the grip out of Bane, catches Katara, but a good arena. Nice turnaround, defensive play there as the Soulbind gets expended, but nothing chucked their way. Leo style, looking to turn, and RP comes from the Magnus. They catch Kataro still, the Aegis taken out. And they spear back RDO. No real casualties from this dire side, though, and they're surrounding this Templar Assassin. They needed the roar, and now Kataro gets to output his damage. Analog down, another burrow back in, allows RDO to open up on the TA, but they burst through them. TA's still alive thanks to the shield and the stuns coming for the rest of his team. RDO looking pretty healthy after that reincarnation, gets on to that Templar Assassin, but Leo style, he tracks back, stuns him, spears him, and contribute straight through the Wraith King as KJ is left here, all alone against a Mud Golem and a Boar, but a good slow from that Stroke of Fate. Make sure that Bane won't be found by Frank.
A big W for No Pink. Even though their carry died, they managed to take off Aegis, off Templar Assassin, and he might be, like, I think the situation for Templar Assassin in this one is you do not want to buy a BKB, but you might need to get it after a blink, because they have grip, they have RP, and you also have Abba to try to protect you against these 2 abilities with the low cooldown spell. So I want to see if he actually gets a BKB in this one or not. Sanking did a good job. Like, see, he pulled off a good epicenter, managed to kill the Rubik, and also Rubik bought back, so his game is not going to be as good.
Yeah, now just sitting up top, holding out on the wave. Kim going to copy him, get the Sandstorm himself. Top jungle pretty much fully belongs to the Radiant now, though, as Lava get themselves into that outpost area. But we could see in that fight the just tremendous, overwhelming amount of stuns the Dire has. Catching and killing people isn't a problem as long as they don't lose their heroes first. The burst damage from TA Mars into a Roared target, for example, could give Lava the numbers advantage if they have the vision and if they start the fight on their terms.
A lot of stuns, a lot of control from No Ping. You just need to execute properly. We still haven't seen, like, the big grip, like 2 grips with Soulbind or double Burrow Strike type of a thing. Still, I think we are in for a good game, because No Ping, even though they're 2k gold down, now they're gonna have a big timing on Wraith King. I see that he's going for Heaven's Halberd. I actually like that quite a lot, because most of the damage from Lava is gonna come from Templar Assassin. Like, Abba doesn't deal damage. If Rubik gets taken out, or if he does not have something like a Sandstorm, you're mostly gonna aim for Burrow Strike, because that's your best ability to steal in this game. Either that or Stroke of Fate, but Stroke of Fate is a bit under level, considering like Grimstroke is not that high of level. Bane's higher level because he survived in that fight and also has 0 deaths. Very nice from KJ, actually.
Yeah, super good. A bit of a brute force move here from Lava, trying to take the tier 2 top, but the smoke from No Ping, it's going to be able to cut them off and get them out as RDO just takes down Catyu. Very speedy Wraith King there, finding the lone support. It
And
feels
now
like
they have-
Lava trying to slow this game down.
Yeah, and now Noping has Blink Dagger on Sand King. Their next big timing is going to be Magnus. Analog managed to recover relatively nice. Because if you check the net worth, Mars, he has Dual Scepter, a bit more like control, I would say, mana regen. Gives him a bit of extra move speed and has a built-in...
Oh, they found him. The wraparound from Frank. Perfect place, perfect time to roar and chain stun the Sand King as he tried to blink away.
Gotta be careful.
What does this lead to, though?
They might try to go for tier 2 tower on the top lane. Templar Assassin. Blink Dagger done. Going for a BKB. Okay, she feels like she needs to be able to control. Jump the back lines on a Grimstroke and also not get hit by Sand King Burrow Strike, like the overtime damage, and also be able to fight against Raid King. Raid King doing a very good job not keeping up with EA because she's been off to a great start, but he's recovering, and also he wasn't farming as much with the Empower because it's a bit of a different story where it's not your position 4, 5 or off lane, it's a core mag, so he also wants to get farm, and if he's going around chasing Raid King, giving him Empower, that also means that he's not farming.
Yeah. Well, you're overlapping so much of the map where you want to be. He's done a good job with Skellies, though. Pushing bottom needs to be addressed by the Rubik. The rest of Lava gathering towards the Dire Triangle now, and that's what I was getting at with that top lane pick. Like, yeah, you kill the Sand King, you blow him up, show off that you've got so much burst damage, but with no Roshan and no real opportunity to go for tier 2, you have to find other objectives. In this case, it's map control for them. Move the Wraith King out of his farming zone as best they can. I feel like Noping want to smoke. Yeah, they do behind their tier 2.
They do have 2 flanks.
Continuous fighting.
This is their big timing. Like, they need to make something happen right now. Raid King is level 15. Dead Habit's Halberd is going to do quite a lot. Since Templar Assassin does not have a BKB yet, that means it cannot be dispelled. Abbott's Aphotic Shield doesn't do anything against it. Smoke into nothing, pretty much. They're not going to find anything.
Is Frank going to go up there? Nope. Sits in his triangle and farms. This is the thing. Lava very good at just realizing they just slow down, chill out a little bit, get their key items. That's when they're going to be the strongest, because the brute force, the stuns of this Dire side is too much to handle right now. As we do scale up, you mentioned there's a great timing for Noping. How do you think this goes 10, 15 minutes in the future? TA, Mars, Beastmaster better than Magnus, Wraith King, Sand King? Or is Noping's teamfight going to last throughout the game?
Leo Style is not going for any carry items at the moment. It's just Dual Scepter and Blink Dagger. I want to see what his next item is going to be. Because like when you play core Mars, you want to get Deso most of the time. And since you have Templar Assassin, that means you're not getting it. So you need to find a different item build. So his next item should be a BKB into something bigger. But I don't know what that big is. Maybe something like AC. I wouldn't mind seeing that. But also, you're not going to be able to scale as much since you're skipping Deso. Beastmaster, he does the thing. Like, you can still get a lot from the Beastmaster if he gets something like Refresher, let's say. So you have the double Primal Roar. Other than that, I just don't see him doing that much. So I would still prefer Noping's lineup. Like, they have a good scaling lineup, I would say. Especially with the combos from the Grimstroke. If they can pull it off.
If they can execute. And so far, their last 2 smokes, I'm not sure if both of them got scouted, but it feels like Lava have an incredibly good read on what Noping are trying to do. They dodged the smoke into the top jungle. They TP'd 3 heroes out of bottom jungle to avoid that second smoke. Noping chasing ghosts and finding no heroes to latch onto the past 3-4 minutes or so. And it's that waiting game around Roshan. A minute and a half until he respawns. And Lava decide it's their turn to smoke and look for a pick-off. Who's showing here? Wraith King showing on the top lane. Dire scan Roshan. It turned red for a fraction of a second there. And Magnus going to show middle, so the jump comes in. Leo style, Yule's Arena Spear, catch analogs Magnus, and the TPs are coming in, but not fast enough. He dies. Is he going to have to? Because RDO's gone straight on in with Monster at the epicenter. He needs someone to get forward and help him out here, but they've got a BKB TA on the run, Soulbind expended as well, so Lava turning and ditching. Going to leave the Ancient Black Dragon and the Boar to their own devices, trying to clear it up with RDO, but not quite enough damage there. So the initiation and 1 kill goes the way of Lava.
I wanted to see a buyback there, and they go in, seek for a fight. They have so many stuns, especially if he buys back. With Blink Dagger's Skewer, he can set things up easily. There was Roar used, Arena was also used, and they procced Abba's ulti. So I think they missed a bit of a timing there, because Roche will spawn. Like, if they took a fight, they have enough damage. Oh, Black Dragon. Shield on a Black Dragon does not get there in time. 250 gold for no ping.
Big money. He's got his helm ready on Frank to go again. There's another Black Dragon in the Dire Ancients. 30 seconds for his own ones to respawn. And 5 seconds for Roshan. Lots of things on the clock for both teams. That's why we see no ping right now. Like dewarding, killing Hawks, keeping vision around Roche as best they can.
Sangin decided to finish Crimson Guard from his Vanguard, which is okay. So that means Boars, the summons, and they have like ways of protecting themselves from TA. Some damage will be blocked, which is okay. But they need to take fight. Like I want to see them push out the waves. Skellies are out, so that means that they can push them. And I also want to see them take this Roche fight. I just really worried how they're going to execute it. Because so far we haven't seen like big RPs. We haven't seen skewer backs. RDO is going to take the front line. AC about to be finished. So that's going to be another way of protection against Templar Assassin's physical damage.
Yeah, delivered right now on the courier, it looks like. So another big item there for no ping. They look like they were considering going Roche themselves, just put Wraith King in there, and maybe try and get the fight around him.
Wants to get level 18 before the fight, because it's a huge difference from 130 to 60. If he can get it before, that'd be great, so that you have it on cooldown for just a minute. They're scouting things out, couple of traps in there. That's the second Roche, which means Shard and Aegis would even get the Shard on no ping if they can get it.
I'm not sure, but there's a DD rune.
Yeah, Grimstroke. I don't mind that. Because Wraith King definitely is not needed. They have no mana burn whatsoever. Horn Toss is good.
not bad.
Horn Toss is good. It's not as good as it was during TI, but because it doesn't apply stun anymore, it's just a slow.
Yeah.
Wraith King is level 18
good, though.
now.
Are they trying on the Wraith King? Nah, telekinesis, stun, let him be. Epicenter being channeled, Monster. Thinking about going in. They do have a catch, they can't use a Baden. Yeah, Borrowed Time's coming in a second. He's silenced up. He's still on the high ground, and a 2-man stun from Monster takes him back up there, but now the Sand King is open to this TA with a DD rune. They get the stun from Rubik onto the Wraith King, but a big RP.
No follow-up. They have no follow-up damage.
The Rubik stops him from getting any more, and RDO is blown up along with the Magnus. Great execution from Kim on that Rubik. The stolen burrow, the telekinesis, everything was spot on.
They need to have supports ready. They need to be able to connect with the rest of the team. I think it was a good burrow strike. He blinked on the low ground, but there needs to be some kind of reaction to what he does on Sanking, because he was pretty much left alone. And Ketyu, he had vision on the high ground, also was lurking around, you know, just trying to get as much as he can. And now we're going to see the burrow strike. Also, Templar Assassin had a DD. Okay, I did not notice that for some reason. Yeah, look at the RP. Good RP, connects on 3, but there's no follow-up. Since Wraith King already used his ulti, that means he can't go in. He might need to pick up even a BKB for himself, because they have ways of controlling him. I don't think he can just decide to run in. Blink Dagger is always going to be good on Wraith King, don't get me wrong. I just feel he needs a BKB to protect himself against Mars. Because if Mars uses Arena, all Wraith King can do is just sit and either die second time or not being able to enter. Let me in! Let me in!
save himself against the Rubik as well. Like, I've been singing the praises of this no ping side for having so many stuns. It's a Rubik dream game. Stealing Burrow Strike, stealing just Wraithfire Blast, stunning people left and right. It has been incredible from Kim.
Dire's top tower.
A very difficult match for no ping now. 11k deficit they've got to face up against with Aegis on the TA. Top lane being pushed by a dragon and a catapult. They need a couple of big team fight wins here. They've definitely got the tools to allow them to do it. You've said it, that RP is going to be one of them. Magnus currently sitting in mid though, looking to cut waves while Mars finds the Bane. KJ in his own triangle, Ghost Scepters, TPs, but Kataro slices him. And they're even coming back here. Like, Kim knows there's heroes that were in that mid lane a second ago. Magnus and Grim will both TP home successfully. Oh, they've seen RDO on a trap. Who's here? Leo Styles here. Yules start things off. Yeah, Yules spear. They've caught the Wraith King, but now he's being drifted around. The RP's on him. Analog Magnus in the mix of things as they roar the Wraith King in a good arena as well. The disarms on the TA though. Kataro can't hit anyone, has to BKB and run away while the borrowed time from Baron keeps him nice and healthy until he's Burrow Struck once more. No ping defending their tier 2 with everything they've got. Buying back on the Bane, KJ returns, and there's the death of the Abaddon. But now
Lava
you
should
know
be
that's
fine with
RP
that.
down.
Because RP used on 2, immediate response from Beastmaster. He sees Raid King. That means, like, if they take out Raid King from the equation, that means that they don't have that much damage. Because Raid King is just insanely farmed with AC Armlet plus Empower. He has over 800 crits at the moment. They used another smoke. Like, no ping smokes were not great so far. They have not found too many openings. Templar Assassin, Monkey King bar finished. Let's see the side blades. Oh, good burrow from Kim.
So good, isn't it? They nightmare the Rubik and they've stunned up Kataro's TA, but Leo Style is still chasing. The TA trap slows down the mag. Another trap's there, ready to the right, but they grip up the Mars. Stolen. Rubik comes back in. He's burrowed and he's got a grip ready, but he's being crit down. Slapped into the grave by Ardio's Wraith King, and Lava maybe overextending a little bit too far. Leo Style and Kataro on the run from the tier 2 tower. TA has Aegis and BKB though. RDO breaking high ground. RDO going up alone. Analog blinks and misses the skewer. Whiffs on the initiation. Now he's roared up. Stuck but BKB as Cat comes back in. Leo Star and Frank will finish him off and RDO's isolated. Borrow time's back up. They try to heal the Mars, but it's not enough. Frank silenced now with Inkswell stun landing and another disarm on TA. No ping, keep going. 2 hit with the Wraithfire Blast thanks to the Soul Bind and another couple of kills for them.
TA's alone.
Has the secondary life. Kataro's all alone. It's 1v3. First life down. Can she blink away?
What a mistake.
Let's see if RDO is going to be able to find the TA. They catch her. She's melded. Invisible is invulnerable, but not with a dust on Theo Liquor. A 5-man wipe is incoming as no ping. Find the fight they so desperately needed.
As a professional e-gamer, you should know not to use your BKB before Aegis, especially if you're the one who's left alone. That means you cannot get out. If he pops Refraction, BKB, TP's out, they got nothing to stop it. But a great fight from Noping. Sanking finally finding a good opening. Burrow Strike plus Epicenter and Sandstorm on 2. Also, this build on Wraith King, like Heaven's Halberd, whenever you're playing against range heroes, you get so much more value than from playing against melee. And yeah, we can see it again. Like, Magnus manages to get the BKB off and the skewer, but the damage from the Beastmaster.
Sand King.
The Sand King ulti plus Epi that I was talking about. Epi plus Burrow Strike. I feel like they need a bit of a different approach. They just can't decide to like run in.
Well, they're fighting in real time. The Mars Arena, there's an RP landing in as Analog tries to catch out Frank and Leo Style, but they've got BKBs going. Yules on the Wraith King isolates him for a second, and a turnaround from Lava potentially coming. Rubik's being caught by the Sand King burrow. Kim, he's trying to run back, and Leo Styles come back in. They've speared back RDO, trying to chip away at the Wraith King, but he's got so much HP and armor, it's a difficult task. Where's the backup for Lava? It's just Leo and Frank battling away, and Reincarnation is ready, as well as 19 wand and armlet toggles galore from RDO. He's going to turn back onto them. He wants to fight, but he will not get a kill, and he didn't have mana. He didn't use his wand.
He did not pop the stick. I mean, it wouldn't make difference. He would still die there, but at least he could have like tried to get one kill possibly, because Abba, he has ulti. That means that he can get the aquatic shield on someone, whoever gets stunned. So I don't think a kill would be there, but you know, just buying some extra time would definitely be okay. It's not like it's Aegis, it's just his ulti. But yeah, very back and forth game. Like if you ask me who's gonna win this one, yeah, it's a tough one. I would say if Noping gets one good more fight, that they are gonna be ahead, considering the heroes that they have.
Yeah, it feels that way. So if they can open up this map a little bit more and win this team fight while defending high ground, could put them in a good spot. Nightmare on Cat Yu, who yet again is playing high ground, trying to keep vision on his opponents, while Beastmaster and his summons go to work on the objectives. Tier 3 gone, racks being demolished, the foundations of the Dire base crumbling. And that's a full set. Lane gone.
They don't have anything big coming out on Sand King, level 20, -2 seconds on Burrow Strike. That could make a bit of a difference. Magnus, under-leveled for this point of the game. 32 minutes in, that's a core mag. Level 17.
Yeah.
Level 18 not gonna change much. Rating far away from level 25. That's a big one. That's one of the strongest 25s, I would say. -2 seconds on Mortal Strike. If you can just stand in a fight and deal damage, but he will definitely need a BKB to do so. Seems like Noping wants to smoke one more time. They're just waiting, and they want to go and take a fight. Roche may respawn in 30 seconds. Let's see what they can find.
It looks like I don't know, indecisiveness there. The line was drawn by the Grimstroke, saying go bottom into our triangle, but someone else has made the call.
If
to head
no one
westwards.
shows on a mid lane right now, Lava should know something is up.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, you can see the rotation, like the drawing on a minimap. Frank blanks out the
They found
safety.
him. They'll kill the Granite Golem.
Dire's bottom tower.
Well, this is such a good position for Lava to be in. Radiant team in the Dire Triangle with mid and bot lane yet to be claimed. Just need to take the tier 2. Plant yourselves here. This is your base camp now. Cut the waves and keep that pressure going towards the Dire base. There's no Dire vision here either, which is probably the most important thing. There's Radiant traps, Radiant observer wards. Everything that Lava need to get that team fight initiation that they need. A skewer and an Inkswell on an illusion is not what Noping needed, though. And Roshan is at least 2 minutes away, so plenty of time for Lava to set themselves up for this. And if they find Analog here, smoke breaks, blink in. Leo Stahl so quick on his fingers, finds the Magnus.
Good Nightmare.
There's no chance for Analog. Dead for a minute with no buyback on him, and they've got an arena trapping 2 heroes inside. RDO and KJ stuck inside the Colosseum. Where's the focus from Lava Low? Who can they kill? Bane, half HP, dead in a matter of seconds. And now we have the potential killing blow.
That was so greedy from
second laner
Analog.
axe.
Going for that invis while 5 heroes are missing without buyback. It's just not something you should do. Like, they had Observer Ward on the high ground, but there's always a hog that could potentially scout you out, so you need to be careful. And now the chain feed starts.
Man, Leo's so fast. When his smoke broke, he finds that Magnus immediately spears him. Now he finds the Sand King snapping into action so quickly. Tier 3 mid doesn't stand a chance against Lava now. Glyph is forced out, but with no mag for 10. Ooh, they've got buyback on Sand King. They're going to have to do it, aren't they? They need a teamfight victory. They cannot let their base fall apart.
There's still a tier 2 tower on the bottom. That means they can go in. But Lava, they wouldn't even go for it. They have eyes on Roche. For them, unfortunately, not going to spawn for 45 seconds. So that means Sand King will be out for the next fight.
And this might be the last smoke of the game for Noping. Frank shows on top. But the smoke breaks on Cat Yu. Full staff to the low ground. He's out of there. Frank bails. And yet again, no kill for the Dire. Oh, maybe on Frank. He's turning, thinking about roaring. Ardio and Analog, they're on this Beastmaster. The rest of Lava now arriving.
found Mag again.
And Magnus is just being shredded. No RP, no Mag for 60. Ardio, he's stuck outside the arena, trying to run away, but he's been lifted back towards the Templar Assassin, and Reincarnation popped. First life gone. Theo and KJ, they have nothing left to give in this fight. 2 big core kills there, and the chase towards the supports is on now. Leo Style with yet another catch, helped out by his Yule Scepter. Finds the 3 they need to crack open this Dire base yet again.
Dire's middle tower
And that's it, Gary. You know what I say, when it's time to call it, it is time to call it.
time to
I
call
think
it.
it's time to call this one, because they have no Raid King. Mag, once again, got caught, did not get a single spell off.
Yeah, it was a weird one. Like, it looked like Lava running away. Then Frank decides, I'm going to go fight. I'm going to roar this guy in his BKB. You're going to kill the Magnus. Fight 1. And victory going to Lava. A Sand King last-ditch attempt. Now the GG comes. Throne is falling. And the fountain diving from Leo Style in towards Theo Licor. Bursting through that Grim Stroke. And game 1. A victory for Lava.
Yeah, like No Ping's execution wasn't top tier in the team fights. They got picked off multiple times, but some fights they showed that like they can do it. So I want to see the way they fight in the next game, like what the spell, because they've been overlapping their stuns a bit, but they also showed like a couple of good fights. Lava also, you know, a bit shaky picking up that Aegis. I think that was a big turning point in the game. That's why the game lasted for so long, 37 minutes, because they've been in control after picking up the Aegis. Kataro on Templar Assassin, he's been pretty impressive. They put him off to a really good start. I think we got to give credit to Katyu, who has been, like, his positioning has been great. His laning stage was awesome, where he just goes in, he trades well, understand what he needs to buy in terms of the items and how he needs to play the lane, which kind of unlocks Kotaro's early game and what was needed for the victory.
Yeah, it felt like we had lots of good individual performances in that game from both teams. Team-wise, overall, though, it felt like Lava just had the upper hand there in Game 1. But we'll chuck it over to the panel and see what the boys thought about Game 1 and what it means for the rest of the series.
Okay, well, not a perfect game 1 from Lava there, but more than good enough to take them to an early lead in this crucial relegation series. Bowie, why don't you talk me through what went well for them there?
I mean, I think this game, the start of this game was Beastmaster TA has so much vision. It's impossible to smoke into Lava. Like, there was that point, I think, like 19 minutes into the game where they go way, way back close to their tier 3 as no ping. They smoke. There's a Hawk close to them. They don't find anyone, obviously. Then the smoke ends. They pop another smoke into a TA trap. They don't find anything. And it really felt like they were trying so hard to, like, actually connect to them, and they never were able to. So I really feel like the position 5 support positioning, as Lacoste talked about, and the combination of those two abilities just made it really hard for Noping to play this game.
Mm-hmm. Arvo, were there any bright spots for Noping for you?
They played to the strengths of their lineup. I think mechanically they were really lacking in team fights, if I'm honest with you, which was why I was thinking about that when you asked me that question. But I do think that they understood that they were much stronger in the 5-on-5. They tried to force this a lot. And I liked it that when we're talking about the power spikes, right, that Lava had, and we're saying, oh yeah, Lava has this really strong 15-minute power spike. And you asked us what does Noping do then? And well, the answer usually that we're going to give you is nothing. Ideally, avoid them. But Noping didn't do nothing. They actually went and tried to take advantage of their strengths. Partially the Sanking is defensive ability. Partially the fact that they have heroes to face tank, which the enemy team really lacked. They had more fragile heroes in that sense. And their initiation was, I think, in the right spots at the right times. I think they then performed badly afterwards in the team fights for the most part, but they had the right idea.
In a big series like this, especially with two teams who are struggling, it must feel like a first game like this is a bit of a finding out, kind of a way of the teams to size each other up a little bit. Based off that Series 1, do you think Noping should be worried for Series 2? Do they need to make radical changes, Bowie? Or do you think perhaps a slightly different draft, a slightly different play style, and they'll be able to triumph?
I think they should be worried for sure. This is, I mean, losing this series really puts you in a rough spot. I think the most glaring problem I saw with Noping, despite what I talked about, is actually Analog's lane. I think he got trashed against Dead Mars, which should happen, but not to that high of a degree. I really hope they give him a hero he's more comfortable with. I do know that they're, forcing him to play a lot of different heroes. He obviously still kind of new to the, I guess, like tier 1 scene in a way. But I don't feel like the Magnus is ready for that sort of a match. So maybe just give him, the bread and butter things he's used to play.
Okay, well, will Noping's Inquisition bring out the comfy heroes for this game too, or will Lava be able to take it to a 2-0 victory? We're going to find out very shortly. After we go to a quick break, we'll be right back. And we're back for a game 2 between Noping and Lava. Pretty much a comprehensive win there by Lava, but not a perfect one as we discussed. What do you want to see them pull out here? Let's talk about Lava first, Bowie, in the first game and second game here.
I mean, I think they should probably stick to what they're doing. That was a really good draft, by the way. Super straightforward. Not only that, but they destroyed their lanes. Obviously, there were a couple of hiccups along the way, but I think Noping struggled so much that they were not able. Like at times, it felt like they could have maybe turned around, but I think Lava's laning stage was really good. Obviously, you could say maybe lag is there. All right, I'm gonna get my Brazilian lag card and say that the first game was a proven server. So if we're gonna see a better Noping, it has to be now. All right, it's not gonna get much better than that. So
if you're gonna name yourself Noping, then when you got low ping, you're gonna have to do well.
But yeah, I think that Noping might try to go for their first pick Io Luna strategy. They played second pick there. It didn't really work that well for them. So maybe we'll see the Io Luna. But they actually banned it, even though it was second pick. Lava banned it. So we'll see what they do if Noping has first pick, if they're still going to ban the Io or not.
Avo, is that what you'd be looking for them to do?
I mean, I kind of think you let them have the IO. I'm not like I don't think I know they've only won, but they've only played with IO Luna, and their win rate is pretty bad. So I think you just kind of let it go and you destroy them. And then the only thing is I don't want that to happen because I feel like if they break the IO Luna once more, Noping might disband, and I don't want that to happen. I don't think the team is bad, but they've been having it's the only team in the DPC that I've seen throughout the season I think has gotten worse throughout the season. I think the initial games are better than what we're seeing now. And Lava's on the opposite end. So I don't know. I think this is all up to Noping. I don't think Lava needs to play a specific kind of game or needs to do anything major. I think that last game, I know the players, dude. I watched Analog on Hokori for a year. The guy is not he's not only not a lane loser, but he's also not someone that will make mistakes like he did in that game. I think in that game, none of the players in Noping, RDO aside, were really that impactful, and they're better players than that.
We spoke a little on the first panel about what relegation would mean for Team Lava, and you guys mostly felt it would probably be a slight disband moment because they'd probably consider themselves too good to play in the second division and wouldn't want to find new teams. For Noping, what would relegation mean? Are these players the type who are going to want to work their way up from a lower division, or are they going to want to spread their wings and find other areas, Bowie?
I mean, it's a really rough one because I do know that they really have the whole year as a project for them. But I think about Monster that actually traveled. He's out of his country in Brazil, doesn't really know anyone. If you take that leap, you make that bet, and you go to second division right off the bat like that, I don't know what he would do. I don't know him personally. He might be, he might consider other options if they do drop out. I do feel like the other four and their coach will stick together. I don't think relegation would mean they would split up, but it's definitely sad, and it definitely lowers their chances towards TI. And I'm sure they consider that going to TI last place is the bare minimum. Anything else is they're gonna feel terrible about it. So going to second division definitely lowers those chances by a decent margin.
It's tricky as well for a player like Monster to relocate and maybe get relegated. Obviously, if they lose this series, they're not relegated. I believe for sure, but they're looking very much likely to. Lower division is a great thing to be able to support people, but not necessarily be able to support people who want to relocate. It's a big move. So is that something you definitely see happening with this team? Arvo, if they were to go away, Monster having to step away?
I actually think Monster would stay, to be honest, because of where he's relocating from, right? If Monster was relocating from, I don't know, say SCA, for example, where you have a lot of comparative Div 2 teams and where there's a healthy scene and everything, fine. But North America is a barren wasteland of Dota. And most importantly, the real issue with reviving North America is that cost of living there is so extremely high that any salary or any sort of money you earn on DPC is negligible to what your living costs are like, right? Much more so even than Europe. Whereas in Brazil, that's not the case, right? So Monster might actually be getting a chance. I'm saying it from my own experience. This is how I felt when I started casting Dota, getting a salary. And when I moved to Malaysia, I realized, I can live off this. And before in Spain, it was I can't. Straight up. Right? So I think Monster might be experiencing that, and I think he would actually tough it out. If I was him, I would definitely tough it out. I don't think Brazil is that kind of place where it's like, oh no, what a crazy land I've gotten into, right? It's standard. I think a lot of American places are actually kind of similar in that sense. There's a lot of vast extensions of land, cultures are similar. I think the person they'd be losing is RDO, if I'm honest with you. I actually think RDO is the person that would leave. Because RDO last season, if you guys remember, he qualified to Div 1 in Europe, in Western Europe of all places. And he had to leave because of visa issues, right? He is a top tier carry. He's the best performing player on their team consistently every single match. If I was him, I would be looking at other opportunities if I was relegated, because he has them. Like, he is looking really, really hot right now. And if you're a carry, you want to take advantage of the first 3 years of your career to take advantage of that.
We're moving into a draft here. Outward Devour ban on no ping with the Brewmaster ban on Lava. Brewmaster, is this... I have to admit, I've not seen a huge number of games of a Brewmaster.
Monster hero.
Is it just a monster
no ping
hero?
plays. They play a lot of
he's
bids.
pretty good.
Especially when they have first pick, which they do right now. So it's time for Lava to decide if they're gonna ban that eye or not. I do feel like they're not gonna ban it, as Avo said.
Sorry to interrupt. I was just on the Brewmaster. It's a Frank hero too. Is that unusual to have two players who have Brewmaster as a specialist hero, or is it now a top tier offlaner for people?
I think it's starting to get pretty popular, honestly. Like, you don't see it every time because it's definitely a second phase hero. You're not gonna first phase the Brew most of the time, but it is definitely a good hero.
Big in NA, right?
Yeah, Europe as well.
No ping picking up that Queen of Pain. Are we going to expect that to probably be a mid? Are they playing a lot of carry Queen of Pain here at all? Because I've seen that happen in Europe a fair amount.
Not no ping. So they might just be, Monster might play it as offlane, but I think they're just gonna make sure Analog has a hero he's comfortable with that is not Magnus, and they'll make sure everyone else has a good hero and can respond to whatever they see Lava picking.
Lava taking a little bit of time with their first pick, unusual, but they are going to pick up that Mars again. Would you want to see that mid again, Arvo? Do you think it was enough of a powerhouse mid?
Yeah, I mean, that's the Queen of Pain. Your matchup is worse, obviously, than Magnus. I think a good Mars can still make up for that, because you just do how do you beat the Queen of Pain? You face tank her, essentially, and I think Mars can have the capability to do so. But this has been the opener for Lava for the past 8 months, so I'm glad that they're committing to it. There's also a strong lane if they want to run it. 4 Bane plus Mars 3. It's very, very strong, so that's okay too.
It's a classic lane. Is this
the lane itself is not hard for the Mars, but I think it's a big plus having the co-op, because it's much easier for Analog to leave the arena. We saw a lot of head bonking inside the arena in the last game. I don't think he's gonna
you can't
struggle with that this time. Yeah, it's much harder, especially if the Kaya Sanj build you go on co-op nowadays. You're rarely gonna die unless you get Fiend's Gripped, which then it's unfortunate.
Are there any considerations that you're not going to want to pick up because of the Spain being picked?
Not really. Sometimes we actually see, Silencer being picked up, especially against Weaver and Bane. But and I think Noping maybe played 1 game of Silencer. I'm not a big fan of the hero, honestly. I think it's a little bit overrated.
How so? What don't you like about it that you think everyone else does?
I mean, in my pub specifically, I've seen a lot of weirdos just picking Silencer 4 and it doesn't do anything. Oh, that's a new one. I'm not sure they play Treant. Yeah, I don't know.
I haven't seen them play Treant, though.
That used to be a King Jungles hero back when he was in SG. And he was pretty good on it. He's actually King Jungles because he played the Enchanters that Treant they just brought. He played all the green heroes.
So do you think they'll play at 5 then?
I'm assuming it's 5. Yeah, I would be surprised if it was anything else. But it's interesting. This might be. I mean, this is what I would do as well if I was Noping. I think RDO is more versatile these days, but he was known as a hyper carry back in the day. That's him and Costabile were the two carries of the Brazilian scene, and they would just take it to late game and win. And Trip Protector and Quap both are heroes that enable this, right? Strong lanes, good defensive capabilities, and now you pick a really hard carry with a good core to core matchup, and you're good to go.
If you're Lava, are you now going to ban out those hard carries? Is that what they're going to use this phase to do, or are there other issues you need to quash?
I think so. I think some of the ones that you are more concerned about against the Mars.
Radiant
Yeah, I think you
team
probably take PL out
Luna.
just because it's a natural Mars counter. They did it in the first game.
Dire team
Luna is
battle.
also definitely a hyper carry sort of hero.
Luna, I agree with the PL. I think PA is also really strong against Mars, but I think the hero is a bit weaker.
And I'm assuming these Puck Lena bans are because they're heroes who do well against Quop.
Yes, also Leo style heroes.
10 seconds
Yeah, of course, yeah.
remaining.
Like he is not like he's a good spear player, right? But he's much better known for these older mid heroes, the classic mids, because he's 25. He's pretty much
He's ancient. He's decrepit.
Yeah.
He's falling apart.
So he's played the era where spirits were not the most popular heroes, and he played the Queen of Pain, the Pucks, the Lenas. So he's more of that style. I think that style suits him better because those heroes scale better for the most part. Storm aside, so than the spirits. So these heroes can carry the game for your team, and sometimes you need that as a for Lava. He kind of needs to scale so that Minos feels a bit more comfortable in the late game.
I really hope they bend the PL here. Bane's already a hero that the only AoE you ever get is Shard, and that's kind of a new thing. But if the PL gets big enough, the AoE Brains have it's not enough at all. And after the PL, I mean, you talked about PA. I thought about Morphling too because it's a hero that doesn't care about the arena. I'm sure Ardio can play it, although they did not play in the DPC yet. I think.
I don't remember RDO Morphling particularly.
Running out that Kunkka. What sort of carry do you think Lava are looking for alongside the Mars then? Because they're banning out a number of them. Pick up that DK.
That was nice, but
Is that a mid?
is that
DK?
Leo's DK?
Probably
Yeah,
mid
right?
DK, I think.
Oof.
How's-
That is a way to face check your Queen of Pain, huh?
Yeah.
How
Blink
does that
Dragon
feel?
Tail into Spear. It's you're pretty much dead every
10
time.
seconds
It's so much lockdown.
He's strong. He wins the lane. So what DK does actually, which I love, is that he completely dismantles the strategy no openings seem to be going for. DK brings push, so Team Protector not so good at protecting the game. DK beats the Queen of Pain's lane, which means she's not a tempo setter as much. So now Lava, with this pick, set themselves as the guys who can control the game a bit more, and that makes it harder and scarier to pick these harder carries. That's why they actually got rid of tempo carries like Luna and Gyro. Yes, they'll carry the game, but also they're useful to fight 25-30 minutes in. Something that maybe a Dusto or a Terrorblade might not be able to do.
And they also have two very tanky cores on the DK and Mars, so this Quap is gonna struggle with damage. I think Tide might be a way to defend the towers, just as Sand King did in the first game. So you have this Tree and Tide Hunter, which slows down the push. But how you ever kill Mars and DK right now? I really don't see enough damage.
There's quite a lot of AoE control as well that can help protect the Queen of Pain. Alongside the Treant, they can ultimately, if people go on the Queen of Pain, that's a loss of counter initiation. So it's a good one.
Yeah, but I really feel like they need a Snapfire or like a Jakiro that can use the disable time that they have to do meaningful damage. Because sure, you save the Quap, but if you're not really killing anyone, you're just slowly losing all of your buildings.
Yep.
I guess Snapfire is really the
There you go. Perfect. Well done, Bowie.
nice.
You must
nice.
feel chuffed. Lava, what sort of response here are we looking for from Lava? They're still looking presumably for a carry and a second support. I assume they pick up the support here. What sort of stuff works
10
for you,
seconds
Ava?
remaining.
I'm thinking, because I'm thinking as well, is there a carry that's so valuable that you want to pick it here before it gets banned? And I can't really see anything that's like, wow. And for a 4, considering it's Moose, seeing the snap, I actually wouldn't mind a Clockwork, to be honest. Not seeing the snap, even a 5 Clockwork. But it is Lava, so I'm assuming they're going to pick something weirder.
Dark Willow, do you like that?
Yeah, Willow's good. Willow with Mars is always good. I have no problem with that. Right? I actually wouldn't mind seeing the Rubik either again.
I think I'm going to pick up
see,
that Medusa,
alright.
though.
Okay.
Okay, so they did what I was telling you, right? They did see one carry that's more valuable than anything, and that they thought it was going to get banned.
Why do they think it's so
I don't think
valuable?
Deuce is that. She has a good lane. She does carry hard in the late game. She uses the tempo well. I actually think Tide can beat her in lane though, especially with that Snapfire. Gush plus Low Shredder. I don't think Deuce is that safe here. But
Yeah,
They're
and that's
lacking,
very
Go ahead.
It's a very interesting decision because they do have overall last pick here. So even if they think Medusa is the best hero they can get, you're still gonna get counterpicked in a way with the hero no ping can pick. So
Why ban
they're
out
gonna
the
last pick
Viper?
4. You mean as no ping? Maybe they want to
Yeah.
go for a carry that I don't think they're gonna go Spectre because that's a dead hero, but maybe PA that they suggested. I also don't like PA here because every corner side of lava is super tanky. But maybe the Fan of Knives, you know, the having that break ability against DK and Mars is good enough.
But where would a
They'll be
Viper even
thinking,
play at this point?
5.
Position
Do
5,
people
yeah.
play 5 Viper?
In South America, you do.
Right, okay. Anything goes in South America.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a popular pick since Panda started picking it. I mean, other regions has done it as well. It's just that it stayed here. Like,
Kind
if
of
you're
died
still
out,
playing.
but I'm sure it would be really strong against the Tide here.
Yeah.
It's not like Snapfire trades really well versus Viper either.
Well, I don't know. I think this lane of Tide Snapfire is so much stronger than they're giving it credit for. Gush plus Low Shredder, man. I think you tear through the Viper. I think you tear through the Dusa, but
So they're presumably looking
I
for
guess
something that takes advantage of that at minus armor. So what sort of stuff might they want to pick up?
think of RTO heroes. You know, actually, I would like to see an Arc Warden. Actually, not a bad Arc Warden game here for Noping. But that hero is
I don't
garbage.
want to see an Arc Warden, man.
I know, I don't want to say a hero is garbage, but it's not bad. It has a good matchup against Dusa. Mars is surprisingly not that good against him.
Terrorblade.
We're going for something more normal.
Plenty of right
Okay.
click. How do you feel about this one, Bowie?
I mean, it's a good matchup versus Dusa. Like, it's okay versus Dusa. I do feel like there's a lot of burst damage on Lavado, and once you have the power spike of the Blink Daggers on Mars and DK, if they can pick a hero that can follow up damage, because right now it feels like they lack a little bit of it. The Terrorblade could die. Like, it's really easy to kill this DK, the Terrorblade 24/7. They're gonna get the Inkswell and the Silence. That's good enough, I think.
Yeah,
I
good
mean,
pick.
it is very comfortable for RDO, but I do feel like Noping, they have to play their lanes much better than they did in game 1, because if they get out 50-50 or 40-60, this Terrorblade is going to be dying, or the Co-op is going to be dying all the time, because it's really Blink, Dragon Tail, there's no saves on the side of Noping. They have Living Armor, but there's only armor, right?
Yeah.
They can do a
So,
quick cookie jump.
I don't think it's a bad draft from Noping, but after the first game, I still feel like Lava has a higher chance of winning here. I'm gonna go like 65-35 for Lava.
Do you agree, Alva?
Always percentages. Bowie's percentages. As a host, to drive me up the wall, how does he decide these things, huh? What's the 35 for, Bowie?
The
Excel
35 is for
spreadsheet.
RDO Terrorblade.
I agree with you. I think RDO might be able to carry this game. My faith actually lies in Noping, not because I think their draft is better. I think the draft is just okay. But the core-to-core matchup is good. I think this draft enables Noping. And if there's one man that can carry this team, is him. In my opinion, this is probably one of the better drafts we've seen from Noping. Most of the time, their drafts are just okay, and they kind of carry off someone's back. And this is exactly what I'm expecting from RDO this game.
Okay, well, can RDO carry No Ping to a Game 3 here in this crucial relegation series? We're going to find out with Gary and Lacoste, who are going to carry our broadcast forwards.
Thank you very much. Now, different heroes completely in this game too, but kind of similar drafts and game plans, it seems. Like No Ping, a lot of team fight, centered around that Terrorblade as the main carry, while Lava, timing hit with Medusa, right? 15, 20 minutes, that's when it's go time.
They got heroes that can fight, but I also like just by looking at Noping's draft, it says a lot of team fight, a lot of way to reset, a lot of damage. They are high. I would say they're very cooldown dependent because every hero has high cooldown ability. But if you cycle them, you can make it work. I think that's perfectly fine. I want to see how the laning stage is gonna go. Snapfire plus Tide. Snapfire plus anything is pretty much my favorite combo on the offlane. Snapfire plus Mars, Snapfire plus Tide, also like Beaver Tide. A lot of minus armor coming out from these two, so you should be very careful about it. The Holy Core starting with Boots of Speed. Like, you're playing against Bane and Medusa, I think you need to go stats. It's not like you're playing against something that you need to outrun, unless you want to manipulate the creep wave a bit, because if he goes for the second creep wave, tries to drag it, then that's fine to buy Boots of Speed. If he's not, then I think the Boots of Speed is wasted. We'll see if he decides to do it, because Bane's one of the better heroes that can stop it, especially if you decide to get Nightmare level 1, which is something that you don't want to do, but if he wants to go for that kind of a play, especially since you see his items, he might go for it.
Yeah, you absolutely have the option. I mean, yeah, like you say, Boots of Speed could be like a, a Blightstone, could be stats, more regen, that allows you to trade more effectively against the Bane and the Medusa. And on that Medusa, felt like a very good pick there, and I think you hit the nail on the head. Cooldown reliance for no ping. Yes, they can cycle through some of their ultis, but if they want to kill the Medusa, they're going to have to spend a lot of them, like Ravage, Kisses, Sonic Wave, to try and bring down Kataro, especially once we get to 20, 30 minutes into the game. I did like that pick at the end, and that meant that the last pick was the position 4. We had plenty of options, like Grimstroke seemed like a perfect slot in, but it could have easily been, Tusk and Earth Spirit, something that allows them to be a bit more active. But in this case,
I would
sit
maybe
on the outskirts of
prefer
the fight.
if that was Disruptor instead of Grimstroke.
Ooh.
I can understand why, because they needed something that is good against Tidehunter. But I feel like having an extra hero that can play, I would say, with Mars, that you can set things up with Arena of Blood. The Glimpse is always going to be valuable. Static Storm on top of TB, pre-BKB. Because what my point is, you want to have something so that you can lock down onto Tide and straight up kill him before he can get the Ravage off. Because Tide becomes so quick, so tanky so quickly that sometimes you're not able to do that because you don't have Doom, you don't have like Chronosphere, Black Hole. I like Disruptor as a response to Tide. Grimstroke can also do it with Phantom's Embrace, but it's not as good as Disruptor in my opinion.
Yeah, a bit more finicky. And you can't just grip the Tide. He's going to get himself away from that with reasonable ease. As we see 3 Radiant heroes top currently. KJ has stuck around to try and trade with Katnew's Bane as well as blocking up his camp. That's some good damage coming from KJ there. So it leaves Medusa in a 1v2. Wave pushed under her
She's
tower.
fine. Farming underneath the tower. Has 2 CS, which is okay considering they're having a tri-lane. The matchup that I'm looking at the most is this mid matchup. Because before Dragonite did... Oh, he started with Dragon Tail. Very interesting. That's why he's almost dead. I favor this, I would say 60-40 for Queen of Pain, maybe even higher. Queen of Pain just does not have a bad matchup. I feel like she does not have a... Maybe Lina could potentially be it, but Leo style. Like, he needs to be careful. Has one... Oh, let's see. Creeps.
Oh, the Fairy Fires. Oh, who's getting a bit spicy in mid lane? I mean, top lane, Theolicore's dying. Katyu takes down the Snapfire as we were getting all excited about the mid lane matchup. It's actually a return to normality for Lava in top lane.
Seeing where lane is, because I was looking at the mid lane, what happened is Snapfire trying to drag the creep wave, and then Bait did a good job pulling the creep wave back to the big camp, which means that a lot of the creeps also got denied, so they're not getting anything out of it. And they have no regen. Like, Tidehunter, he started with no regen whatsoever, and Snapfire started with Boots of Speed, so that means that they can go ham. Like, they can start harassing your Cookie.
That's a good Cookie gush. Katyu, he's popped all the regen he's got. The brain sap back onto Monster. Kataro's trying to trade with a Tide. That'll never work out for your Medusa, though. So at least a little bit of retribution there, but the point still stands that you make, right? They've got no regen. They have to wait for this Ring of Health on the Tide, and Snapfire's going to have to drag some out from the base.
A good thing is that Monster got the last hit, so that's going to bring him closer to that ring. Needs 2 CS. We'll get 1 with Anchor Smash, but they're very low. I want to see Snapfire bring some extra regen. All right, he's bringing a Tango and a Healing Salve, because right now that means Kataro will get the free farm. Snaky, not gonna bounce. Ooh, that was close. 10 HP on Tide.
Super close. Yeah, and a double wave, right? So Radiant lane's going to push towards Dire Tower, which means that Lava can kind of settle themselves and look for pulls later on if they get that small camp dewarded. As Katyu holds onto a couple of sentries. Things calm down a little bit. Top, mid lane, you were saying about 60-40 for the Queen of Pain, and it looks like it's going that way exactly. 16-9 against 13-3. But Dragon Blood starts to kick in now for Leo Star's DK, so he's got a bit more staying power.
Yeah,
he's going to continue farming away, though.
I was talking more about, first, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 minutes. Because Dragon Knight, if he goes for 1-1-1 build, 1-1-2, 1-1-3, puts maxing out the Dragon Blood, then Queen of Pain doesn't do that much. And he also decided to put a point in Blink, which is sometimes what you don't want to do. You want to have a bit more harassment, so you play. I've seen Queen of Pains in EU West, which has been probably the most popular hero. Is sometimes if the matchup is good, you skip the Blink completely.
Kim close to death, but they actually turn back on the TB very nicely with Frank's Mars. Metamorphosis not being put to its full use, as Lava able to battle back against this Treant TB lane. Chasing KJ even, and going pretty deep for this. Kim and Frank, they want this kill badly, but they might lose a couple in the exchange. RDO, he's chasing down the Grimstroke, and he will find that 1-for-1. Do they have someone to TP to Outpost? Frank's on the run, 8 stick charges. Should give him enough to spear back RDO if he desperately needs to. Reflection, turn back, spear, and then he should be fine.
TB overextended a bit. I think he, after getting a kill, should just go back to lane because there's a big wave approaching him. Clarity used by KJ on him. But also, they managed to get the healing salve off the Grimstroke. He tried to keep himself alive and juke within the trees. Didn't happen, so an extra 100 gold wasted on that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Efficiency,
nice
Gary.
scan.
That's the word. I don't know if you heard about it. It's called being good at Dota.
That is a very good word indeed. Snapfire, trying to be efficient, was looping around that mid lane, gets a ward down, but Leo Style or somebody on the Dire team scanned her out. So DK won't be dropping just yet, as Bane also mirrors the movements. Gets a bit of vision down himself. Interesting Radiant Ward in the Radiant Triangle, though. What's that about?
Radiant's bottom tower
Let me
is under
think.
attack.
I can't think of anything. Even if it's something that I can sound smart, I still don't have it. Let me try to think about it.
Like, to see if Bane is stealing our bounty runes? Curious Observer Ward. Maybe they've got a plan.
I actually have no idea, Gary. I don't think I've
Nope, me
seen
neither.
this ever. And I've seen a lot of Dota lately. I've been following all regions when I'm trying not to sleep.
Sleep is difficult. Maybe it was meant to be a sentry and he accidentally placed an obs ward, but
Possibly.
anyway. Monster doing a great job keeping Medusa away from the wave and actually herding Kataro in towards the Snapfire. Attempting a kill under tower on a Medusa, still a difficult task though, even with a gush. Mango there with a one charges on
double
Medusa,
Mango.
turning back onto Theo, taking the kill. Still gonna die though.
Dire's middle tower.
Overall feels worthwhile for No Ping to get that kill. Well, down
Speaking of
bottom, the spear back.
efficiency,
They want RDO. He kills a courier. He doesn't care.
Grimstroke kills the courier, doesn't care.
Has been killed.
Number 2.
Massacre of the couriers in that bot lane.
So, yeah, what Bane tried to do is pop a couple of mangoes. That's 2 mangoes. So that's 130 gold spent on Medusa, and she dies in the end anyway. So if we talk about how much gold they spent just on consumables that didn't do anything, they had a healing salve on the bottom. So small things like that tend to add up.
Inefficiency.
Inefficiency.
You talked about... Yeah, you talked about efficiency earlier on. Now we're talking about inefficiency.
Very
Leo
nice.
Style with the dragon form.
DB
Yet again, being very efficient.
Tower is under
Get some
rotating
hits
to
on
the
the tower.
top lane. 3 points
Oh, yeah,
in
so
meta.
he is.
Ton of damage. They have Ravage to protect them. This should be a free tower, and I don't think they can kill tower on the bottom, considering it's Treant. He has a point in living armor, 2 points in 1 point in Nature's Grasp, but their tower damage is very limited. They needed to bring Dragon Knight, who did not have Elder Form, so that means that this is a very good trade for No Ping.
Radiant's middle tower is under
It does
attack.
mean Medusa gets to take down some of these stacks in the jungle while that tower's falling, though. So Kataro accelerating even faster, while the Radiant stack up their triangle themselves. potentially for that Terrorblade to come in and clear up when meta's back up again.
Monitor.
First, well, it wasn't turned on for the entire game.
Yeah, he just
The other
played
core been playing blind.
blindly. How long did it take you to die if you played without monitor?
Oh, see that's a good question. I could imagine myself
Without
just
being
clicking
AFK,
into
but
my.
you need to like click. You know your radiance, you try to click to the right, but not too much.
You just keep clicking top right, middle. I don't know. I could see myself running around in the fountain doing nothing and abandoning because I'm AFK. I think it's either one of the extremes. Either you just don't die because you have no idea where you are and you stay in your base, or you die within 30 seconds because you've walked
Die
into the
to
enemy
neutral
base.
camp. Like you accidentally hit them, and then you just straight up die.
Doesn't sound like a fun way to play the game.
What about controller? Have you tried it?
I haven't yet. It's something on my to-do list. Have you tried it yet?
No, not yet. I don't have a
Like, I know
controller
a
here
few-
in Sweden.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I know a few years ago, well, it must be 4 or 5 years ago now, Shane played Wraith King with a controller, and he said it wasn't that bad.
It was the old Raid King. He did not have any abilities. It was just stun.
No
That
buttons.
was it.
Yeah, all he had to do was not level stun, and then he just AFK attack move into creep camps. It's doable. What's happening?
Everything is
We've come out of the
doable if you
pause.
don't have any kind of expectations what the game should be played at. I don't think like I would be very satisfied with how things go, considering I was relatively good at Dota. You know, oh, I killed 2 creeps with controller in a 60-minute game.
Viable.
Yeah, that's
Are scanning.
That's not
Controller
good.
meta is viable. Oh, they're trying to move bottom. KJ is just such a nuisance. Treant hiding in the trees. That's the difficulty you were saying. They can't really push this tower. He's just throwing living armor on it, shoving out the wave with Nature's Grasp. They bring the Dragonite down here, so 3 heroes strong.
Are fortified.
Lava trying to at least pressure KJ out of the lane, but there's just so much space for Noping now. TB gets a clear top, jungle, and triangle. Mid lane farmed out by Analog.
Structures are
And if Lava don't get a tower or kill down here, it's time wasted. Man, Glyph plus armor plus grasp again. They arena the trees. Oh, they found KJ. Missed the spear, though. KJ, he's got level 2 Leech Seed. He's not going to survive, though, through the stuns they've got.
Radiant's
Leo and Frank make short work of the Treant.
That's
Well,
perfectly
Monster.
fine.
tower is under attack.
Him just being there, soaking up some experience, delaying as much as he can, while the rest of the team is putting the pressure on the mid lane. They're actually going to get this tower.
Yeah, no great way for Lava to stop it. Medusa has wandered into the vicinity.
Oh
She
no!
wants to continue farming.
What is Monster doing? What is that in his quick buy, Gary?
That's an Echo Saber.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Why?
But why?
But why? Like, well, do you not want to win the game?
Does
I'm
he think
down.
there's just no?
I'm down to see different item builds, but I don't think this is good. Like, the point of getting an Echo Saber is that you can disassemble it. On Tidehunter, doesn't do anything, so I don't know. Also, you're not there to right-click. You already have, like, AoE Anchor Smash that is 4-second cooldown. Maybe it's just a casual.
cost.
I hope it's just a casual Sage Smash.
No, I have the answer for you. Remember when you were saying that Disruptor would have been a good pick and Grimstroke kind of fills the role of dealing with Tide? If he's silenced, he can just
Double
hit
hit.
people with Echo Saber.
Ah, you're
He
onto
doesn't need to
something,
cast
Gary.
spells.
You are actually onto something. I'm not even
He
kidding.
knows
No,
the
no,
Phantom's-
I'm not even kidding. This might be good. If he's trying to counter Grimstroke, Gary, you should coach. Like, you should coach a professional
Yeah.
Dota 2 team.
Well, I don't come up with the crazy ideas. I just rationalize them and try and figure out why. Frank attempted to kill KJ, spent Arena, and TP's home. As NP bring another couple of heroes down bottom. Medusa still racking up that
You know
net worth,
how
though.
you can do it without having to spend so much gold on an item, it's 2.5k gold item, your Snapfire gets a point in Lil Shredder and immediately kills it. That's one way to do it.
Oh, that is a good way. Yeah, with a lot less spent. Interesting, not a single point in the Shredder there from Theo, so maxing out Scatter Blast, going nuke damage. Terrorblade. That's just a Grimstroke, shouldn't be so afraid.
Dire's courier has
The rest of the
doesn't
Dire
know.
team are all down bottom.
Doesn't have much mana, still has a point if he needs to use it and get the Sunder, just in case he gets ganked.
And he's caught up with that Medusa pretty nicely now. Looking towards Manta style for Kataro.
Okay, Tide
ultimate all
is
the way.
changing his mind. It's just a casual Sage Mask for now. Makes more sense.
Sad. I was so
Yeah.
excited. Oh, he's going Halberd. Okay.
Boring.
Yeah.
I think Halberd is a much better choice. Cat, you getting found?
Yeah, gets the Nightmare off on Snapfire. Who's behind him? It's Leo Star's Dragon Knight, who's still trying to get his Blink Dagger up. So Katnu is left
is under attack.
all alone. Frank with Armlet trying to run away from that bottom lane. Observer Ward from KJ sees him, and they have a stun,
KJ?
and he TP cancel.
Okay.
Oh, he's waiting till the very last second. DD rune up on that Queen of Pain. Analog is being burst down pretty quickly, but they've got a cookie and another stun. To
For a
find
second,
Frank
I
Feeder.
Thought he was looking at something else, and maybe, you know, I need to heal this tier 1 tower on the top lane. But yeah, because he was not moving. Like, his hero was not moving at all.
I was concerned.
I
I was definitely concerned.
My anxiety kicked in, Gary.
Yep. Heart rate elevated, blood pressure rising. Oh god, please cast a spell. Alright, so it's been a good couple of minutes here from No Ping. Terrorblade farming, Queen of Pain looking very good. As Analog had a domineering laning phase, and now transferring that into that Kaya Sanj that the panel were talking about.
It's just too good.
It's been
of an
interesting
item.
to watch this Queen of Pain go from the old school days of win lane, lose game, buy Orchid, try and rush it. If you don't get it fast enough, you lose the game. Now Kaya Sanj gives you such a nice safety net of this item will last you through the whole game.
Yes.
And give you so much.
This item is too good on Queen of Pain. I'm actually glad it's not you and me, but some professional player discovered it, and we as a community embraced it. Because you become so tanky so quickly. Like, you get...
They've got a blink reveal. Leo Stars got the stuns onto TB. The grip comes as well. They need to finish off RDO, though, before he can get a reversal with a Sunder. He is dead. The Ravage and the Kisses weren't enough to stop RDO from dying. Getting that support kill is something, but not what No Ping needed.
Yeah, and we can see a bit of a flaw from Lava's lineup, where their damage is very limited right now. Like, they don't have any kind of burst. Grimstroke doesn't provide you with any kind of, like, burst damage. Neither does Dragonite at this point. He's going back for Hand of Midas, what it seems.
Interesting. Well, now, Kim and Leo Stahl running away again.
What's
As
the
are the two
real...
supports on No Ping.
What's the real word behind interesting when you say it? Like, this Hand of Midas, describe it to me without using the word interesting.
Curious. Yeah, you want another one, do you?
I'm really
It's a bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah, you're
It's just a
really
bit weird.
curious if he's gonna, manage to get it, and if it's gonna pay off. I don't think he needs it. I don't think he needs Hand of Midas in this game. If you want to scale, you can get something like Maelstrom into BKB, because you want to have an ability
Aghanims.
to farm. Not as a second item. Definitely not as a second item. Because I was thinking about Maelstrom, because you still have a bit of a magical damage that goes well against TB, have wave clear
right.
against the illusions. So I wouldn't mind seeing that, but also straight up BKB seems fine considering the amount of control that they got.
Yeah, it feels like nowadays Hand of Midas is more, I guess it has been for a few years now, but if you think about Midas 5-6 years ago, it was about money, about gold. Now it feels like heroes buy it when they need levels desperately. I think Invoker comes to mind as the primary one where you're like, okay, I'm Quaswex, I've got Urn, I need Midas to transition into Exort.
Radiant's middle
What are the
tower
levels
is
Leo
under
Star needs here? Does he feel that he's behind, or does he need more levels in Dragon form?
Maybe he just feels that he is playing from behind, which he is. So maybe he's having a good read on the game. I still don't think like getting Hand of Midas is like, if we're talking about 50-minute type of a game, then this Hand of Midas will pay off. But getting levels on Dragonite, his talents are insanely well, and his strength gain is great. So that means you're becoming tanky, you get more damage. Like his level 20 talent, extra 20 strength, and also like 25 are insanely good. AoE Dragon Tail, like it's just
Radiant's
That's
top
nasty.
tower is under
it's nasty. But also the second one, the HP, regen, and armor is also extremely powerful. We still haven't seen more than one Ravage being used, but it also goes down to Lava trying to dodge fights around the Tidehunter, because they did not feel they could go in. Treant.
No, they don't feel secure at all. And they're just taking down this tier 1 with relative ease. Gonna get forced back, and the living armor comes up, so they don't commit for it.
Radiant's bottom tower
I thought
is
Lava
under
there
attack.
for sure would finish it off, but the halberd on Monster's Tidehunter stopped the DK from hitting. And it feels like Tide doesn't really have a care in the world. He walked from top lane through jungle in towards mid, clears out waves, defends the tower.
Tidehunter does
Lava
not
have to
die.
bring everyone.
I don't think they have tools to kill Tidehunter in the next 10 minutes, I would say. He should be okay unless he's like isolated and they have 4 heroes on top of him. Because with magic
Is waiting
resistance,
for the Medusa going to be enough?
evasion, what?
Is waiting for the Medusa going to be enough for Lava? So I guess that's what the game plan is, right?
I don't think they can match teamfight from Noping at the moment. So getting a pick off into possibly like a tower, tier 1 tower on a mid lane is very low. There's still Treant Protector who can heal him up. But yeah, I don't think they should be team fighting Noping straight up 5 versus 5.
Try and split the map, get farm where you can, dodge the tide. All that's going on though. Analog has got his Kaya Sanj working on BKB. Terrorblade, what's he up to? So he skips out on Manta, Dragonlance Yasha, then into Skadi it looks like. That should help him match up against the Medusa much better. The vision so far from Noping has been leaps and bounds ahead of game 1. You think about the board Lava had, the TA traps. Lava had vision everywhere.
KJ?
Oh, KJ. Yeah, he's found in the trees. Easily killed off by Frank and Leo. Whereas in this game, Radiant side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sentries out, 3 Observer Lords out. They see a hell of a lot.
A lot of sentries, just 4 sentries on the top part of the map in a small area near like a small camp and a big camp. Tidehunter
Ooh,
comes,
disarm.
that means fight is pretty much over.
Tidehunter comes, everyone runs.
Yeah,
Yeah, blink away.
that is going for a Blink Dagger. I am a big fan of Aghanim Scepter on Tide. I don't know if you've seen how powerful it is. You still need a bit of a mana sustain, some kind of a tier 2 item, because right now he's just getting chipped west. Arena.
Jump on mid. The Arena Spear. They're killing off Analog. Leostar with the initiation started off with a Dragon Tail and, well, a DD Terrorblade. He's been silenced up. He has to clear that Phantom's Embrace. Third of his HP remaining, but Nightmare gets transferred off him.
They
The speed at which they can jump on someone and kill them is pretty powerful.
Noping used the Tidehunter's TP, so he was bottom, and Lava says, well, without Tide, we can't take this fight, and this is exactly how they should play. Dragonite, in the end, decided to go for that Hand of Midas, I believe, because I still don't see an item on him. Where's the courier? There's the Hand of Midas. Very hype.
21-minute Hand of Midas.
I'm more hyped about the Grimstroke in this game. I think it's a correct choice to get up straight Aghanim Scepter, especially since you've been blessed by Big Boy Philly. Philosopher's Stone. So that means you will be able to farm it and get Etherlands after. I think his item build should be Aghanims into like Cleanse into try to protect
That'd be
yourself
nice.
with the Eon disc, but look at them. They understand. Well, Lava can't fight us if the group has 5, because they're too afraid of Tidehunter. They can't bring him down. We will go inside the Roche pit and take it. But also Lava taking out the tier 2 tower early on, 21 minutes in, especially against Treant Protector, sounds really good. So,
Yeah, and they get a
relatively
tier 1
good
more too.
trade. Like, if you talk about like what this opens up for Lava, I'd still say it's a bit of a win for them, even though they don't have the Aegis at the moment.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
See,
attack.
it doesn't feel like No Ping are ready just to go high ground yet, right?
Definitely
With this
not.
Aegis, they're not going to break your base. They're getting that map space much more important for Lava. But yeah, with your Ags on Tide, I would like that as well. Just going back to what you were saying earlier on. Having that against the Medusa in particular, like long-range chip damage just to keep pushing
Tower is under attack.
a little bit here and there onto her. Always handy. Big
Frank?
smoke from No Ping, though. Straight into Frank with a Blink Ravage. Monster, desperate for action, catches out Frank's Mars. He armor toggles as best
Theos-
he can. Analog kills off Canyon.
Oh.
Frank, he finally dies.
I thought he was going to be able to toggle for a second. Bottom lane, chip damage on towers doesn't do anything considering you're playing against the Treant Protector. Dragonite, level 15 with that Hand of Midas. Queen of Pain, same level. She bought the shard for herself. I think sometimes buying shard before BKB could be a bit tricky, but this build has been insanely good. I think Queen of Pain's my favorite hero right now, what she does, especially with this build. AoE silence with the blink, being able to push out waves faster. She has 11 strength talent. Kaya-san just gives her that tankiness, a bit of a status resistance on top of that. Just a perfect item for Queen of Pain, in my opinion.
Yeah, especially not needing to go Orchid and being able to still jump onto the backlines, like blinking onto a Grimstroke, making sure he can't immediately get off his own silence. Potentially blowing up support, something Queen of Pain thrives on.
Dire's
They
bottom
jump onto the Tide here, knowing he doesn't have Ravage. So a pick onto Monster opens up for Lava. They need the arena, though, as the Soulbind
Still has Hood.
is caught inside. This Tide is incredibly tanky. He's going to fall eventually, though. Kisses launched out from long range, but cancelled immediately by Theo. They don't want to stick around. A 2-for-1 trade is fine here for No Ping, as long as they can get out. Because bottom tier 1 tower is cleared up by TB Illusions.
fallen.
They found another one.
Still going to catch. Theo, of course, Snapfire didn't escape fast enough, but RDO, he wants to fight into Frank and Leo. Good damage from the Illusions. That Scardy Slow, problematic for Lava, but they've got the numbers. They've surrounded this TB, and they've got stuns on him. Can he sunder in time? He's got Wand, he can't turn. Aegis is popped.
He's alone. Queen
And
of
now
Pain's
he's
coming.
all
No
alone.
Sonic Wave.
10 seconds for Sonic Wave. Can they kill this TB before the rest of the team respawns and arrives? RDO being chipped away at. Oh, the Stone Gaze. Can they actually stun him up? Because Frank has died to Analog as the Queen of Pain gets a pick off, but dropping quickly, and in comes the DK. But no, they don't get. The TB sunders back as Analog dies, and RDO is on the run once more. Lava, they stick around. All thanks to this Medusa just standing there, wailing away with these Scardy hits.
Yeah, Medusa also uncontested. TV pops the meta and just stands his ground, but the amount of lockdown that Lava has is a bit too much, I would say. In the end, if Queen of Pain doesn't blink and silences Mars there, he would get the spear off and they would be able to kill off the TB. So still, I would say a good trade, considering you saved your TB, but not the best trade for No Ping, considering what they lost. Tidehunter, we saw that he can die. Like, we talked about him not being able to die unless he's isolated, and that's exactly what happened.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, he was basically 1v5, right? Like 1v5 here, Treant comes along, he's like, I'm gonna help. But you're all stuck inside that arena. I really didn't think that Queen of Pain was gonna die. She was like mid-animation of jumping away with Blink in that bottom lane extended team fight.
And look at the
But
silence
they're
from Queen
catching
of
the
Pain.
TB.
If they get a
Catches
spear
the
off,
Mars.
RDO dies, no doubt about it.
Oh, she was just trying to blink away, and then that final touch from Medusa,
Is under attack.
giving the net worth lead now to Lava. 11 to 11, dead even on kills. Feels like that inevitable Medusa story is always going to come. Turn the page, and you're facing a different monster. With every passing minute, she's got a new item.
It's becoming harder for Tidehunter, considering Medusa just finished There's Silver Edge.
Radiant's middle
So
tower
the break
is under
mechanic, KJ getting caught.
Getting killed. And they're moving high ground here. Medusa's coming from the back. Good burst damage on Cat U, and a Sonic Wave pushes Medusa away. Analog
Does
has a blink in a
nothing.
second, and they disarm the Medusa. They should be able to kill off Theo here, and they actually chuck the arena onto Monster, who's holding Ravage. He can't.
Silver Edge in a
Ravage it, he's got no
second.
teammates.
under attack.
Yeah, they'll be able to take out that Kraken Shell and easily pick off the Tide after that.
That
And the
was
game has swung so quickly.
Queen of Pain ulti on full HP, full mana Medusa does absolutely nothing. It tickles her. They need to play around TB. TB getting... I feel like they've been a bit disconnected in the decision making, like what needs to be done. They need to sync up, because Terrorblade definitely said, I need a BKB, because I can't deal damage if there's arena if I get stunned by a Dragon Knight. So I want to have that for the next fight, and they still decided to take one fight.
Yeah, it's what we talked about after the end of Game 1 as well, coming into Game 2. Not just the draft and the game plan, but that disconnect, not being synchronized as no ping as a whole, definitely felt like one of their biggest problems. It's probably even more apparent because Lava are so connected around these drafts with, you know, Medusa, pretty
DD
straightforward.
Medusa.
You let her get farm, let her get a DD, then follow her to the ends of the earth.
Tower is under attack.
And what are these neutral items coming up? I see TB picked up an Elven Tunic. Cloak of Flames on the Tide. DK with Blast Rig now, so even tankier. And a Ceremonial Robe untouched by the Dire team.
Radiant's middle tower is
Theo
under
and KJ
attack.
hold the high ground, but in jumps Leo style, that Dire Observer just caught a glimpse of the Snapfire, and the two supports going to be undone. As it looks like KJ actually slips away out of the grasp of the Mars Arena.
Radiant's
DD
middle tower is
still up and running for another 10 seconds.
structures are fortified.
They should try to force it. At least try to force a buyback from Snapfire, who does not have it, so you're not actually forcing anything. But 30 seconds should be able to take out the tower. Snapfire invested all of her gold into Aghanim Scepter, so that's going to be another saving tool if they decide to go on anyone. But you also need to be careful, because you need to spit him out. I don't know if they want to fully commit. I think just try to get the range barracks and see what happens. You're most likely going to need to go back. Snapfire
Dire's
is
courier has been
about
killed.
to respawn, so they're respecting that. Also, no Dragonite ulti left.
Oh, yeah, and sticking high ground against this Ravage Kiss is pretty scary. So melee rack still stands. No ping need to clear out these waves before they can think about smoking up.
Aghanim Scepter was done on Grimstroke some time ago, so now you have like this gigantic TB that is spell immune. Like TB will need to focus that illusion, otherwise I think they just lose the fight. So whenever he sees that illusion, he needs to immediately pop it.
He's got to handle it somehow. Maybe now, if Monster can get the right initiation. He blinks forward, and the Ravage onto DK. This is looking a little messy from Noping, though, as they gobble and spit Ardio in towards them, but now in the arena, he has to BKB up. Ardio runs to the high ground again, and Monster, he's tanking these spells for them, but Kataro, he's out of the disarm now, so the Medusa's damage starts coming. They blow through Cat U, so
There's
at least the
big
Bane
TB,
is gone.
Lou.
Frank with a bulwark, big TB, yeah, look at he's shiny, he's red, and he's shredding through this Radiant team. The TB illusion is solo carrying Lava through this fight as Leo Star is going to track back onto Ardio, stuns galore onto the Terrorblade, no chance to help himself or help his team, and another big kill for Lava. Who can they get now? Theo, oh, Theo TP's home, barely surviving with a couple more heroes.
Ravage does not connect on multiple targets. Queen of Pain, once again, this is the second time that ulti just hits one hero. So Analog right now trying to cut the wave, try to delay as much as possible. They do have a creep
Are under attack.
coming in, so there's not gonna be backdoor protected barracks, and they can go in from the bottom as well, keep this creep alive. It's a super range creep that
Radiant's middle tower.
They're trying to gobble up and spit stuff at it. Kill the creep, please! Ranged creep down. Tier 3 tower will fall, even through the living armor.
Radiant's bottom
Backdoor regen should be kicking in soon, but they've got a bottom wave pushing in, and it looks like plenty of damage. Even into that backdoor regen. And knowing that there's no Ravage for a whole minute, a large part of Noping's team fight is not available just yet.
Kotaro, Lincoln Sphere, they don't have many ways of rocking it, and I guess the sole reason is this Heaven's Halberd and also Sunder.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Because once Tide gets Aghanim Scepter, that means you can't proc it with the Gush. Queen of Pain can do it with Shadow Strike, but that's it.
Yeah, it's a rough one, isn't it? Oh, they're going on Monster.
Break.
He doesn't have Ravage. They kill him here. Team fight ulti down. It was coming back up in 15 seconds, but he's probably going to have to buy back if Lava want to move back to high ground. But with tier 2 standing top lane... Oh, hang on. I'm going to have to take that back, aren't I? They're going tier 4s. I thought they'd back up and maybe try and push out top, but they're just chipping away at these final buildings in the base. Now they retreat.
No need to
Roshan
rush
respawning.
anything. Exactly. Roche will respawn in 5 seconds. Without Tidehunter, 30 seconds. If he decides to buy back, like, you can always just go back, try to reset. They have tools to reset the fight with, especially with Medusa. And now Medusa hits level 25. Her level 25 talent is insane. Split Shot uses modifiers. I think once you hit level 25 on Medusa, your win percentage goes up by like 20%. I'm not even kidding. Having his
pretty
AoE
freaking strong.
body is just too good.
Yeah.
Let's see
Hey,
who
speaking of levels,
decides
right?
to pick
Leo
up
Star's...
the shard. I don't know if you want to give it to Medusa. It would be like a safe choice, but who picked it up? They give it to Grimstroke. I like that a lot more because having a Dispel on a hero like Medusa and this Grimstroke, he's gonna have Refresher. We've been in Refresher meta for quite a while, but this is a position 4 Grimstroke that has Aghanim's Lens and full Refresher 34 minutes in.
That's bonkers. He's incredibly farmed. 14,000 net worth on Kim.
Is under attack.
Ahead of the Tide even. Barely, but oh, hang on. Monster.
It's nothing.
Okay. He hits nothing, and now Analog has to BKB. Frank shows off his own shiny golden item. They kill Cat Yu. I mean, Bane is the only kill they can get in these team fights, it looks like. Monster's in trouble still. Frank, Leo, and Kataro surround the Tidehunter, and he is not so big and scary anymore. Well, that was something. I'm not sure if we could call it Dota 2, but it was something.
Definitely not a top tier performance. I think No Ping is just mentally done.
It looks, I mean, Ardio's going to give it another try, though. I mean, the Terrorblade is still a beast. Frank with a Bulwark trying to guard Leo style, and a good route there. In comes the Overgrowth Sonic Wave from Analog, helping to kill off Frank, and the TP's home. Leo style, no stuns, so he makes it home successfully while Medusa's been left alone. They've got a bit of reveal there with the sentry down. Kataro turning. Is he going to be able to do anything here in a 1v4? Aegis still in hand, but Medusa's first life is going to go down. Who's pink? Grimstroke's coming. Come on, Grimmy boy. Come on. Let's get a TB illusion, shall we? I think Medusa might just be too far up. Stone Gaze is good. TP is good. Escape. Perfect.
They have nothing to stop the TP with. Snapfire was not close. Try to use the Gobble Up. It did not connect.
They're trying to kill the Grim now. They've got a Soul Bind. Kim turns back, and they're going to kill off KJ before the Grim goes down. Yep. And Analog with his BKB ending has to be wary now. There's no grip, and the burst through on that Bane is beautifully done. Leo Star's now put himself in harm's way. TB's arrived with a reflection, slowing down the DK. Leo Star's going to die under his own tier 2 tower.
Gary, what is going on with this
Medusa's
game?
arrived. Why is Medusa here now? Kataro wants to come into the tail end of this fight. Goes invis and scutters away, slithering out of the range and Noping. But the last 3 minutes has been a whiffed ravage, a weird fight, confusing TPs.
They have Aegis, they have Shard and Grimstroke. Tidehunter completely whiffs the Ravage, and somehow Lava manages to lose a team fight with 17k gold net worth lead. I'm like trying to find a way how's that possible. TB is massive, like they even kill Monster here. He doesn't do anything considering you just used the Ravage. A bit disconnected, like Kim was not there with the team. If he pops the illusion, if he pops 2 illusions of a Terrorblade, I think the fight just ends there.
Yeah, he was trying to get to that fight while the Medusa was losing Aegis. It all got a bit messy. And now we're looking at no Roshan for 5 minutes, no Aegis anymore for Medusa. Lava probably want to just chill out for a little bit, knowing that Ravage, Kisses, Sonic Wave are all back up again for Noping. That's a sign of life from the Brazilians, at least, as they've had a very rough game too.
Queen of Pain, if she can farm her Lincolns, and she's close, is there a recipe? Yeah, there is. So then she can play a bit more aggressive. She's going to be very hard to lock down. And if she can get to level 25, have that extra Lincolns from the level 25 talent, that's going to be great. So you have Lincolns with 12-second cooldown and Lincolns with 18 seconds cooldown.
Oh, super nice. I'm just thinking this monster Ravage is so... Oh, Theo gobbles up the Queen of Pain, chucks her at the Mars, but Frank, he's got other plans. He's on the Snapfire with an Arena Spear, and Medusa's come in here. Kataro ravaged up. Analog jumps forward aggressively as well. They're trying to hunt the back lines, looking for the squishier targets, and they blow through Canyon, but Argon's down. TB Illusions, too much to handle. Now, Monster's been slowed by the Skirdy, and that's 3 heroes gone from the side of Noping. Double Observer Wards are placed as well in the midst and the heat of battle. But I think that might just be the signal of the end as Lava cruising towards the Radiant base now.
I mean, this is what should have happened in the previous fight. Grimstroke uses 2 Dark Portraits on DB, and the fight just instantly ends. You actually don't need to use any other spells. Everything on top of that is just extra. They're still not gonna go for the high ground.
They're trying to hunt KJ. Oh, Mr. Treant, where are you going, buddy?
Only Medusa wants to end the
missile.
game. Rest of the team hunting for position 5 Treant Protector.
He's got a gem. He's got a gem. They don't see the gem. They've left the gem.
Radiant's middle tower.
Just sitting on the floor. Medusa hits tier 4s. There's also a DD rune down bottom that someone could go grab.
Oh, I see. They wanted to make Dark Portrait out of Treant to go for the high ground. Interesting, because what I just saw, I didn't notice that before. If you're holding a Philosopher's Stone on Grimstroke and you use Dark Portrait Illusion, it has minus 30 damage.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Interesting.
Has fallen.
That's weird.
Like, you're not making an illusion of
Treant has
yourself.
Philosopher's Stone.
Oh, Treant has. Okay, that makes more sense.
Analog's in. Analog's dying. Analog's dead. Audio, he's going to walk out of the arena. BKB'd up, but he needs to sunder someone. He's half HP there. He gets it off finally, but hounded by Leo and Frank. Where's the Ravage? Any Ravage fans in chat? No, it's just going to be a runaway. Tide Hunter, it's on cooldown, losing everybody. Snapfire's gone, and Ravage, 20 seconds. Monster realizes he's got nothing left to do, so sits back in Fountain and calls GG, giving Lava the 2-0 victory.
Noping, I felt like they needed to fight, but Lava did a very good job avoiding the team fights because they understood, like, we can't just go in and play against this super farm Tidehunter. Even though Noping managed to pick up Aegis from the first Roche, they still didn't achieve anything from it. Lava did a very good job cutting into playing the bottom part of the map and taking out the tier 2 tower, which unlocks like a lot of potential to play bottom part also constantly. And you can't make any TP rotations, and you do not want to lose towers early on, especially with Treant Protector on your own team.
Yeah, it's like 2 games of Noping kind of running around looking for that perfect fight. Game 1 scouted by traps and hawks and vision. Game 2, I think, just game sense and reading the flow of the map, where Lava realized, like you say, they just don't want to battle. But a good solid 2-0 victory for Lava there. A little disappointing from Noping in this series, though, going down 0-2 and looking like they're in that bottom part of the group with that relegation battle in hand. We'll pass it back to the panel and see what they think about the finishing touches to this first series of the day.
Well, Lava turning up the heat to go to a 2-0 victory over Noping here. Felt very much like they were behind and then they just turned it up and won there. Arvo, why don't you talk me through what happened in that game?
I think that, I mean, I saw an improvement from Noping for the first game, at least in the beginning, right? We talked about that they had to do better in the laning stage. They did. I think they played the early to mid game pretty well. But I think that again, let's call it the respect from Lava towards this early game lead worked really, really well for them. They played around the Terrorblade really well. They identified him as the only real threat, tried to constantly stop the control as well. What they did also well for Lava was that they constantly made sure that Kotaro had farm and space. So sometimes in the early game, they would have to sacrifice a bit of the rest of the team just to make sure Kotaro did a good job, and that was perfectly fine. They even concentrated some of the early resources around Frank to a degree, which I think was also really good because Frank is more of a tempo player than a DK was. And I think Lava are actually showing the Thunder Predator that we saw, 6 months ago. This was a very good game for them, in my opinion.
Do you agree, Bowie?
Yeah. So, like, to me, I think it was actually pretty similar game, the second one, in terms of, like, the no-ping mistakes. Obviously, I don't want to harp too much on that because I do want to say that Lava played really well. But just to reiterate a little bit, I think that no-ping, they have a really... And I think that's a very similar problem that SG has. Their series is coming right now. Is that they can see a hero and just allow the hero to die and cut their losses. There was a fight, like they actually had a 3k goal lead close to the Dire Triangle where Tidehunter already had used Ravage. He gets arenaed and they just feel like they have to help. And the fight goes super poorly. They don't really use the ages that they got on the side of no-ping at all. And I really feel like that's a big problem for them. They really struggle to get the lane advantage and get their power spikes going because of weird mistakes. Just like really weird, odd mistakes. They get baited by someone running away. Like the Bisco Sears, Gojira was just running around and you would see 3 heroes chasing. And then like, what is the actual benefit of getting that kill, of getting something done? Like everyone else on the side of Biscos is farming and you could have support. I feel like there are a lot of moments like this in this game. But Lava played really well. I think 2 very different drafts. They executed them pretty well. They were pretty patient in this game. Once they had the tools needed, they just pretty much won the game.
Mm-hmm. We spoke a lot in the first 2 panels here about the need for Lava to improve back to their previous kind of levels. They're probably almost definitely going to now be staying in Division 1 for the next season. Do you think they've shown enough in this series that they can return to being the squad that they were?
I think they're showing...
Yeah, it's...
Go ahead.
No, go on. I think is that they're marching towards improvement, but no-ping, they're not doing that hot, so it's hard to tell whether it's going to be enough, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say something similar actually. I do think that like in this game, no-ping made mistakes, but I felt like overall in the team fights they were just outclassed by Lava. Like Lava's understanding of team fights and their execution was very, very superior, and it's really hard to tell if that's like if that's you're seeing Lava in a really good state and they're improving on all their issues, or if Lava just completely outclassed this team because they just looked at the better team, like the better players rather, right? And I really want to see, like, to me, the real test of Lava's medal is what happens when Leo Style has a poor game. Like, what happens when he can't be the pillar of the team? Will Frank and Kotaro pick up the slack? Because until now, that's been their biggest issue. And I don't think this is a really representative game of that because Leo Style had 2 good games.
I think one of the major hallmarks of effective teams as well is they're able to capitalize on mistakes. So even if we could say that no-ping made a number of mistakes in this game, it did feel like Lava were always able to take advantage, and it never felt like they were also making the similar mistakes that would have led it to being a clowny game rather than a dominant game. So that's certainly encouraging. Any final thoughts on this series before we move on, Bowie?
No, I think you pretty much summed it up. Very interested to see what the next year is going to be like because, I mean, now we have no-ping and SG tied in the bottom, right? Mm-hmm. If, for some reason, SG wins the next series, then we're going to have 3 teams tied up in the bottom, and that could be there could be a tiebreaker there. If SG loses, then it's really hard for either no-ping or SG to climb their way back because there's not going to be anyone that they can surpass.
It's going to be a very tricky one. Do you have any hope for no-ping now? Or do you think that they can survive, Alvo?
It's out of their hands, right? They have to win their next series for sure, but they also do rely on other results, unfortunately.
Never the best feeling.
I think I'm just personally sad to think that in the first season of DPC we're going to get the two Brazilian teams completely out of the DPC. Like it's the region has already suffered a lot, particularly because Counter-Strike is so dominant in the region. They actually have another main game compared to Peru, where Dota is god, Dota is king, and the revitalization of SG was really important to the scene. Last season, all Brazilian teams looked really weak. They looked very bad, honestly. Even the only team that was looking good was Apple King of Kings or Binomistas, and they're looking better now as they reduce the Brazilians in their roster, little by little. Same, so that's not very good. And I think that it is really important to have one team like Noping or SG to have stayed in Div 1, just because that's a big fanning of the flames there. So if they are the ones that drop, I hope that we get a Brazilian team to go up, like a fully Brazilian stack, and they revitalize the Dota a bit. I think they have the talent. I just feel like all this reshuffling is not really helping them. I think neither of the teams here hold a torch to the old SG, personally.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. We are going to be joined by Moose for an interview, I believe now. I think he is ready. Wonderful. Brilliant. Moose, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations for the victory there. Are you relieved to be staying in Division 1, or is it how are you feeling at the moment?
Hello. Are we in Division 1 still? I'm not really sure.
I think you're very likely to be in Division 1. Have you kind of thought about this, or are you just taking each game?
No, we're just taking each game. We're just looking for the bigger picture. But well, of course, I'm happy to stay in Division 1.
Mm-hmm. How did you feel that series went? You guys played really well. Do you feel it was a good series from you, or maybe a mistakey series from them?
I think we played really decent, and they were kind of like respecting us too much. They were a little bit passive in the map, so I guess we took advantage of that and just were out farming them in the map.
Mm-hmm. It's been quite a tough season for you guys so far, and maybe not quite up to expectations. How's the mood in the camp? Are you still very close, sticking together? Is there a strong belief that you can go on to turn the season around?
Yeah, I mean, for sure we cannot go for this major, but we still have like the goal that is for the next year. We know that it's going to be like very important to qualify for the next majors to achieve that goal. So we have to keep that in mind and keep having like the mind straight and not settle for any reason. Just keep improving as a team.
In that improvement, is it very much doing the things that you do well? Have you been trying to change up strategies, doing anything differently? Did we see anything different from you feel, this series, or is it just about returning to what made you so strong before?
Yeah, I mean, Dota is very complicated. I'm always saying like Dota is just like life. You can do a lot of things, but you have to find what works for you and keep doing that. So I think all the time we have been together, we tried a lot of things, and some things didn't work out for sure, and some things did. So the hard part is like to look and actually like see what is good for you and what can you do for your teammates to achieve all the potential of them. So I think that's the hard part as a captain. So that's what we have been doing, and yeah, that's why we have a good mood.
Great, good to hear. I'll pass over to Arvo and Bowie. Arvo and Barry, have you got any questions for Moose? No, none from them. Okay, that's brilliant. Thanks so much for joining us then, Moose. Congratulations for the series, and I hope your next series goes as well. And you continue to see a high level of play. So thanks so much for joining us. I'll let you go now.
Thanks to you.
Brilliant. Always
Dude,
good to
I
hear
love
from
him
him.
so much. He's so good with words. I was so inspired.
He's very
It's
smart.
Like, you just gotta find out what works for you, and that's the hard part. And I was like, wow,
Brilliant.
dude.
Any final thoughts on the series before we head off, Arvo, and on the interview?
I love it. Looking good. I'm excited. Moose interview. These players are very talented. I don't want them to this bad, right? So I'm pretty excited. At least that's the good part for me. They might actually be able to pick this up, and if they do, this would be one of the best redemption stories ever. Slump for 6-8 months, go to TI, probably one of the worst performances. Like, they were competing with MUFC, trying to be the worst team ever going to TI, and then all of a sudden, They pick it up, they go to DPC, they stick together, they tough it out. I think it's a good storyline. I think people should listen to the storyline more. I thought SG would be that team, to be honest with you, but I'm happy that at least someone is trying to do that, because I think a lot of teams in Dota, they're way too willing to give up a bit too soon, and I really, really admire the tenacity of a lot of players.
Okay,
Yeah, I
well,
mean,
lots
that
of-
worked for OG, right? So it worked twice for OG, so maybe it could work for them as well.
Yeah, but
So-
less tenacity there. Less tenacity. I think it takes a lot of tenacity to to go to TI like that, to have a really bad DPC performance. You didn't even qualify for second major, my dude. And they stayed together throughout. You know what? I
True,
give them
true.
more credit. Imagine
Okay,
MUFC
okay.
staying together and not all the players retiring from Dota and never coming back again.
Immediately.
Imagine.
Yeah, imagine
yeah,
if Winter wasn't a
you're right.
caster anymore. We'd see what happened.
He was not MUFC. He was not MUFC.
Was he
an
not? I
orange
thought he
backer.
was.
No, he got top 3 that TI. He got top 3.
Oh God! Oh, I thought I had some incredible back knowledge there, but I've completely forgotten who's on MUFC. Okay, we'll leave it there then, and I will slink off in embarrassment. Thank you so much for joining me, Avo and Barry, and congratulations to Lava for winning this series. We'll be right back with another great South American Division 1 game. We'll see you very shortly after this quick break.
Hello and welcome. We're here, two panelists in the face, watching SG versus Hokori. Are you sitting properly, Winter? Are you settled for that? Are you happy with that position? Yeah. Good. What is your position in this game specifically between SG and Hokori? Who are you favoring coming into this matchup?
Hokori.
Okay, that was easy. Bowie?
Well, I mean, it's hard not to favor Hokori, but because I was actually 0% biased in the No Ping versus Lava series, I will try to be biased towards SG. I think I actually gave them a lot of flack. So I want to say one thing that they can maybe improve in their drafts that could lead to a better outcome. Okay, when you actually look at all of their bans, their first phase bans, have you ever played Captain's Mode, like the actual Captain's Mode in Dota? Yeah. And you know when you have to draft and you're like, I have no idea how to draft. So, okay, what are the strong heroes? I'm going to ban those 3 strong heroes because that's what I'm scared about. It really feels like SG does that whether they're first pick or second pick, they just ban Weaver and Monkey King literally every game and they never pick it. And I think that is not a good mindset to have. Like, if you have first pick, you have to consider the strongest heroes in the patch for your own team, right? That's why you get the advantage of being first pick sometimes. And they never pick either of those 2 heroes. So I'm not saying they should learn these 2 heroes right now and play it, but I do hope that they are willing to give it away because it feels like their bans are always the same. And I just, like, no tier 1 team does that. At least not that I know. So
Bowie, sorry, is this you being biased for SG? Because I just hear you flaming them. I don't know what do you think biased is?
Yeah, I guess that didn't sound really well. Yeah. Now that you say it, it's just a tip. Maybe, I don't know.
You're supposed to find excuse for them. What are you doing?
Yeah. What's the excuse? What's the excuse for
All right, are they playing Argentinian server today? Because I did hear that in the last series, they decided to play Argentinian servers for all of the matches. I'm not sure how that goes for these 2 teams. You guys know anything? Because apparently that's something that... All right,
no, it's Peru, Brazil coined us.
All right.
What's the ping difference between those 2?
So in Peru, Brazilians will get around like 150, I think, like 100 to 150, depending on how good their internet is and depending where they are. If they're in a bad region, up to 200, it's pretty bad. And then Peruvians to Brazil, if they're in Lima, they get like 100 to 120. And if they're outside of Lima, they get 150 to 200, very similar to how Brazilians do. It's pretty bad. Like it's one of the biggest crutches of the region, actually. The stupid servers.
Do they boot camp most of the teams in Lima?
Actually, the opposite. They boot camped, or historically, they usually boot camped in Brazil because all the Valve officials are played in Brazilian servers because that's the official SA server.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that's something that the Peruvians. Argentina. That's something that Peruvians don't really like, right? Because at the end of the day, they are the majority. Like they are the tier 1 region in South America, at least. So it is a really weird thing that we don't have like a server that is at least like equally good for both Brazil and Peru, and we have all of this like going back and forth. It's definitely not crisp.
Is there a VPN that helps with that?
I mean, there are services, like No Ping and Exit Lag, but they're actually like No Ping is really good for Brazil USCs for me, but it doesn't really work that well for Peru. It works better in certain regions. I don't know why.
Yeah. I think it has to do because the problems that they have there. So the problems they have connected to certain areas, like for example US East, is mostly an infrastructure problem, and that can be somewhat aided by these kind of VPN services, right? Similar to how SCA has these issues with China, right? It's a software and infrastructure problems. But the problem between Peru and Brazil is quite literally a geographical one, and it's called mountains. So there's not much you can do about that. I think that's their biggest crux.
Hey, the bands are different.
There you go.
No.
Spirit Breaker.
Oh, yeah, Spirit Breaker. Yeah, you're right. So, okay. Now, Bowie, will they first pick Weaver?
Oh, if they do, dude, I'm going to be so happy.
All right. This is their chance. If they don't first pick Weaver, Bowie, I'm assuming you trash them, right? Like, you hate them.
They are going to get Treant, dude. That's what they do when they have first pick and I always ban.
No, not Treant. Treant is not first pick material, Bowie. I believe in them. I see a Weaver in the future. God.
Whoops.
Well.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's better than Trit.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people. It's pretty much only Apple King of Kings, the first phases Trian in South America. They are the crazy ones. But all right, better. This is fine. You know, pretty standard opener.
What strategy do you think Hokori is gonna bless us with today?
Well, they have that offlane alchemist, right? That
Yes.
did work one time, so it has to be
One
really
time?
good. It did.
More
They won a
than
game,
once.
right?
Yeah, not in DPC. I think they won once, but like they've had success with it before, right? It's just this year they've kind of figured it out. Like teams already, whenever they pick up the Alk, they always ban the Bristleback because that was in my opinion, the strongest strat, right? The Bristleback Alk, like Alk offlane, Bristleback mid, and that worked really well. The anti-mage strategy to me was meh. They also have the abandoned mid that Steenie was talking about yesterday on panel.
Oh god.
No, they did that against who was it? The guy who spammed Bat Rider. What's his name?
Dark Mago. It was
yeah, Damagu. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
I think it was just tailored against that team, right?
No, they think it's a good strat. Like Steenie
Okay,
has
they
come every time
also-
on panel and told us this.
I see.
But they didn't win that game, right? I'm pretty sure.
No, they
didn't
lost. They
win.
lost really badly. What is this pick, guys? I've never seen Hokori pick a normal mid laner before. Good puck? Wow.
How do you know it's a mid laner?
Exactly.
Good question. Good question. What do you think? Where do you think it's going, Winter?
I think it's a flex pick. Why else would you pick it so early?
Yeah,
I mean,
I think
could be a
Vitali does
support.
play puck. Oh, okay. I see what you're flexing it to.
I'm flexing my
5?
muscles, man.
Okay.
I mean,
it is a Mr. Gene zero.
in general, it's just if you play as a 5, it's just annoying for the Bane to do his thing in the team fights later.
Yeah.
Okay. So there is some viability there. Would you agree with that, Boy?
SG Esports.
I would say so. It's probably 91% gonna be mid, but I think he used to be
91?
much better.
Yeah, he's very
91.
specific about these percentages.
Yeah, they're very specific. Because I think the talents on Puck work much better for support than they do now. But, you know, if for some reason like this TA is middle, which is very likely because SG only plays mid TA at least.
No,
so
that's
far.
a 50% chance the TA is mid. 50% chance it's safe lane.
It's 91%, dude. I'm telling you. KXY, yeah, like I don't know. KXY's hero pool is not big. It really feels like they really like just picking it like his hero early. So obviously it can be flexed, but I don't remember seeing Arms play carry TA. He doesn't seem like that sort of player as well. He likes the Razors, the the Bloodseekers.
The fighting carries.
Yeah.
I
hear this all the time from both of you. Oh, this mid player doesn't have a huge hero pool. He only plays Invoker. That was what, Mini? Then there's another guy, he only plays this hero, Bat Rider. He spams Bat Rider. Then this guy only plays TA.
Yep.
No, he
he
only
also
plays
plays
TA,
Invoker.
Lash, and
Invoker.
Invoker. Yeah.
Yeah. That's 3. That's a whole 3 hero pool.
Sure.
Look, Winter, you don't understand. Well, actually, you should understand. You played SEA. SEA servers are awful. They're really, really bad. And the players that make it there, they carry their team. And if you don't learn a hero in and out, you're not carrying your team. That's really it. I'm not even joking here. Like that's why people here have such low hero pools, because they're like masters of their heroes to carry their team of just donkeys up the hill.
Hey, relax.
You use the D word, man. Come on.
Look, I have played in SA before. Okay, it is as bad as SEA.
All right.
Okay, so what is the puck now?
Yeah, probably gonna be middle.
91%, yeah?
That's a bad matchup against TA, no, boy?
Yeah, it's definitely not great. I think the Wandering Runes do help a little bit, and obviously like you don't care to lose the lane as Puck just because you do so much with your level 6.
I mean, it's probably
But-
important for the puck to block the camp, right? I think against TA. I think some players
Yeah.
prioritize it a lot, the small camp. So the other guy doesn't snowball so much.
For sure. I mean, this is looking good for SG because they already have this mid lane figured out pretty much, unless Hokori plays some offlane puck, and at the same time, they will. I mean, they can still get a good carry matchup. Obviously, they don't have last pick, but I actually somehow this is working really well so far.
Yeah,
For SG.
the first few picks is pretty favorable for SG. They clearly have a more direct plan on what they want to do. But I think overall, the SD is gonna be pretty useful against the TA and the Bane. And you have a save, the disrupt for the grip. The purge is pretty annoying for TA.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
But then there's a double grip right now. GG, you can only save
5
one.
seconds remaining.
I mean, an Oping tried that in the last series. They got 0 double grips in against
really?
Puck, you know? Yeah, it can get pretty hard to do that.
Legion Commander.
Okay, double grip, double duel, double everything.
Awesome.
That's pretty good. Strong lanes as well with this.
Yeah, a good solid blind pick. You don't know the carry lane. LC is always one of those go-to offlaners when you don't know what your matchup.
Yeah, I was expecting that comment from you,
10
Winter.
seconds remaining.
What? What does that mean?
Because you always praise the LC for being one of those people. That's genuinely it.
I also praise you for being on time most of the time.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. You're so kind, Winter. How do you think Kokori... Okay, Bowie, I need your imagination. What do you think Kokori does? Because right now this is looking very standard for them, right? And it's looking standard, but a little bit subpar. What do you think they could do to make this draft work out?
Well, I think right now they don't really have the strongest lanes. I guess partly because we don't know whether who's gonna be in each lane. I think they like stuns first of all. The only real stun they have is coil, so that bothers me quite a bit.
Hey, disruption is a stun. Hey.
I mean, is it really a stun? Is Astro a stun? I don't know.
House
Like if you
stun,
can't
okay,
do
it's-
damage during the thing, is it a stun? Well, that's
you
a
can,
philosophical
you can
question.
cast Soul Catcher and your poison. Isn't that damage?
Thank you for this valuable information, Winter. Imagine if they pick Timbersaw as well, and then you go full no stun lineups. Just run at your enemy, right?
I mean,
Well,
they
it's
need a
banned,
front.
so
They
they
need a
can't.
frontliner. They need a frontliner. That's for sure.
Yeah, and they take both very common frontliners here. I guess you could Centaur, but
Yeah, Centaur's pretty okay for them.
How bad is the puck off lane? Is that really something you guys would not
I
consider?
mean, they don't have the right support with the puck off lane. It's SD and Weaver. Imagine
yeah.
two squishies in the lane. Like puck off lane, you kind of want like a clockwork or some melee tank for your lane.
I would
Yeah,
agree
fair
with
enough.
Winter here. That is such an odd draft. I mean, I like they have the Shadow Demon Terror Blade, and by itself, that can be very strong. There's like a decent amount of AoE on the side of SG, but not that much. But like I don't know, they feel like they need stuns. How do they actually take fights if they don't win their lanes and they like just
Sun King. Sun
own
King
the
can do-
map? Smoke. How do they do anything?
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
it's kind of
Sun
hard.
King.
They're relying on the puck, and the puck is gonna have a tough lane against
5
TA.
seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
exactly.
What
And
other
you know, if their plan
comps?
is going Sand King, do you think you ban PL? Like,
Yeah, probably
probably
not.
yeah.
Or Drown.
I mean, but I'm thinking about stuns, right? Offlane with stuns. I don't see much left.
Team
It's a Wraith
Alright.
King.
Okay,
Yeah,
I don't mind.
okay.
The king.
Can you... No, you lost the Beastmaster.
Wait,
This is
what?
rough.
Most of the offlaners are banned out.
Can you DK here?
seconds remaining.
It's kind of okay.
okay, actually.
Yeah, it's okay. Not bad.
Just can't think of anything that can... Like, it's that or Centaur. Right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Centaur's
stun
okay
tank.
too. Then you have a Centaur Shadow Demon lane. That's pretty decent.
Yeah, that's true.
Mhm.
That's a very good lane.
Yeah, actually, I think I prefer the center of the DK just because of the lane and also because it's just an overall. Obviously, he doesn't initiate as well as the DK because Dragon Tail is pretty reliable, but I think he offers more damage. Like he has more damage in his own stun than DK has. I think they kind of like damage with this draft. Like if TB doesn't have meta, I feel like they do 0 damage.
Hey, Shadow Demon is damage, man.
Yeah, it's a lot of burst damage on that Shadow Demon.
You can tell what position Winter plays by how much he's defending. Shadow. It's that simple.
He has a clear relationship.
Back in the days where the only viable fives were like Shadow Demon and like Crystal Maiden. Alright.
Oh, this is the off lane? Is that the off
I'm
lane?
assuming. Yep.
It's a good lane, but no stuns.
You don't need stuns if you win all your lanes.
That's true.
True.
And if you just run at them.
Razor is pretty good against Wraith King and TA
Yeah.
Yeah.
in the game.
Yeah, and they do have the Shadow Demon, you know, to get a little bit more of that static going. They also have Coil. I mean, I think if they win their lanes, there's definitely, like, Hokori can kind of snowball out of that. But I feel like if the lanes go bad, I don't know how you recover. Like, you have this Razor that's going to be farming Ancients with his ult.
Yeah.
Puck doesn't have anyone to really kill with, because, like, you have this Weaver.
Shadow Demon.
But yeah, I mean, once again, seems like the lanes are going to dictate this game, guys.
What's new?
Yeah.
I love this game show. to subscribed. Awesome. I don't know, guys. It seems to me like Hokori once again looks for a draft that has a lot of weaknesses, but it could work on the one strength, which is the run at you that you guys talk about, right? The laning, just continue it. Bowie, I'm going to ask you first. Do you have faith that Hokori can execute this to perfection enough to win this game?
I would say this is a 63-37 for SG.
Okay.
Yeah.
Winter, what is your percentage? And be as specific as possible, please. I want decimals on this percentage.
88.88%.
For SG?
Yeah.
Wow, that's very confident. Right.
Okay.
Who is going to be
He's going
right?
against SD,
Well,
by the way.
yeah, it's so hard to tell because I don't know how these percentages work. I don't know what the 12.22% does or anyway, or 11.22. We're gonna have to see in the game. Math is not my strong suit. What is my strong suit is listening to wonderful casters, and that's why we brought over Lyrical and Trent. So take it away, boys.
Thank you so much. So much. That's his strength, Trent. Listening to us. Avo, we give him strength, I'd like to think.
I'm glad he finally found a talent. He's been hopping from role to role, just trying to find out what he's good at, and this was it all along. He was just supposed to listen, you know?
That's amazing. It's beautiful.
That's not
Majestic,
nice.
even.
Why would you
could
say that, Lyrical? Why would you say that's amazing? That's you're a terrible.
know.
person. There's a pause, all right? That's why I'm upset. I'm taking my anger out
That's
on
fair.
Avo because we instantly got into a pause. And
You know why I'm
I'm looking
upset?
forward to some Dota. Why?
Because I wanted them to pick Darkseer last. That was the pick. It would have been so sick. I was really excited. But I mean, Razor's good. Don't get me wrong. Razor's pretty cool.
Mhm.
I'm worried a little bit if he gets a little bit too overambitious in that lane. There's a potential he could actually die in it because it doesn't have that much save, and with like Bane and Wraith King, it actually could be a problem. So that's something definitely to watch for.
One would presume, and well, I can cheat. I can just look. They are going to put the
Okay.
Shadow Demon with the Razor.
Ah,
So that turns it into, disruption into Link, I guess Link into disruption to be
There it
more
is.
precise. So, like,
the way to
what
go.
happens, you see, is I'm going to really slow because there's still pause. There's a static Link, and then you just have disrupt them, and you get static Link the entire time, and you get a bunch of damage. But now the pause is over, and we can actually watch the game. Yay! Isn't it
Let's
magical,
go.
Papa?
amazing. That is a great line. Is it magical, Papa? God, I need to unlock those voice lines.
Oh, dude,
Need
I've
to
got
get my
the Celamene. Do you love me? Big fan.
Yeah, you just spamming that all the time. You're a creeper.
It's so good.
Oh, look at this. Back behind on this area, trying to go for a little bit of a bounty sneak. Sneaky, sneaky. See if they get it. But yeah, there's a couple things that I'm sort of worried about. Ali, will he be actually able to have a good time on this Razor? Because if you start out and you're like anticipating that you're going to win a lane, and everything's going to go solid, and then you die a couple of times, it can very quickly snowball out of control. And
They're getting three.
so?
Sorry. Yeah, they're getting 3 rooms. Hokori's gonna get 3 for sure. Like with that ward, Gardeck's getting in there. They're definitely getting 3.
Oh,
he doesn't even need his
SG.
Shikuchi.
The battle
Dude,
begins.
that's
It is
painful.
magical.
Oh no. No. He
Womp,
got out.
womp, womp.
That's really sad.
All right, so GG. You know, the mental battle has been lost. Oh, instant D Ward 2. Someone stop Gardic.
Dude,
What,
this
what
is
a great start.
This is a really good start. Ori already building it on up. See if they can keep that momentum going. Boots first on the Shadow Demon. And seeing over towards that mid lane. Already a little bit of good pressure. XY playing on this TA. Meanwhile, Guts trying to do whatever he can to get the 9. No, not going to happen this time. Be an interesting one to watch.
A bit of a classic that we don't get to see so often because now you'll see people just like shift up the lanes as well. Or typically, honestly, Puck just if they're going to be picking the hero, they tend to ban TA since she's so good right now. Anyway, she might just get flexed somewhere else. So you just don't want to have to deal with it. But yeah, I feel like this almost always gets ignored or skipped over. So looking forward to it here.
Be a little bit careful up there on Yuma. Definitely a potential for a lot of damage with the nice little combo of the Stroke of Fate as well as the overwhelming odds. Very scary.
Now,
Could come out.
let me ask you here: are you more of a Mr. Jeans or more of a Guts? What do
You
think's
know,
the
I was going to
better
mention
tag?
that. Unfortunately, right now he's tagged up as Guts because Mr. Jeans is definitely my preferred.
I have to
but,
say,
you know,
I think Guts is pretty good too.
it is. They're
This
both
guy's
very
got
high
great
quality.
tags. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and what's the other? Serpantalones? That's the or
Is
senior
that the other one?
Pantalones?
That's
I
great.
believe is what they call them. Yeah.
Amazing.
Man, this guy's like really on top of that part of the game. Honestly.
It's true. Ali down here is doing pretty good so far in this Razor. There is going to be a little bit of an attempt on his life though with the big rotation away. And,
Team?
yeah, this is one thing that's a bit scary. Is like these Razors do actually suffer if the don't have some help nearby.
Yeah, they had a
Show.
ward that saw El Misha moving too, so they knew
Right.
there was no help there. You were casting quite a few Razors this morning, I believe, in Europe with Fear, right? I think I caught 2 games in a row, maybe 3 with Razor in it. Did
Yeah.
not look so hot in those games, I have to say, even when it won.
No, well, and the thing was they're different. They're sort of bouncing off between Razor offlane and Razor carry, and Razor offlane lost every game, and we'll see if the sort of story will continue or not.
We're changing
yeah.
regions. We'll see if we can change the fate of the hero.
Ooh, up top, a lot of damage out.
Radiant's courier.
Making some more right clicks. Is it going to be enough for first blood? Oh, Fairy Fire and Livin. Chico, in the meantime, also trying to survive there. That Metamorphosis doing a ton of work, but not quite enough for the kill. Ooh. And you can see the run over also back towards mid. Guts made a really nice move to throw out the orb and then head over and cut off and take away the bounty rune from KXY. So very frustrating stuff. Also was able to peep that there was no Ancients being stacked at all that whole time either. So a nice little start here. So Corey having a good game.
Are fortified.
You know, I don't think I've ever said this in my entire casting career, but this looks like a really good Legion game.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't know. I just like with the new talent and the shard, and I look at these heroes on Hokori, and I'm just like, damn, this looks like once you have that talent, like you duel someone, that's gonna feel good. Yeah, there's a Shadow Demon, so it's not like the perfect game or whatever. But overall, I just feel like I'm very happy to get my duel when I want it, and that talent just makes it so successful now. I feel like the
Yeah.
hero's really been improved by that.
It has a lot. And, this has already been a very strong laning hero. And up top, going for it. First blood. Gets claimed. Gardic goes in, is able to take down one more for the kill. But definitely the way that you want to be going with Legion. And yeah, I think the press the attack is obviously amazing. No more Sakuchi for a couple. Oh, might be able to take down Lith here. Gardic. It's going to fall. So they'll be fine.
Now, that being said, and I totally have not given you a giant hint, but which hero in this game do you think has the lowest win rate across the entire DPC?
Is it Legion, really?
Oh, it's most certainly Legion, my friend.
Wow. That's crazy.
Across Division 1 and Division 2, every single region, she is rocking a solid 37.5% win rate. And that's in
nuts.
40 games. That's not like, oh, she's
Yeah.
just getting picked a little. Like, she's one of the, more picked heroes in the game, partially because, like, the offlane pool just feels a little bit shallow right now. It's a bit of a kiddie pool at the moment, if you will.
Yeah. Well, and the thing about that is, like, I guess that there's other heroes now with the rise of ABBA a little bit in certain regions. So, like, the press the attack doesn't end up sort of having as much value, I feel like. There's been some Omni play, I think, recently, too. So I guess maybe just the stocks have dropped for the poor old Legion. But, yeah, like you said, this is definitely a good game for it, particularly against, like, a TB. Get some hurt on early here.
Yeah, you gotta love that magic nuke versus a hero who at level 4, has 680 HP right now.
Devastating.
Didn't eat enough vegetables, is what I would tell my kids.
Oh, it's supposed to be meat, right?
No, they don't have a problem eating meat. It's vegetables.
Oh,
I
got it.
lie to
So
them.
you
I
just
lie.
lie.
I'm
Got
lying
it.
endlessly. I need to eat my broccoli to get big strong. That's right. You eat that broccoli.
I love
did
you.
You eat
That's
a lot
right.
of broccoli?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh no. What am I doing? Good D ward there. There won't be a blocked off ancient camp. This is interesting though. A ton of pressure out here early on, but the rotation comes in from Guts. Wants to get in range. They do have bugs. Chase is coming. Can you get out of there? Where you going, buddy? The DD and the right clicks, it's going to be more than enough for the final touch. Good rotation from Guts.
Good early play with the rune here, something that's needed. I'm gonna run into a nice ancient stack. It's like, what can we do about this?
Dire's middle tower.
Could make I mean, you have a razor, but that's typically the mid or the mid razor that can contest stacks. Is Widge will get a TP down bottom. Oh, not even close. Gets home with a single digit HP.
Nice.
Okay, it wasn't single. It was double, but still.
Doubles, not very much either.
No, it's really not. Yeah. So we had a game just a couple hours ago. I don't know. It's all a blur. But TA for Team Spirit, I believe, got completely out of control. And Na'Vi was not able to stop them from just farming stacks endlessly. And, well, I see a similar fate perhaps befalling Hokori here if they don't do something about this. I
Right,
don't
well,
think they're
the
gonna
one
be able to do anything.
The one thing that did sort of differentiate there was like a very active safe lane hero, and I don't know if Wraith King necessarily falls within that same purview. So that's at least something that's going to be going good for Hokori if they can sort of shut down one of these heroes, or maybe run in. Well, we'll see how it goes if they can try and shut the map down. But at least for the moment, things looking pretty good for SG.
Yeah, you can tell they're trying to get this kill really desperately up top because they also didn't send LTH mid to farm the waves while TA was taking the Ancients. So they're just looking for this duel into potential Inkswell and Silence. They could definitely get the kill if he lands it, but Gardic being very careful up here to not Shikuchi too close.
Yeah, just wants to keep catching these waves and get whatever farm he possibly can at the moment.
Ooh, Widge in the mid
Yuma's
lane
off
here.
and away. Careful.
Yeah, he was getting a little close, but I mean, what can they really do, right? If you like Nightmare, it's not like you can convert that into a kill.
I will also mention Guts has a very, very full inventory right now. Has 3 branches that he's just kept there.
He's still waiting on this one clarity to finish.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there, that'll help.
Easy.
He
Another
doesn't
one.
get-
Tower is under attack.
XY is being so annoying on this TA. Anything else really next? Ali, still. Gonna keep this pressure on. Pops the ulti. Gonna go farm some camps. While Arms just has to sit there and deal with only lane creeps. Although Witch actually making the move over. Are they trying to do something here? They also have the Grimstroke, but a little distance away means there's no chance for a kill on that Razor.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was. I mean,
Oh, Arctic?
ulti running.
He just... That was a TA.
Was he
TA.
trying to suicide?
No, he's just walking in. I think he was trying to contest. Didn't realize there's wards in the area.
Well, he got hit by her, and then he was gone for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds, then he got Melt Strike.
Yeah, that's rough. Did block off the Ancients at the very least. So that's nice. Disruption.
I'd like to see him bring a Quelling Blade and do the sneaky block.
Oh, yeah.
I never see that used.
Coil. In towards mid. LTH in some trouble, but the silence into the kill. And they are away afterwards on Hikori. So again, a couple of fairly inconsequential kills at the early going here. But although it does look like they want to make a move now. Both teams getting a lot of farm, whether it be the TB off in the jungle or TA trying to clear through like Ancients. And now trying to get some good pressure onto this mid-tier 1 as well. LTH is in the area. Eco also here. They brought everybody. They're going to get the tower.
Not much you can really do there. No coil, no fight if everyone's not prepped at the right time. They instantly smoke. This is a little unusual, but really want to use this duel. Get some damage onto Hiko. And they're doing a long trek. It's cross country. The Nightmare's gonna help. Oh, and he's still
they
going
find
in.
him. Misho gets caught to the side. That's a nice pick off there. Now, I don't know if they're going to be able to catch Vitali, though, as the duel already used, so kind of weird again, bringing a couple cores down bottom, but I guess they want to try and keep this tower alive, or I'm not sure. Are they going to pressure for tier 1 bot?
Yeah, I think that was a good play, honestly. They
Okay.
come down, they get a duel. They've already secured tier 1 mid. The obvious play is for everyone to just run top, but Wraith King is just pushing out solo. He's not in any sort of threat. They can actually take this and then transition to top if they want. And no one on Hikori really wants to be down here. The coil's back up here, though, so they're going to go for the full-on fight. If they all get away, this feels awful.
Yeah, SG, this is really good for them.
He's slowing them.
Yeah, they're defending. They're all out.
And look where Wraith King is, dude.
So many TPs bottom.
This was
my god.
Sick. And now Arms is just skeleting top. What a maneuver. That's the macro play right there that we talk about, where you're like, oh yeah, they make really good moves on the map. That's like, the heroes were completely inconsequential to this. Like, sure, Wraith King pushes a little faster than your average carry, maybe, but any carry would have still gotten this tower with creeps.
Right. And I mean, they'll make the most of it on Hikori and take the tier 1 tower for sure. And actually, with this ward up in the area, oh my god, are they going to find a kill here onto Hiko? Might actually go down, trying to TP out of there. Will he escape? Oh, back in the base, going to live through it. All right, ulti's dropped. No chance for a kill. Damn.
Meanwhile, Widge was still way down bottom there with his courier. Able to now. Oh, no, not TPing.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Interesting.
Very interesting. He wanted to stay back there. They're going to smoke in. He's going to try and bait, maybe, on the creep wave, and they're hoping they cut back down.
This is a Blink Dagger reveal. Jumps in, finds him. Double reveal. No save. El Misho
why?
Was too far away. He wanted to disrupt.
Okay, but let's say he does. Like...
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Sometimes just let him go, man. It's like,
no,
they won't
Yuma,
get their 10 dual damage.
Yuma wants these creeps so badly. Oh, okay, maybe they can make something happen here. Oh, God, he doesn't have mana for coil. Oh, no. And then the nightmare afterwards.
Yeah.
God, that's got to be so frustrating.
Mr. Jeans would have had mana.
There you go. Good old Mr. Jeans. Well, the last several minutes, Arms has just been chilling up top, like having the time of his life.
I keep forgetting Arms is in this game, and I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
He's 0-0-0, and he's just been opposite of the opponent. Like, ever since he left the lane, he has just been mad chilling.
All right, they're leaving now, though. Or they're coming up to try and force him back. And he, at least for the moment, is going to leave. Ali will clear through all of these creeps that are annoying.
I also do appreciate how Arms uses a set as old as him with the sword and board Skeleton King. I mean, this is like classic, man. This is what he was meant to be.
It's true.
Pirate Skeleton King.
And he hits from further because he's also got a broom handle.
Boom.
All lore. Although he might be in trouble now. This could be bad. Oh, Arms. You got too comfy, Trent. too comfy.
All
Will they be able to bring him down twice, though? That is the question.
He's
Guts?
like counting the stuns here.
They still have coil. Yeah, but they're not going to go for it. Widge with the wraparound. Ooh.
Oh,
They
he
have
blinked.
grip.
Oh no!
They have grip, though. Yeah, they got
okay.
him.
All right. I thought
Jump in. Duel.
Isn't it magical, Papa?
Are they going Roche?
Yeah, might as well. Got
Very
Puck.
nice.
That's the big hero. Hang it up. Got a Blightstone on Wraith King. Blightstone on TA, sure. Obviously, she's going for a eventual. Are they both? No, okay. He's not going Deso. All right. His is just casual.
Yeah. I'll
And of
go
course,
back.
then they'll stack, after.
Ooh,
There you go.
that's a good point. And I mean, to be honest, they were on the opposite side of the map for so long that it
Oh,
kind of
of
works
course.
anyways.
Yeah, it's totally fine. Just making sure he wasn't going full investment Deso, that's all.
SGA looking really good right now. Very impressed with this. And if Hiko keeps on getting like these dual victories, already 30 at 16 minutes is not bad.
They've also, SG made a very good read on this game by looking at the fact, like, they have TB and Razor. What if we just, like, doubled up on halberds, right? Doubling on arms, doubling on Hiko, 2 ranged cores that rely on attack damage? That's good.
Jumps in. They are on to Widge, but the jump forward and the catch save afterwards on Misho, trying to make sure that dual victory won't be a victory. And it wasn't. Now, XY blinks back.
He got out.
Yep, he's able to escape from that one. Oh, press the attack. Tally shows up. Soulbind onto 2, but they got to run. They got to be careful. Wants to take down 1, and man, XY just blew up that Razor. Now trying to turn it down. Misho still super strong. Meld strike, couple more punches. Why not? Eco still chasing Guts over to the side. They take down El Misho, and Guts does a little ring around the rosy action with arms chasing. They know where they want to go, and they found Guts.
They got
him
him.
dead.
Oh, that was some pretty intense lag.
Yeah,
That was very unfortunate. And he did not have phase shift up for the record, so it didn't kill him or anything.
okay.
Oh man.
Seriously, it's not bad manner. Yeah,
Oh,
they're
of
lining
course
up.
not. Yeah. We are lagging. Yep.
It's not bad manner. I think it's fine. You have to assume. Like, geez, that's rough, man.
You know
Oh
how
yeah,
it is.
Hiko did a really cool play during that fight where KXY was way up front, and he pressed the attack on like the instant that the reflection came out, and I think it was intentional, but it was like so fast right after that it was not an issue at all. And of course, that's just more protection for the refractions by removing those additional damage instances. So really, and well, speaking of, look, usually the caster curse it works the wrong way, but Hiko pulling off another sweet move there.
He's strong, man. This is going to be a scary LC. He's going to start scaling here.
Middle tower is under attack.
And we'll see where they decide to go from there on out. Now having the level 2 duel. Some disruptions getting thrown out. And this is maybe a little bit of a hope that we could see from Hikori is going for the disruption and then using those TB illusions to try and farm with the Shadow Demon even. Could be a nice way to play it.
Well, with it feeling like SG is running this game and with the Aegis, how are we going to get Hikori back into this one? What is your plan right now? You got Blinky at Witchblade, bots coming out on the puck. Oh, yeah. I mean, I agree. I feel like there's a little bit of dodging that needs to happen. Scotty on TB will be huge. That's got to be something that you look towards as being like your saving grace. So you take the fights you have to with your BKB on the Razor, but you really just try and make sure you're in a good position when the Scotty comes out.
Hunting, not finding. Go. Not going to be able to connect. Tier 2 is still going to die. Yeah, that's going to be something to watch for. And I will say that, like, as the game goes later, I really do believe in Yuma's power to try and carry this one. Like, we're seeing a physical build come out from Wraith King. It's mainly physical damage from TA. Legion is mostly physical, although there is some of the, like, overwhelming odds. And you've just got crazy armor with Terrorblade as you keep on building those Agi items.
Yeah, Yuma's a beast.
The scary part, of course, is, if Grimstroke has a game, he's going to kill all of Hikori with the TB illusions. Gets towards an Aghanim Scepter. PH definitely rock some face.
All right, well, I mean, they're doing a lot of the right stuff, but this wave is still going to hit your 2-2 right now. You don't have Glyph. I think this is just gone. Mind you, Yuma is hitting a tier 2 bottom, so this isn't the worst scenario. They're even going to throw down the Shout, even Illusions. There is Glyph on the Radiant. They should probably protect this, I would think. You have map control. Don't give this up for free.
Yeah.
Dual top?
Too.
Wait, what? Oh, the self-Yules. He's too speedy.
Yeah, couldn't get him, but still chasing. Has an idea of where he's at, looking for him. Oh, time lapse. Run away.
Oh my god, they're chasing Weaver and losing their tower.
Yeah, that's crazy. Bottom is just gone. That is very frustrating.
Oh, it's so close.
All right, 24 HP. Do they deny it?
You might as well. It's TB. Just like honestly.
Goes out.
All right, they're gonna try not to.
Kind of wild. I mean, you're giving up like outpost if you do that, I guess.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's just, I mean, it'll go down eventually, but hey, TB's already out of the area. It'll take him a while to get it.
Up top, guts. Oh, just barely able to get out of there. Frustrating. Ooh, trap. Not quite gonna be there. Maybe another little lag spike there. Perfectly fine. But yeah, I don't know.
Smoke. Yeah, there they go.
This is Scotty done.
Oh, this is the time. We're in. Robo 2. Brigand's Blade.
And a haste rune for Hiko left behind to get picked up by KXY. So if they get in range, this still could be very good. Scan is going to connect, but look at this. Arms. Right out front and center. Breaks the link immediately. Oh, Widge in some trouble. Nightmare 1, grip the other, but that's not going to be anything. Yeah, Vitaly just kills him.
Wow. Hokori taking over this game after that Aegis take from SG. Yeah. No cares here. Taking a tier 2 in response. Taking a little move down bottom. Good smoke. Good use of the Scotty power up here from Yuma. Could even perhaps do it again. They still have coil. That's really the key to what they have. A lot of lines on that minimap right now. My goodness.
Right. Well, again, it's just like, if Yuma's left to his own devices, he is going to be able to do a ton of damage in these fights. Ooh, run away. Little Weaver. Trying to hide. But like they do have some great tools to like enable him too. They got the disruption later on. Ooh, Gardic.
Oh, he's got no detection over there.
Oh my god.
Man, one stray sentry and you're just done. Oh.
That was it.
Not even close. Oh no, Elmisho, why? You just saw what happened. Why would you leave?
Elmisho.
Why? Were you watching?
El Dedo. That's not the way that goes. All right. Go. Run. That's the one. As Widge, they blow up the illusion. And immediately gonna go for the smoke up afterwards.
The Shadow Blade on arms. A bit old school. They can get the job. Oh, they saw the invis
they know
there.
He's just running away. Does Yuma realize?
Oh,
no?
I thought he saw it.
Careful. Down to half HP. Does have the Sunder, but in some trouble. Silences out afterwards in the dual victory. Eco gets the kill. Man. Just like that. I mean, that was everything.
Arms hitting him with a tip, too. Damn. Oh, Gardic. Another game of these Weavers. It's being a total nuisance. Catching the waves as they leave the base, getting a little bit of protection down. Throws down a sentry just to make sure that there's not some vision here waiting for him to do this exact play. And perhaps setting up for Guts to grab a kill. Widge and Hiko coming back. They want to find themselves a freebie. But there's a Dire Ob spotting some moves. Oh, Widge.
Looking.
Sorry, not Witch. Eco. I don't know why I
That's
said
good.
Witch.
Like,
Yeah, I'm just trying to confuse him, Keep him on his toes.
that's fair. Dude, he's literally just chilling, waiting.
I mean, he
He
has
knows
the
that he's
odds.
gonna show. Yeah.
Yeah, but if he died, that would be very embarrassing.
Yeah. He knows better.
Such
Dude, this is just like Aloha Dance from the
I know.
other series that we watched.
We're just replaying the games from before. It's all a simulation.
These Weavers have just been very hard to deal with. Pushing out the waves, but I think they might find him here finally.
They shouldn't
Oh,
just
Gardic.
do reruns. They should write
Oh!
new plots for the other regions,
Ah!
Oh, he's fine. He's fine.
He's so good. Look at him go.
Dire are scanning.
It's interesting too, because while that was happening, like TA ended up hitting up top tier 3 tower.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Well, they have successfully kept it pretty even while we prepare for the next Roche, which I'm going to think would be their next big moment here. What is Vitali doing? Looks like a Lincoln's has committed for the ultimate orb here.
Okay.
So some help versus the duel, even just like Soulbind too.
Oh, the Yule's out. Gardic, they found him. And that should be enough for the duel victory. So they finally are able to squash the nuisance of the bug. And 100 duel damage for this Legion commander. What a pick.
Top tower is under attack.
I will say KXY is really pushing the limits here with the hero. Just how can you kill him with his BKB? If he has TP, which he currently doesn't, but like let's pretend he has BKB TP.
Okay.
I don't think he can die unless it's like full on like meta is there and swinging the entire time with like several
Right.
heroes, but feels unlikely.
Well, Arcane and Arosh is available, but Corey, they do have a lot of heroes in the area and some pretty good vision down too, so this is not going to be super easy. Bugs.
That next
Brown.
fight is going to be so hard for Yuma, even with a BKB.
You think so?
Well, I mean, it just depends on the halberd.
Yeah, I guess. That's fair. Yeah, if that halberd comes out, he's going to get wrecked. But this game's still very, very even. Big differentiation. There's a smoke out coming. And for an opening, they get a coil only onto one. But it is Witch. So Witch goes down, and then the duel on the other side. They find out Misho, but Yule Scepter lift up, dead, and, well, halberd out afterwards onto TB. Yuma walks in, wants to start blasting away. Rest of the team coming in afterwards. Guts chasing. Hiko in trouble. Try to kill the bug off him. Not going to happen. Yule Scepter lift up again, this time on the Grimstroke, who tries to escape, but it ain't going to happen. Corey, what a huge victory for them.
Roche, go Roche, go Roche, go Roche. They know the plan. They know the way. Over half of meta left. KXY, though, already nearby. Now melts. Buyback.
Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. So they managed to take that Roche fight, but they don't get the Roche afterwards, which is, I'm sure, a little bit frustrating for Corey, but
They just want him in again.
yeah.
We'll find him again in the pit.
Although, actually, with meta now down, maybe they can't. They might actually have to give that up. Oh, that's frustrating. Sure. Ulti down onto Widge. Press the attack and keep him alive. And, yeah, with nobody in the area, it's just going to be a free one. Damn. SG. Get
Kinda
the
just-
Aegis.
Yeah, accepting the circumstances that they can't fight it. They don't want to risk anything more. They've done a lot to hold this game from what felt like a pretty good start. Another duel here.
Okay.
Another freebie here for Hiko. That's a plus of 140 damage.
Yeah, he's
And
having
lot
a
of
hell of a
tips.
game.
Yeah, plus 150. plus shards.
Nice.
They were called. Been a while.
Good job. That was sick. Still looking for people. Want to get that courier snipe, but couldn't quite come out in time. Arms running on down bottom. Don't find anybody there, but gets back to farming afterwards. TB illusions, cutting waves. Got Gardic again coming in to cut the creep waves as well. And this has definitely been the mode that we've been seeing. A lot of just split pushing when teams are falling behind like this and keeping the net worth relatively even.
Yeah, we constantly talk about the risks of pushing structures, mostly high ground. Tier 2s can be a bit risky too, but people don't want to take that risk.
Oh, he found him. Nice play.
Huge.
Another dual victory and taking that SD out, but does have buyback if things get a little bit testy. The coil going to connect now onto 3. Has to be careful as CB can just start ripping away at them. BKB out, turns now, starts blowing them up one by one. KXY is done. They buy back on the Legion Commander, but way too far away at the moment. They do turn and want to bring down Vitaly, but they won't quite be able to. Dude, Yuma is too big.
I don't understand what was happening right now. Why did they buy back?
Unbelievable. And they might kill off this puck, but no, Yule Scepter afterwards. 3 dead. TB, it's too strong.
Well, they ward the high ground to jump and kill Misho, and they're just like, oh, okay, well, there goes the 5 who ruins my duels, but he buys back. The fight pulls outside. Well, he waits first off to buy back, so the fight goes to the base. Right. And he TPs to the tier 2 because they're in between a tier 2 and a tier 3. And he's instantly back in the fight, like right away, and contributes all his spells. He got everything off in that fight.
Well,
so
it's going to be another dual victory here at the very least. Ooh, maybe not actually. Oh, no. Oh, Hiko's going to go down instead? Gardic time lapse. Oh,
the
no.
Damage sap.
Takes him down. Oh, man. Listen, I'm just going to say they have like all physical damage and it's against the Terrorblade. It's really tough.
Oh, here's our replay here too. So Misho gets grabbed, dies. Look at this. He waits, buyback right to that tier 2. Back in the fight right away. And as you said the whole time, Yuma is just absolutely slapping the damage around. They don't have the damage to get back through, and then Misha comes back in for the easy mop and bucket cleanup there. And Arms just on the old struggle bus.
Yeah. Well, I was wondering if we were going to see like a return to the, Radiance play or something like that. Obviously, it's tough because you're against Reflection, but just, I don't know. Terrorblade was such a good pick. And Gardic has been absolutely fabulous on this Weaver, making moves around the map and like constantly catching and cutting waves.
What a swing, man.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Wait, what? Why does it say Yuma's doing Legion voice lines? Oh, wait, what?
Huh?
Did you see that?
No, I didn't. No, it says Hiko for me. Wait.
What? No, it says Yuma, form up, we're going back in.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, that's not Legion. It's from the anime. That's what it is. My bad.
That's a Luna line.
So confused.
I wonder if it's the same voice actress.
I don't know. Yo, shout out to Luna in the first season of the anime. She really, she made things interesting.
It's true. Genocidal character. Shout out to her.
Hey, whoa, come on now. Very cool character. All right.
All right, fair enough. Oh man.
Yo, Witch has an Agnums.
He's been farming.
Okay, I've been out on this one. He went straight Ags, no Aether.
Yeah, he's chilling.
Why? I mean, the cooldown is kind of sick.
Yeah, I think that's probably the most important part. We've seen a couple of Banes go Aghanims. I feel like there's another one in one of the other games that happened in this.
Yeah, that was the 70-minute game. Oh, okay.
No, there's another one from.
No. Because we got one today, but like, come on.
Yeah, it was from like the 5th Roche or something.
Well,
but
it was a lot of the Eastern European teams were doing it at TI on the position 4, but
they spot him. Which maybe an Ags time. He's living. On the other side, leash up, needs to back out. Oh, he didn't know about the eggs. Oh no, KXY gets handled. And now Hiko trying to escape. Maybe he's hoping that Hiko could press the attack him off, but it didn't happen. Regardless, it's up on high ground now, and this game is looking rough.
Insane. Actually just
Unreal.
ended. Like one bad jump.
Dude,
That
timing.
Legion in the pub getting reported. 100%. It doesn't matter if everyone jumped off the bridge with you. She jumped first.
Time lapse, keeping them alive. Big plays, big plays. Can they do it? Tries to get out of there. KXY in trouble still. And they're going to be able to completely drain the Wraith King. Coming back to life in a moment, but
They're in their
everybody
base.
hurting.
Leave them alone.
Hey, dude, they're in. It's all over. Devastation. Hori absolutely wrecking.
That's Legion, by the way. He's saying,
Oh, what's
all right,
that?
Look at the line of that. Go, Roche. Circled Roche.
Yeah.
Now, go control this. We need next Roche.
Dude, the power of the lowest win rate hero in DPC. You get 160 duel damage and he can't win the game. Devastating.
Yeah, it is definitely the lowest win rate with 40 picks, I think. Actually, Willow might be... Willow's worse, but I think has less picks.
God, yeah, you can see just once they're in there, like the time lapse afterwards, because Weaver's been farming all game. Both supports have Aghanims. Oh wait, no, actually, excuse me. Elmisho doesn't have an Aghanims yet.
Middle tower has fallen.
Oh, yeah, Willow has 75 picks and 36% win rate. Jeez. Stay away from the Willows and the Legion Commanders, ladies and gentlemen. I implore you to pick Mirana, though. Just saying. I saw this earlier today, but that hero was crushing it before people stopped picking her.
Really?
Yeah. Let's see. Maybe she'll make a comeback. Once the anime drops, we'll get all those heroes back.
True.
That always happens. Except for DK. Don't pick DK either. He's I think he's 2-18 in TPC.
You just keep telling me what not to pick, Trent. What should we get?
I think no matter what I tell you, it just won't matter. So I'm just trying to keep
Okay.
you away from the absolute worst
That's
ones,
fair.
Radiant's courier has been
KXY considering a scythe, but the butterfly is complete now for Yuma. So that is a lot of protection. Now, mind you, we still have a lot of halberds.
Yeah.
2 halberds. Maybe they can find that. Oh, also
Boyle.
Grim has eggs. It's done.
Press the
Courier got
attack.
it.
Yeah, that's devastating. If they can get it, though, that's the question. Ulti, XY in trouble, just dies.
All right, LTH, get in there.
He has to find Yuma to get
All right.
this Axe onto him. Nico tries to back away. They jump in. LTH, he spots his target, but can he actually find
There it
him?
is.
Pops it there. Doubles out. Focuses immediately, trying to take down the Razor. And look at it. The Terrorblade. Oh, but the time lapse came out. And then Yuma just turned and immediately beat it to death. Because he has an MKB to kill himself. The reflection illusion.
Genius.
It's no good. Arms, BKBs, walks away. But Yuma, know what he wanted to get. He goes in, takes down the tier 4 towers. And this is going to be GG. Hikori, take game number 1. Fabulous fashion. Very impressive stuff.
It's 3 meals away from a societal collapse at all times. SG were 1 dive away from a total collapse in this game. And
Wait, what was the
they
first
took that
part?
dive. What?
What was the
Society's
first part?
Society's 3 meals away from a total collapse.
Oh, okay.
It's not, you suddenly no one can eat for 3 meals. Then what happens, huh? This is what happens. Your graph goes.
Very dark.
Well, I'm
Very,
just
very
trying to
dark.
make some comparisons.
All right.
Pardon me for making analogies.
Jeez, that's scary. Yeah, it was definitely a big collapse there. I want to know what the big thing was that timing wise, if there was an item that they got or what it was that made all the difference. I don't know. Any
It was
thoughts?
when they dove and made the fight really easy.
Okay.
I mean, they're always going to be on a timer because Yuma was
Yeah.
getting the big items. Things were looking pretty
Right.
scary. They have a set way they want to play these fights, and as the game goes on, the items that you get on the heroes that stop the Legion duels, they just make it easier and easier. You look at someone like Elmisho, right? Once he's getting the Aether, and then he's getting the Blink Dagger, suddenly half of those plays that Hiko's making the whole game just don't happen anymore. And Hiko didn't go for I'm going to ruin TB's game necessarily items in terms of the blade mail or something. Maybe you could find something like that, or like a BKB to ensure that you're getting the good target every time. So I think that the double halberd was good if they kept that same momentum, but they couldn't quite find it.
Yeah, and you can see here the damage that was dealt. I think also if we could check out the graphs real quick. I'm not sure if we have the technology.
We have
to
the
do that or not.
technology. If we can click the graph button, I can tell you.
Yeah,
it went really high and then really low.
Well, then if you go to items, there like around this 30-minute mark, there was a collection of items that sort of coalesced all
You're really
together.
making them work hard here.
I know. I'm sorry. I apologize. Thank you so much for that. But yeah, scroll just a little over. I'm sorry, production. Please
No, I
forgive me.
see it right there at 20 minutes.
Yeah.
It's the bracer into the Scotty.
Yeah, there it is. That's all
was
this.
those 2 items.
But
That
it
what you
was
meant?
like they got Aegis on Radiant, but it was like at the same time you got Aghanims on Puck, you got Blink, you got Lincolns, all that stuff was coalesced together. So really impressive showing. Any thoughts before we head on back to the panel before we break it all down?
No, I'll leave some for them.
All right, well let's leave some for them, and we'll hear in just a sec. SG drop the game. Corey, take game number 1.
All right.
Every day, every time we start the panel, Winter gets bigger, so I always get scared when we get back on camera. Bowie, I want to ask you first because I think you touched on a very pivotal point of the draft, and you're biased towards SG, which means apparently you're more willing to flame them. So, you talked about Hokori lacking stuns. We talked about them having to run them. Do you feel like SG was capable of abusing that lack of stuns?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
I have a really big pet peeve with the way ARMS played this game. I think that
I was looking.
Yeah,
for that.
yeah, because he was pretty farmed and he didn't really go for a build that like had explosive damage. Obviously, TA builds Deso, so he cannot go for that. But in 2 fights, he actually had reincarnation, and either the TA or the LC is getting jumped or getting his damage drained, and he was playing very. Like, I don't know if passive is the work, but like I feel like he could use his body to soak a lot of damage, use the slow, actually proc his slow so that everyone else could do damage. But he was always really afraid to commit, and I'm not sure if there was some miscommunication, but I think that was a big problem. Also, I think the die from Hiko, very unnecessary. It just forced a terrible fight. But even in that terrible fight, ARMS was very scared to commit, and at the end of the day, everyone died anyway, so it will probably be better if he could use all of that HP, all of that evasion, so that the TA didn't get sapped, and then like they can do damage, right? Because the TA at the end of the day is the carry.
He was playing the game more for himself instead of playing for the TA. I think with this draft, he had to sacrifice his own game and play for the TA in the team fights. I agree. The last fight, he even ran away and he tried to stun. I think it was here. He tried to stun the Razor that had Lincolns, then he couldn't kill him. I think it was this fight. That was pretty terrible because the TA he actually had to stay there and help the TA. I felt that he ran away and he went for the Razor. Maybe if he stayed there, he stunned the TB because the TB was I think around 40% HP, but he got his Thunder off after the Aegis. But if he actually stunned him, TA revived and they tried to burst him. Maybe they killed the TB. They could have just won the fight there.
I agree.
I mean, it's really brutal when you get tipped for a tactical play in a team fight. Not that you missed a stun or whatever, but like you chose to do the wrong thing and they tip you because they realized it was that bad. All right, that was.
Now I know why. Now I know why everyone is actually flaming him all the time.
Well, it's just ARMS also has a history of saying incendiary things as well. So there's those too. Yeah. But yeah, so did you guys feel like? Actually, I'll ask you, Bowie, first. Do you think that Hokori was just a better team in terms of execution?
It's hard. I think
'cause you went hard for SG. I mean, I guess Winter more so, but you said 71% in favor of SG.
Yeah, I did. I don't know. I feel like they played their lanes really well, but I feel like they kind of threw this game. If they just kept doing what they were doing and didn't really... obviously, I think ARMS probably has some issue with this loss, but I feel like if they just actually kept that high ground, the triangle there, and just waited for Roche, like that seemed like a very straightforward win or like decent game for them to play. When they dive there and they lose that fight, the game is ruined. I think it's really hard to come back from that when you know that they have the late game, so you can't go for plays like that.
They made use of their 29%.
Other 29. Winter, do you feel ashamed that you were wrong by that much of a margin, or are you just gonna chalk this up to another one of your errors?
What's wrong with being wrong? You know, we are here to be wrong, and the players to show us why we are wrong. You know, that's why we're
What a
talking
great
and not playing.
answer. Wow. I would allow you to be a minister. Yeah, I think.
I would say that apart from arms, I would also have something to say about the Bane's item build. I felt
Okay.
like he was playing more like a position 4 instead of like the Wraith King was playing more like a position 1 instead of a 2, and the Bane was playing more like a 4 than a than a 5. I think he needed to buy just a Glimmer, because I felt like a couple of fights, if he had a Glimmer, he could have saved the other guy, or he saved himself, and then the fight could have been completely different, you know. But he chose to go for the axe, which I felt like a bit
Yeah.
unnecessary. And
I
in
really. Sorry, go on. Sorry.
No. You can go ahead. No worries.
Yeah, like I was really thinking about that. I think the reason they didn't go like either Force or Glimmer is because of the SD. But I also feel like if you don't really build any defensive items as supports because there's SD on the other team, like I'm not sure if that makes that much sense.
A lot of the times the Puck was just jumping him alone, and he had nothing to save himself. If he had Glimmer, he would have lived for sure. Or at least you force the Puck. Okay, fine, he'll buy a dust, but you have the magic resistance. It's going to take a longer time for the Puck to kill you, you know, and things could be different because your team can come and save you. And overall, I felt like during the first, you guys were talking about, I think, the second Roshan just now, where they had to stand on the high ground. But I felt like a lot of the issues also arise before that. They were playing a really good game, like at the second catapult, where they actually, I think they brought 5 heroes to mid lane to kill the tier 1 mid, or 4 heroes, I can't remember. I think that was a really good move. Because the tier was really strong, he was doing well in his lane. They brought heroes to contest. The LC TPO, and I think the Wraith King, he actually walked over to help to take the tower. I think that was really good. Unfortunately, that was the only good thing I think the Wraith King did the whole game. They killed the tower, and then they smoked, I think, 3 people bottom. I think that was the first point in the game where I thought, oh, they're actually doing and starting to get the ball rolling. Bane was staying bottom. He was trying to get his level 6. They went bottom, they killed people, and then they tried to pressure the tower. They couldn't get the tower, but they retreated, and Wraith King had the whole map to farm. I think the game was going really well there. They were making really good moves, but I only saw like the Bane was always trying to farm. The 3-man team was the Grimstroke, the LC, and the Puck. I felt like the 3-man team should be the Bane, the LC, and the Puck, and the Grim should be farming his either Lance or the Aghanims. He need to rush.
You mean the TA?
That game, yeah. Sorry, yeah, with the TA. Yeah, I mean the Grimstroke, that game, I felt like he had to be rich for them to close out the game. He needed to have Lance is like kind of like luxury. I felt like Axe is the item that you really want that game. But I kind of felt like the Bane was trying to take too much fun, where he actually should let the Grim be richer than him. And after that, they got the first rush, I think at 15 or 16 minutes. Then they started to push, and the Weaver was, I remember the Weaver, he was creating a lot of distraction. He was like cutting the waves, and the LC, he was camping here and left and right to try and catch him. And they spent a lot of time trying to run him down, which I felt like one or two times he was fine. But after that, at minute 20, because the Aegis was about to expire, I think 21 expire, then they killed the tier 2 mid. And then they had the option to I felt like they should have just ran high ground at that point. They had one quick wave, because I think it was a Puck that cleared the wave behind them, but they had one wave. They needed to make that wave go up the high ground, because they had 1 minute on the Aegis, and force them at least to come back. Instead of that, they tried to run away, and they went bug hunting. You know, they looked for the Weaver, and then the Weaver, I think, brought them in circles for 1 or 2 minutes, 1 minute, and then the TB was like, "Oh, thank you very much, sir. I'll farm the whole map." So yeah, I kind of see why TB. I kind of see why TB is getting picked a lot. I think in the last week or so, because he's one of the position 1 carries where usually you don't see much position 1 hard carries nowadays. But he's one of those position 1 carries where he can delay the game by splitting the map really well, clearing the creep waves. But at the end of the day, I felt like the opponent also let him do that by not forcing the issue as much with their advantage.
Yes. I will say, since we're on the TB thing, I wanted to commend, and maybe you want to add to this, Bo, as well. I think Yuma's playstyle on the team fights was much more aggressive than we're used to for a TB. Like, he was running into the fight, right, as opposed to like standing in his zone and hitting everything. And that was a big reason why SG started struggling into the mid late game. Like, him playing these fights so aggressively, not allowing them to run away, made up for the lack of stuns they had in many situations. And they realized, like, they put themselves in a bad position, like the team fight bottom, and then all of a sudden they can't leave because TP is actually blocking their exit because he put himself in that position to begin with, which I thought was very good for Yuma.
I think it was Lyrical that talked about the fact that they have 3 physical damage cores, right? I guess LC has some AoE on the illusions, but once you get enough time, it doesn't really do any damage. So the TB was having such a good time. And I also just want to talk about that Weaver, because, you know, SG, they have first pick, they don't ban the Weaver, then you just literally give that for free for Hokori, and that Weaver felt really impactful. I'm not gonna lie, like,
well, to be honest,
it's a lot of time.
I think it's more about like how they were playing the game. Yeah, sure, Weaver is a really good hero, but I felt like their primary downfall is because of their own play and their own itemization. Yeah, sure, the dive at the end of the game and it's whatever, but I think that if they would have taken their timings much better, it would have been, you know, a whole different story. Obviously, if the game goes late, they're gonna have a hard time because it's a TB. TB counters their heroes. Your Wraith King and TA is not going to out carry the TB. The TB is going to just crush you later on. So they have to be able to make use of the first few timings that they have, especially with the Aegis, because you have TA, you're going to get the Aegis, and you have to be able to get one Rex like by 20 plus minutes. If that doesn't happen, right, the TB is going to just outscale you for sure.
Bowie, I'm going to open up the floodgates for the flame. What do you think of our first pick Jakiro, my dude?
Well, what I feel like is happening here is SG, they have first pick again, so they probably want to play the same style, and they expect Hokori to go for that late game sort of carry. I feel like they're just gonna leave Terrorblade open, and they want to have supports and heroes that deal better Terrorblade, because they probably feel like if they, you know, had more AoE damage, they could deal with the illusions, they could have had a better game, which arguably is true. Yeah, like they go TA again, so I feel like it's gonna be sort of a similar draft. And they do ban TB. All right.
Okay, so they thought that was the big issue in their draft. Then it was the TB.
I mean, it was definitely part of the issue, like on the opponent side. But I felt like if they would have used their own timings better, it probably would have it could have not been an issue at all, because they could have ended the game. They did so well, you know, in the first 15 minutes. I felt like they made every move.
But I think that's
perfectly.
like their own problem, Winter. I feel like they understand. I mean, to some degree, they understand that they struggle to use the advantage that they have, because I feel like that was very similar to a lot of SG games. Like, they have decent laning stages, and I don't want to use the word troll, but a lot of times they don't use the tools they have to their disposal to the best degree, and the game kind of slips from their hands in a way.
You know, when you say that, I feel like sometimes the teams that always end up in that scenario, they always don't really understand what is the true problem of the team. You can see here with the draft and whatnot, and how they're opening with their heroes, because I feel like sometimes it's fine if you lose a game and you have an advantage, but it's actually more important that you understand why did we lose, you know, like what we have to do differently. If you just lose and okay, we lost because of TB, and there's other underlying reasons, and you didn't really find it out, it's very bad for the team going forward. You know, you just keep losing without figuring out what's the true root of the cause. You have to treat the true root cause instead of just the symptom. The TB is kind of like he's the symptom, but he's not the true cause.
You summarize Brazilian Dota right now.
Yeah,
that is
it's true.
I think you pretty much.
Don't you think, Bowie, that the old SG started changing that pattern? That's why I was so surprised they
had a really good coach. They had a
really
good coach.
When you say the old
24/7
SG, when you say the old SG, do you mean which
TI SG? The last one. The last one we just saw. Yeah. I mean, I know we can go really old with SG. I think the old SG was even better, like the real old, the Kiev Major SG. But like, I'm talking about the TI SG, because they were the first team I saw in Brazil to actually like stick it through, rebuild themselves, have great strategies. It was incredible, honestly. I was a big fan.
I mean, it's just rather, for me, I feel rather sad when I see these kind of teams where I feel like the players have so much potential, and they're struggling because of one very tiny bit of detail, that small thing, but it's really holding you back, even though it's a very small detail, and you can't really realize the full potential of the team, and then the players end up, okay, we play one season, okay, this is not working out, it's probably our chemistry being so bad, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I can't talk to A and B player, so bye-bye. But the true problem is not that, so it's sad.
I totally agree. I mean, I do feel like there's definitely potential for SG to bring this to a 3-game series, but they definitely, I do see a pattern in the way that they lose, where they rarely get stomped in lanes. They just, it's very similar to Noping in a way. I think just like random mistakes.
Their first 15 minutes is kind of like as good as how Beast Coast can play their early games. I feel like they did everything in the macro part of the game. The rotations and everything, the laning, everything was perfect. They maneuvered around the timings, the runes, and everything, where they should be playing. Should they be trading towers? Should they be defending their towers? How they're using the smoke? I would give all the boxes a tick, the first 15, right, until minute 18, 19. But after that, it was like, just those small details, that let them down. They could have just closed the game out and we would be talking about something different, We'll be saying, that the draft, that's so too greedy, blah, 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 blah.
No stuns.
They couldn't defend their racks because of this, that, But instead we're talking about, oh no, the arms guy is not doing anything in the team fight, blah, 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 blah. So it's just the small things that could change the whole outcome of the game so much.
True.
5 seconds remaining.
So there's definitely a couple of different things in this draft. They went for the Pangolier here. I'm assuming it's gonna be. I mean, I guess it could flex mid, but probably.
Pango's kind of bad against Puck and Weaver though.
Yeah.
The Weaver is the bugs is so annoying for the Pango, and Puck self-explanatory why Pango sucks against Puck.
Yeah, until you get the shard, you can't roll in Driven Coil.
Yeah.
Okay, the tilt has begun.
Why? Why do you think the Rubik is tilted?
The guy is like saying, I told you to ban TP just now. There's nothing wrong with what we were doing.
5 seconds remaining.
And so
I don't know. I don't understand.
No, I thought you were talking about Rubik. So like I told you to pick Weaver, so now I'm gonna get Rubik so I can play as Weaver and do the same thing.
Okay,
and I'll be the better Weaver,
No, I think as G Sports is angry about it, I agree with Bowie. Is like, why can't we pick Weaver first pick? What? Why? I can imagine that being a tilt. I agree with you, Bowie. It's been a bit weird that after this much DPC, we're still not seeing the top picks being picked first on SG. Like the fact that they're still relying on TA mid, the lack of attention to the meta.
Hero first pick, right? Like you kind of talked about it. Sure, there might be a plan, but I don't see any follow up, like any long duration stun or anything like ice.
What is this Jakiro doing? Why?
Yeah,
Why is Jakiro here?
And then you ban the Terrorblade, so like my
he's
point
here
of
to entertain you, Alvaro. He's here to entertain you.
Like he's a good hero, all right. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know if that is like actually first pick material like that. I feel like their first pick heroes are very
maybe
odd.
they just wanted to change things up, They wanted to pick open with a support anyway. The last game they did, was it Bane? Yeah, the first pick was Bane.
It was
right?
Bane.
Yeah, so it's just like their opening. They wanted to pick something. Maybe they felt like we need to pick a support where he can clear creeps out better or deal with illusions, like you guys mentioned earlier, and just Jakiro,
And then you ban the TP.
Yeah, I don't know.
What kind of scared me, Winter, is that you said Bane was farming too much. Do you imagine how much this Jakiro is gonna farm? Like as Jakiro, you can farm so much in the map.
Yeah.
Like.
But then you're a Jakiro, at least you can farm faster if you're doing that. You're Bane, you're like, I'm right clicking. Okay, brain snap. I get the range creep.
Right. So the problem was the efficiency of farm. Yeah.
Okay.
That's good.
It was not just efficiency of farm.
I know, I'm joking.
Of farm.
I know. I can tell that you weren't complaining about that.
I can't tell if you're joking or not if I'm not looking at you. If I'm not next to you. Because I have to look at your face to know if you're actually being sarcastic or not. I can't tell from here. You're abusing me.
You have last picks, Winter. Gotta give me a good prediction here because your percentage was wrong last game. So, what do you think we're expecting? What is the carry for SG? How do they fix Or how do they make this draft work?
I hope he plays with his arms this game.
So you
No,
you are getting into the memes now too. I see. All right.
I like Void here for SG. I think it's really good versus Weaver. It's pretty decent versus Puck and Morphling. They have a Jack Hero. I hope this Jack Hero seems useful. So Void is fine. You know, can get a Shadow Blade, kill Morphling every time before he uses the E.
Just pick a Doom carry, Doom the Morphling. I think it's gonna be the same kind of game, you know, where you're playing for the TA. He just needs to. I feel like that's not his ideal role, you know. He's the kind of carry that wants to play for Protect 1 all the time.
And you're kind of right. Like, you have this TA. Void seems very greedy in that regard, but I don't know.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, they go Void, but it's very similar to that other game. Like, will Arms actually play as a 2? Okay.
What the heck? The Doom's on the wrong side, man.
It's a very good Doom game though, as well. It shuts down TA, shuts down Void. Also,
you are against Rubik though, so gotta be careful
True.
how you Doom.
Yeah,
you do get that better Doom on the other side, but I don't know. I think this Hokori draft looks better than last time. If I gotta be honest, they have a little bit more stuns. I think Morphling plays faster tempo, does pretty much everything that Terrorblade does. This is gonna be hard. If SG wins this, it's gonna be their merit, because I think this is gonna be an even harder task than it was game.
The numbers, Bowie, say the numbers.
Yeah, what's the percentages, Bowie? I want to hear them.
This is a 39 for SG and 61 for Hokori.
Okay. Wait till I want your numbers now. I want to hear them.
No numbers. We are having an early day off today.
Early day off. Okay, right. So they both.
Do you
believe
have
in
a
it.
number, Avo?
Yes, I have a number. I have a number of casters. You see, because last game when I threw to them, they were very nice to me. So I just would like to say that I like playing a lot of roles. I think it's fun. You know, I have that's where my numbers lie. But sometimes you want people that can do one role. You know, just one thing. They don't have to do many. Just one thing, and that's why we have Lyrical and Trent.
And sometimes you can wonder if we can even do that one thing.
Roasted.
It's questionable. Got him.
Got him back.
Yeah, it's going in. We got SG versus Corey, and for once in our lives, Trent, there is no pause.
Dude, don't say that. They paused like this far in last time.
That's a fair point, actually.
You want to make
we
that
could
promise
be
these
doomed.
people? Okay, there's no pause.
Yes, there's no pause. We're good. There's not going to be a pause in this game, in fact. That's how freaking sure of it I am.
Did you say this whole game? Because I'll give you a 0% chance.
Yeah?
I'll give you... Oh, no, I lost on my toonies last time this happened.
Your toonies. Freaking Canadian weirdo.
The only way I could figure to send you the cash easily was I sent you a battle pass, which just gives you the equivalent levels if you already own a battle pass. I don't know if you know that.
Oh, okay, I do. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
that
no
was
problem.
great.
That's you're welcome for your sweet persona, I'm sure. But you can actually gift up to 5, and it gave me a bonus for doing it. So really, it was self-serving in the end. It was great.
That's pretty good. Man, we got a weird old draft this time around, don't we?
My PayPal is yeah. Please send. Thank you, Valve.
Yeah, no problem. But yeah, it's a weird one, right? Like, we got ourselves the ogre that gets picked up this time. Morphline's playing, but Doom to me is the one that's super weird. But Vitaly, it feels like they're feeling it's a good game for it though.
I'm just disappointed because he doesn't have the guitar cosmetic, and we were just talking about it.
Oh, you're right. That would have been the dream. They love E.
It is a nasty Doom game, though. I don't know. Looks pretty hype. The Blink War Stomps, they're looking good here. LTH can win this game, though. This is a Rubik wins the game, right? There's a Weaver, a Doom, and a Puck. Like, let's go. No pressure.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is he going to get off to a hot start, though? Because, yeah, there's some pressure that you can put onto Yuma, maybe, on the Smorf lane. But you are going to have an Ogre in his face. And Gardic is already up here and trying to get a little bit of bully on as Weaver, or rather the Morphling. He gets salved back up after just 2 spams of abilities. That's a big commitment.
Yeah, especially on a Morphling, but I guess early on, the early points
He's
of
exactly where it was.
Yeah, that's... Gartic's like, seriously, dude? Like, really? But,
What happened?
I mean, you might as well spend it now, because later he doesn't need it. So you just want to carry him through these earlier levels. And, oh, man, Gartic, he almost got that.
Nice. There'll be something to watch, definitely. But yeah, and then the other side, the big thing here is the first pick Jakiro. That is what they decided to go for. And I already try and just throw out a ton of dual breaths. Panel was a little bit dubious on it. The pick is definitely worse without a Terrorblade in the game. It gets gone on again. But do you think it's an okay game for Jakiro?
Well, I was checking. It's the 5th time in this DPC that someone has taken Jakiro in the first phase. I would not say that's very surprising. That it's only the first time, or only the 5th time. And of course, that's counting for like first, 4th, 2nd, 3rd pick, either of those slots. So like first overall, I don't know. Like I get it, where sometimes depending on the amount of heroes left in the pool, it can seem beneficial to take an OP support that you view like Bane or something. Wait to see what they have and then counterpick. I don't know if Jakiro is really the one who I put in that category of like, let me just crack out the old Rolodex of broken supports here.
Right.
Yes, there he is.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it would have been really good in the other game that they had, game number 1. But, I mean, we'll see how he ends up doing with it. So far, he's doing a good job of controlling the lane. We did see El Misho as Yuma's down very low up top. But they were able to rotate in with the Weaver and steal the Water Rune. So KXY didn't manage to get that second bottle refill. A little bit frustrating, I'm sure.
He also did a half pull down bottom there from Witch. So he let 2 creeps in. Unfortunately, it was the range creep. I don't know if he meant that on purpose, but yeah, he grabbed the front 2 creeps and let 2 go through, which is going to create a really good situation here as this next wave comes through. But El Misho's camp is unblocked. He can't get a connection there in time, but he'll just get the stack off for the next one instead.
Okay. Easy peasy. Ali taking a lot of damage here. Does have some pretty good armor.
There's a lot of
but
dire creeps. Why are they fighting?
Arms. Oh my god. Yeah, he's very low. Actually gonna have to eat this bug off of himself.
So much free damage.
And then the salve back up afterwards. But yeah, the creep wave coming in. This is still very good, as you mentioned, for arms. As he's gonna start skyrocketing up to the top of the last hit board. None of these small camps have been blocked out, so still has the opening. But likewise, also, we're going to see if LTH can get some good stacks off onto these ancients. He's already heading over.
That's the real question, right? Will we see it again?
Always so valued. Misha trading hits there with Widge. And tries to get a stack off, but won't happen for the Jakiro. Did manage to get it on the Rubik. Yeah, and it comes on over and also...
Yeah. He's going to hold it. He got the stack, and he's looking to see if he can... All right, he's just going to take it. He's like, I don't have time for this. I'm going back.
And what's interesting is, like, we've been watching Hiko up here, who actually is going to get gone on a little bit by Corey. But the fact that LTH could run mid and steal that Water Rune while Hiko could just sit there in top lane is awesome.
And after double stacking, too. He was gone for quite a while there on the Rubik.
Well, meanwhile, on these other lanes, they are going to try and run over again with LTH to stack, actually. And Gartic is coming over, realizes that this is going on.
I would hope this is not successful.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to get the stack, and also can't steal the bounty rune, but does actually take a lot of hit from those ancients. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, he grabbed him and tossed him in. It was a pretty cute play. Unfortunately, he also tanked a ton himself, so wasn't that amazing. Back down bottom, though, as our observer was trying to point out that things were happening there. Vitaly was getting really low.
Yeah.
But they're looking for the turn back. This is Guts making the rotation, trying to punish people getting aggressive on his cores as Puck. And I feel like I've been waiting for that for the last, 6 Puck games I've been watching. Good rotation there from Guts. Didn't even have to burn the coil.
On the top side, they take down Gartic as well. So a nice little combination of abilities there as both... well, it was just the Guts rotation that found the kill. TA was still able to stay mid. But LTH is probably going to stick around this area and go for another round of stacks here.
Witch's death will be a pleasant surprise for KXY. Fill up the bottle there, and they're going to cover both runes as well. But nah, Guts will get there first. And he wins the coin toss.
Ooh, DD. Back towards mid, trying to get some stuff done here. Gardic down low, and... Ooh, I mean, this is still the DD Weaver. This is going to be a lot. They're all caught. And in a little bit of trouble. Does have refraction back up in a second and gets it in time before they come out and have the damage for him. He barely live. Dude, are you really sticking around right now? XY is nuts.
Oh, okay. Nice one, Guts. That was pretty sick.
Yeah. Deals the bounty. Walks in, though. Oh, no. Guts. Not like this. Gets stunned. Oh, and then the raise down. Which is going to get the kill. Dude, it could have... That, like, almost could have been a triple kill. How well it was going. And then they get nothing. But in the meantime, Pengo did die.
Yeah, at least Yuma's making moves up there with the morph kill. Transforming into the Pango and give him a taste of his own medicine.
He's currently top net worth in the game on that morph lane. With TA just slightly behind. Keeping in mind that TA does have a nice little bounty to be collected over in that ancient area. And actually getting Ancients double blocked off so there won't be any more stacking for a bit.
Plus we got Doom doing Doom things as well.
Okay.
Oh, he did the sneaky block.
Yeah.
He actually did it. No one does the sneaky block. Oh. I'm flabbergasted. Everything I asked for, I'm just being received today. All right, so can we watch KXY on the TA to show the sneaky block? All right, so you cut this tree back here, and you can place a sentry there. Kind of busted. There's no way to see it if you don't put an observer on the high ground, unless you like actually put a sentry in there yourself or have a way to break the trees. It can stay for a very long time.
Yeah.
Especially because they double sentryed, which is kind of hilarious. So they're going to sentry, see that one, kill it, and then they're going to come back and be like, why is this still blocked?
I mean,
this
just
is
think
next
about
level.
Yeah, it's really good. But imagine how much better it would have been if there wasn't already a triple stack on all of these camps.
Well, yeah, but, they're just going to try it again.
You want to appreciate some greatness. I get it. I'm with you.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, very cool. Ori pulling out all the stops with the blocks.
Why's Gardic running back in here?
You know, he just wants to admire his work.
He's just standing by the... He's just going to stand till the spawn?
I guess, yeah. I'm not sure. Surely something better could be done.
Face that career. He has no boots. He's so slow.
TA? Ooh, almost got one. Yuma switches back over afterwards. A lot of damage out. Oh, but the Chrono afterwards arms tries to save his team. Has to hide away, roll back and forth. Yo, are they all gonna live? Really? KXY surviving through. Doesn't have another refraction. Eventually they get the kill there. But in the end, it ends up being a 2-for-1 because I think Guts gets out. Surely he gets out of there. Man, they live forever though.
I definitely thought Arms was gonna feed. That was sick. Nice Chrono. Good save to help get at least a couple kills and not make that a total disaster for your team.
What an Arms.
Oh, here we go. LTH is gonna come up this hill. He's like, I'm gonna make it there in time to stack the Ancients. 46, 47, 48. He's getting ready for the double stack.
Yeah.
He hasn't looked in the camp yet. Oh no.
He has. Yeah, they're
excited.
Dire are scanning.
Going for the easy one.
Radiant's middle
Checking the
tower
rune as
is
well,
under
but it's
attack.
down and already bottled by Guts. Arcane done as Doom will die.
The temple cannot protect itself.
Right, all right.
Why I'm here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Not bad at all. Just able
First
to combo
step of the
together
game.
there to get the kill. Go. Backs away from Gardic up there. They do have Rolling Thunder if things get dicey. But at least for now, it's mainly just the TA that's top of the net worth. But Hikori definitely having a good time with all of their cores. And, well, Coil used up top.
Okay.
Gardic ends up dropping to it. Does he go out? Oh my god, he's going to escape. Dude, how?
What just happened?
I don't know.
Why did he go that way? Oh, here we go. Here we go. El Micho's looking for it.
Yeah, he's ready. Round 2 of this one. He says, "Come for me." He's around this ward.
You actually saw him. He might catch him here. All right, he's gonna kill his courier. Fair enough.
Yeah, and that should signal. He knows now. He's got to be careful. Back towards mid. They have Chrono in 30. Did he go for this? Oh my god. Elmisha's still hanging out here. Hello! Oh, got the shield crash. Wait, they're hunting.
Oh.
He's trying to go on him. They're bringing in LTH. Lift up. Ooh, just barely off the mark.
Yeah.
There it is. Fade Bolt chased
Steal
out.
it,
One
steal
more
it.
punch is all that they need. Can they get him? Yes. Yeah, now they're going to get the D-Ward.
I guess
Question is, will they D-Ward Ancients?
Yeah, he'd actually rather have Max. I mean, I'm so used to wanting Shikuchi so bad, but it's level 4 on the illusory orb, and that Weaver's only level 4. So good call. Don't want level 2 Shikuchi.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Wow, look at this
Woke up.
smoke too. Very aggressive considering like no mana on TA. She even attacks. They just want to use this Chrono with the Mask of Madness and guarantee a kill. I mean, that's the freest kill ever in this Weaver. Not really who they want though.
No. If
So
they could
sneaky.
get Guts, that would be very nice. They show KXY. Guts is there, ready to go.
Oh,
Thinking about it. He's thinking.
I
Poor
don't know.
arms. Poor arms.
He would need a lot of bashes because I don't think he's getting much help. If he dove for that, like he'd probably get the orb. I don't even know if he'd get a Fade Bolt.
Yeah. Well, 12 minutes. Pally finishes off Hand of Midas, going straight in for that BKB. They did ping that the Ancients were blocked again, so we'll see if that ends up getting dewarded here in a sec or not. Back behind. Big TP rotation. Coming in.
All right, we're going for the defense here. Gardic with the
Chrono.
big scout.
Arms is there. Chrono's one. It's on. Oh, the morph. He's going down. He's dead. Big plays. They go for the bigger kill instead of Gardic.
Yeah, perfect. Just ignore that ogre. Ogre is trying to do ogre things. Don't let him. Oh my goodness, that was a lot of damage on El Micho. Swashbuckle in a little bit after the blink.
And bang, 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 bang. Dude, it's 13 minutes and he's not level 6.
He's 0-3 and 2. He is having a bad time.
Coil used. Guts doesn't have a ton of mana. Jump in. Orb after. Wants to get something. Lift. Looking for a bash. The roll away. Guts.
Oh, who's
aced it.
faster? He's speeding.
Oh, Guts is definitely faster. Ring around the Rosie.
Oh, the taunters. Ah!
Swashbuckle. Chase. Fade Bolt. Done. Got him. All right, SG is up 11-3, but Hikori is only down less than 1,000 gold.
Ooh, I know this one. They have a Doom.
There it is.
He has a big gold lead compared to his opponent in the Pangolier.
Yeah.
For he is a hero that gets gold game. I am William Shatner.
Which, not William Shatner, decidedly, and is going to die. Ooh, Force Stomp. And they take down Jakiro. They take down the Ogre. Both going.
Oh, wow. KXY gonna have to pig pole way into that one.
Arms up top. It's gone on by Guts. And does not have Time Walk available. That is a ton of damage onto him. He has to back away.
All right. 1 minute. Chrono will be back up. They're going to smoke. They're going to look for a Chrono onto Puck, go for the kill, and then go for the Roche take. That is the current plan of SG.
Okay. Does it have to be the Puck?
No, but please.
Okay. Well, it looks like...
It kind of does. I changed my mind. It kind of does. Okay, they're just going to do this without?
Yeah, they just got Deso done. It's coming out right now.
Yeah, I thought they'd wait for Chrono, honestly, but they were right. They are going to get away with this completely.
Bugs.
They even have a lot of vision in this area, but...
Elmisha spots them.
They have no blinks,
dagger.
right? Yeah. They didn't buy any. The Doom's going for the BKB first, so good spot by them. They don't actually have a good way to get in there.
Gonna go on to arms here. He Mask of Madnesses. Coil is down. Has to be careful. LTH nearby, though. Gets the lift onto Puck. And, oh, the get him. Chrono was there, but the silence was out. Guts, what a player. Roll through, though. Back and forth he goes. Pain Train, punch down.
No, he's
dead.
Dude, if he had blinked.
Yeah, that would have been nuts. Misha? Hide. They can't see him. Oh,
he's
in
doing
that
the
hiding
rock.
spice.
I hate this.
Dude, that's so broken. All right, no, he spotted him. Back in. Yes. Oh, El Misha. What a god. Oh, it's the greatest hiding space ever.
Oh, I know.
Dude, he doesn't know.
All right, so yeah, if you guys don't know, there's a spot that's called the rock spot.
Go check it out.
They can't see you unless they're like directly next to you. Even if they have a line of vision, they can't see you. It's really stupid.
The rocks.
But it's been in the game for like a year and a half or 2 years or something. So, Valve, no.
Oh, El Misha.
That offset your
40
combo.
HP. No, nice path. They bring him down.
The Weavers today are just out of control.
They really are.
Every game.
Oh.
You know, it kind of reminds me of... It's like a similar feature to when we had really weird pulls. Like, pulls that were at strange spots in the lane, like pulling mid and stuff. And then that became like this meta of the supports. You saw it in every game, and you just knew it was wrong.
Yeah, it kept happening.
Good Aegis take.
Yeah, very well done. Very quick after we got it. Doom is down, but you know,
you'll take that. Yeah. Doom trade. I mean, that's the trade you usually get, and then they fight you after. So instead, you do it, and then you get out. Look at El Misha. Look at him stutter stepping around.
This guy is a god. El Misha. What a player.
I feel like the Weaver players have been by far having the most fun in the matches today.
Yeah. Oh, Arms? Very alone. Very dead? Maybe? Oh! All right, never mind. Arms is fine. Never in doubt.
They just had to test it out a little bit. Just be like, how much damage can we do?
Arctic. Managed to get that TP out before they went in with the ice path. And Yuma still farming up. He's been basically left alone, I feel like, this game. We haven't really talked about him that much.
No, just been chilling. Get Chrono obviously down bottom for that one death of the tier 1, but since then, mostly chilling, farming up towards a Scotty. Basically just playing the same as last game, but doing more things instead of Terrorblade.
Has that Bloodlust ready. Time-lapse out with the Weaver. Lots of heroes in this area. Oh, and Yuma... Oh, this is scary. He wants to finish off these Ancients real badly. That's pretty much his Scotty if he can complete it. That along with the hard camp, but does look like jump in comes from Eco. Arms there afterwards. Chrono still ready.
He's still hitting Ancients.
Dude, he is insane. Wow. SG, make a solid move. Come on in, contest. Don't even use the Chrono. Not needed.
Helcori are just in no rush, right? Like, the later this game goes, the tools of SG, to me, just look a little bit weak, you know?
Okay.
Like,
Chrono, eventually there'll be a Weaver save. The Doom's going to scale better than the Pango because he's Doom. He's getting gold. Morphling, big carry. Templar Assassin, not quite as big and scary. So, I'm happy to continue moving things forward. I think the idea of just like chilling a little bit with Yuma and focusing really hard on the farm right now is totally fine. They're going to try and defend this here too.
Doom out already. The roll comes afterwards. Stolen Doom! Oh, big play. They caught the Morphling. Although he got the strength form off, so it looks like he's going to be okay for the moment. Chrono afterwards. A lot of control. Hoof stomp and dead. So the Morph not dying to Doom. And on the other side, he goes silence for a cool minute. LTH hoping to get something done there, but doesn't quite look like it's going to end up happening. Waveform through, a couple more punches, and dead. Yuma is stylish.
Multicast MVP there with the Fire Blast to chain stun down the Faceless Void. Guarantee the kill.
Oh, yeah.
Real good. Perfect way to defend, too. Like, they let so many things go. They let them come into their triangle and everything, but the second they went for that tier 2 and they put themselves in a compromising position, that's when they go in to make the play. And even some vision thrown down in that fight there by Widge, so they're going to lose a ward, too. Not really in a very useful spot. God, they have that whole... They wanted a good fight so bad. Look how many wards they dropped up here. This is crazy.
Yeah.
3 wards.
Well, and I mean, if it wins you the fight, whatever, right? Like, this has suddenly ballooned out to a 5k gold lead.
No, but it didn't win them the fight, you see.
Oh, sorry, you're right.
Or
My
they
bad.
are
I
radiant
thought you were talking
cords.
about Dire.
They're
Oh,
the
my bad.
green ones.
That's how that goes? Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
New
See,
features.
I just see the green by Vitali, right?
Mhm, yeah, no, I
green
got you.
colored.
Yeah.
Gardic is pink. He died. Where are the pink cords? I guess
We're
that's
working
the
on
TA
those.
traps.
That really is. Yeah, they are also pretty much everywhere at this point.
Damn.
All right. Well, they take their lickings at the tier 2, but they pick up a few scraps along the way. And, Widge might be a scrap for the Radiant here. Oh, okay. Wow. He really did not want to get Yule's comboed. Just goes for the
Let
time
me
lapse.
show. Get out. No fuss, no muss. Get him away.
All right.
After doing up
Got
the
Sty here.
Huh? Gardic. Careful. Has some
All right, does
potential
KXY die
damage
here?
out. Yeah, he's a dead guy.
He's real dead.
And LTH
Jump,
also.
LTH,
oh,
no!
the silence can't get the jaunt off. All right, Hakori are styling. This is a huge victory for them if they can take down SG. This would be huge.
I heard Winter say that we're going to have an early night.
Yeah,
I think he might be right.
he's not wrong.
Yeah, I'll give it to him. Stop. Give him the Doom. Yeah.
Gets on in, arms so close to a Lincoln Sphere, a couple hundred gold away, but it wasn't meant to be.
They even tipped.
Corey, keep piling on the damage here.
Wow. Oh, Corey, 2 games in a row. They have flipped the script on SG. Things looking so good. Hitting all their timings and your marks you'd expect with the TA lineup. Oh, we got the Roche. Oh, things look fine. They couldn't even contest us. They have no blink daggers. Then you go one step too far. Much like last game. That's exactly what happened. They went one step too far. They
They've been
took the
smoking
play
my
that was
voice.
just a little bit too dangerous.
What do you think about this Ogre Shard?
It's the reason why this hero is pickable.
Okay.
For sure. I think you pay for it all the time. I think it should just be your first item. You can go Aether first if you want to grab that first, whatever, but then you get this.
I will say I think it's really cool, particularly against the TA. With like that burst of damage. It's super nice.
Yeah, and breaking refractions, right? Like, if you're not damaging her, you're still just helping.
DD jumps in. Be careful, they've already used the roll, so nothing doing for SG there. That's not the way they wanted that to go, I don't think. And now round 2 of this might not look so pretty. Gotta be careful there for KXY. Spots him. Thinks about going. Jumps in. Gets stunned. I don't. Oh, somebody zigged when they should have zagged because that was not great.
I wonder if he tried to double tap.
Oh my God! Coil onto 2. They are falling apart. SG, don't go out like this.
Double
The
tap
chase
Blink,
down
double tap the
comes.
GG key. I don't know.
Oh no! Jump forward, find another pickoff. It is all falling apart. Poor SG and Hakori. Hakori, they came to play today. Really impressive showing.
I don't know what happened when he blinked in there. It must have been a misclick.
Well, he immediately jumped to try and blow him up, so it felt like maybe he had a different read on it than his team.
I guess maybe he felt like they could have been a little bit closer, like his allies or something, and he'd get backed up and saved, but that was brutal.
Did not happen.
No. And then Void just got soloed by Puck, I think. Almost entirely. So that's a problem.
He's been so close to this Lincoln Sphere for a while.
And he's going to have the Ags done soon, too. So TA's BKB. I actually think he's going to have Puck Ags before TA has BKB.
Yeah.
Particularly if they get this Roche, who is holding a shard here. Any fun shards we could use? I like the Waning Rift one. That one's always good.
Dude, Pango got his Lincolns before Faceless Void did. The hell?
Well, you know. Arms.
No, I don't. Yuma? Jump. Silence. Coil. Doom. TA. TA's dead. TA's mega dead. Stolen hoof stomp. Not going to be good enough. Arms. Eventually goes for it. Dies. It is Chrono. Yuma No mercy. LTH tries to get out. Not gonna happen. Oh wow. Oh wow.
Oh, he's dropping items on him. El Misho. Oh.
He goes. Just left
Now,
there.
he actually just placed down that ward. If you click it, is actually tagged Hokori El Misho.
Really?
He gave him a sentry to place down on top of their own observer.
What?
Yeah.
I've never seen that before.
No.
So click
Yeah,
on the
you guys
sentry
need
ward.
some help, man. We got wards everywhere.
Click on the sentry ward and then, yeah. Oh no.
Yo.
Wait, that's possible? You can give the other team sentries?
Yeah, you just drop them. They're consumables.
All right. Well, Eco trying to escape, not gonna happen. I've never seen that before.
It's some pretty next level BM. I mean, at least they couldn't use the mantles. I mean, this is better.
Well, they lose Yuma here. Maybe gone a bit too far, but we'll wait for him out afterwards.
Dude, you gave them sentries. You better hope they GG soon, because that,
Yeah,
Can you imagine?
it's a lot. Well, anything is possible, as Kevin Garnett let us know.
It's true.
Jump in coil, didn't stand a chance. KXY doesn't have a game. DH, neither. That is a full set of racks down. It was BKB used, but I don't think it matters all that much. They don't have chrono for another 44 seconds.
Jeez,
Game
I
is
thought we
tough.
might have to wait a while for this game to look good for Hokori. I mean, I believed in the eventual plan, but this was a sharp twist. This was a big old quick U-turn.
Buyback from the Rubik. They're ready to go. The time is nigh. Nigh, Trent. Can
Nigh.
they do it, though? Nigh. Roll through. Wants to get him. Stolen fire shield. That's pretty good. Eco. Got it back now. Yeah.
That's the spell. The fire shield.
Throw it on him. Look at the fire shield.
They're burning.
They're getting him. Oh, good fire shield. Just like that. A
There
second
it
lane
is.
of racks goes down. They're trying desperately to hold off the aggression. Tally has Doom back up again. Chrono every damn person, why don't you?
Wait, the
But
Weaver
can
save.
you kill him? The Weaver save comes in at the end. But Tally now turns, ready to go with the Doom. Going to drop now onto the TA. Muted and dead. The Faceless Void is gone. They're all gone. GG, well played is called. Hokori come in. Easy game on this 2-0. Very well done.
Smacked and clapped here as they celebrate with great enthusiasm.
Take a look there.
Oh, that was
All
Yuma
of
at
them.
first.
And this Guts. Gardic.
Gardic.
His forehead.
Yeah,
Beautiful forehead.
too focused.
Top of his head. That's how it ends up going. But an impressive showing. Hokori take the victory, and a very important one for them. Again, you think about the situation that they were looking at. There's a lot of battles for like who it is that's going to be the bottom of the getting regulated here, and Corey were one of those teams that was 1-3, looking better after this one.
Pulling themselves out, and of course, even better, they're defeating one of the other teams who are down at the bottom. So unfortunately, SG, they only have 2 teams left to play. Now, one of them is Noping, who's also at the bottom. So that is a potential battle for survival, depending on how Hokori finishes out. And then their other opponent is Beast Coast. So
That one might be
time for SG to really fix everything. Just like right now would be good.
well. They're going to need to go back to the drawing board for sure. But for now, at least, we're going to head on back to the panel and let them break down the action as we will end the series here. Corey taking SG 2-0.
Well, what a dominating
You're muted, Alvo.
Sorry. What a dominating performance by Hokori this second match. Honestly, what did you think were the pitfalls in the draft there for SG? What did you see going wrong there, Bowie?
I feel like it was pretty similar to game 1, honestly. Like they kind of had, once again, a really good game, Like we saw, another rotation from Arms at the beginning of the game where they got a good chrono, they got good kills. Honestly, the pitfall was pushing that tier 2 bottom with no ages when Doom has Blink BKB. Like, there's literally no response. Like, unless they chrono the Doom before the Doom gets gets used, it doesn't matter. They stole Doom in that fight, and even still, they couldn't actually take it because KXY is the carry and he's hitting the tower and he has no ages. So I don't know. It feels like they just got kind of bummed out that they lost the ages early on with that Doom play, and they forced a little bit too much once again.
Yeah, I agree. The draft, the way they picked the picked order and everything, and it was also the same thing as the previous game. They were first picked, so I guess one team chose the same thing over again. So it was basically like the same game as the previous game.
Yeah.
Same kind of game. One team is just trying. You have to end the game quickly. The other, Korea again getting the last pick. And I like overall how they prioritize having the last pick for the offlaner, and they gave him a good matchup both times, and he was able to be really rich in a game and dictate the play around the map. I mean, this game his hero is actually much. I feel like you can do a lot more in a game with a Doom than the Razor in the last game.
I mean, both games they played against a 4-1 lineup to a degree, even though it was kind of a TA really playing that, because they didn't really dual core, and they both had an offlaner that would cancel that, right? With Razor stealing the TA's damage, and in this case, Doom just canceled it. Honestly, I mean, here we see how weak poor Arms was the whole game. I don't think he really could be considered a carry this game. He was honestly an offlaner.
Yeah,
his hero is getting like countered hard by the puck, and I feel like also he is kind of like trying to replicate what he did in the last game when he's rotating mid. I think he spent a lot of time going mid. He was trying to smoke and use the chrono, but I felt like he was pretty uncomfortable with how things are going. And again, I stand by my opinion that I feel like he's much more of like the win condition player. He doesn't like to play for the other guy, or he doesn't play so well in that kind of position.
Yeah, it really felt like I like that they had this Void Jakiro combo, but at the same time, if you're picking TA 2 times in a row, it really feels weird that they get this. Raking doesn't have to be a greedy carry, but I feel like he played pretty greedy in that game. And here he was rushing Lincoln, so you don't even have damage inside the chrono, and he didn't even finish the Lincolns. So it felt really weird. Even still, I felt like they could win if they didn't force the tier 2 tower bottom. But yeah, it feels like SG, they always get kind of desperate, and some of the players believe in the play, some of the players don't, and it goes sideways, and they just it quickly gets out of control.
So if you were gonna give SG one little tip here after these games, what would you concentrate on, Bowie, to improve on for the next match?
They have to be in the same, they need a concrete plan, and everyone needs to believe in it. It doesn't feel like that's the case. Like, you have KXY wanting to play TA, then you get a Void, and even when they go for plays together, it really feels like they're not in the same page, or they just don't believe in it. Especially in game 1 with Arms always kind of running away from the fights, even though he has reincarnation, and in this game, forcing that fight that obviously, very rarely would work. I think that was a high risk, very low reward.
Overcompensate sometimes, I feel. Maybe it has something to do with the previous game as well. He felt like he needed to do better in the team fights. Sometimes it happens to players, you had a rough one game, and then the next game you try to, I need to, get my shit together, otherwise my team is just going to lose, and then he tries to do too much. I mean, it happens. I feel like this team, they actually have a lot of potential. In the first game, the first 15 minutes, it definitely doesn't look like a team that's in the bottom of the DPC standings. That were playing in the first 15 minutes. They were so methodical, and they were doing all the right moves. And this game, it felt like I could see again the Arms and the TA. He doesn't really understand how he has to play for the other guy. He's trying really hard to help the other guy, but it doesn't fit his play style. And usually when it comes down to this kind of issues, when it's a chemistry problem and play style problem, usually the the easiest fix is a roster change. It's sometimes it's very hard to change how. Yeah, it's very hard to change how a person wants to play the game. It's easier to just change the roster than to force somebody to play in a very uncomfortable way.
Yeah, it's not something you fix in like 5 days, right? You really need like months of practice.
Let's see if it comes to that. Let's not talk about the roster changes just yet. As the end of the season, we like to talk about the winners and celebrate them, which is why we have an interview with Yuma, the carry here for Hokori, who's going to be talking about the matches.
Hey
Yuma.
how are you?
Oh, okay. You don't mind if we do the interview in English, yeah?
Yeah, I don't really mind. It's fine.
Okay. Hey Yuma, how's it going, man? How do you feel after that game?
It feels pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice to have another 2-0, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. So the Hokori season started a bit rough, but then you've actually managed to recover in the past 2 games. And like you even beat a strong opponent like Infamous, right? It's not like just bottom of the table. So do you feel like there was a turn in your team, or do you feel like it was the first opponents were just a bad matchup for you?
I think we just changed the way we saw the game a bit. Like we found our playstyle, I would say, and we just applied it in the last 2 matches. Yeah, like 2 series.
Right. Was that like what did you do as a team to try to achieve that? Do you hold like meetings to try to improve, or do you talk with your coach? What's the process like?
Yeah, we spoke a lot with our coach, and then we tried to find like what was happening in the games that was making it so difficult, I would say, and then we just found the heroes and the way we should play, and we just applied it. Yeah, but we had a lot of meetings, I would say, yeah, if you can call it that.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel? Because Hokori was already at least the core of the team was assembled, right? You're one of the last people to come into the team. How did you fit into the atmosphere of the team?
I mean, outside of Dota, it's great.
Right.
Inside of Dota, like it's great as well, but at the start it was a bit like you would say, it was a bit hard, I guess, but because it's a different playstyle, I would say. Like SA playstyle is completely different compared to Europe. Yeah.
No.
But
how did you adjust to that change in the beginning?
In the beginning, I mean,
did you play a lot of
we tried
pubs?
stuff. Yeah, I played a lot of pubs, and then I just started seeing like the way I would say the top 2 teams were winning, like the top teams that are right now in the SA DPC, and then I just tried to like not copy them entirely, but just try and play a bit more towards in that way, Yeah, I would say that.
Right. Because you're the carry player. SA is particularly known for having these greedy farming carry players, right? Would you agree with that statement? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, totally.
Did you have to adjust to that playstyle? Did you have to become a greedier person when you went to Hokori?
Yeah, totally. I would say for sure. Yeah. Yeah. SA is very rare. Like, every carry is greedy. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about your process when you first came to Hokori. How were you scouted into Hokori to begin with?
Well, it goes back like I think the last BTS or the previous one. I played with Jeans, and then I mean I don't think people knew that I spoke Spanish. So that's the first, and then yeah, like we played on a team, we did quite well, and then they were looking for a carry here, and I think they just thought like let's change it a bit and find someone from outside, I would say. Yeah, and then they asked me, and it was pretty cool because I'd never been in a boot camp or anything, so it's a nice experience, and also know a new country. Yeah, it's pretty good.
And you moved there, right? Like you completely.
Yeah, I moved. Yeah, I moved.
What were you living previously?
Germany.
You were in Germany. That must be a huge change for you then.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's different country for sure. Yeah.
What's your favorite part of Peru? What have you liked the most?
We went to a bit to the south of Peru, like the desert, and there's like very nice like there's a beach there. There's it was amazing. Like we did that on the break that we had. And that's probably the favorite part. Also the food is amazing. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
That was the right answer, man. Yeah, that's what you gotta tell people, so they're on
Yeah,
your
I gotta
side
say
now.
that. Yeah.
So in
Yeah.
the break, then, did you hang out with the team? Is that what you guys did? Like, did you just spend time together?
Mm, I went with Vitaly to his hometown because everyone went to their everyone went home, and for me not to stay here alone, I just went there with him. That was pretty cool. Yeah.
That's really nice. That must forge a good bond with the players, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. It
All
did
right.
help a lot.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Yuma. It was a pleasure talking to you, and congratulations on your victory, man.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Bye. Have a
See
good
you.
night. What a nice dude. So you see the manners he exudes, right? This is something that you will not see from SA pros, but as he's born and raised in Germany is exactly what I expect from someone. No, but Yuma, super humble dude, really fitting into the team, and it's hard not to root for Hokori with the personality. It's like if you guys have ever seen interviews with Mr. Jeans, for example, he's also like this. Same with El Misho. They're confident in what they do, but they just come off as like really humble. The new generation of Dota players, right? So it's always nice to talk to them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, going from Germany to Peru has to be such a huge change in environment, but I'm glad he's enjoying it. I think, having a lot of people around you to do that is probably the best way. So, because like they live there, they can show you around. It's probably feeling very welcomed. And I mean, amazingly done from Hokori. 2-0 again. They're looking pretty hot. They're gonna fight Infamous now for that middle of the pack.
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, look at this wonderful graphic. Yeah, Hokori, as you guys can see, are tied with Lava in terms of score. They're above Noping and SG, which are currently in the elimination spots. So they're fighting against Lava, not quite Infamous, who have a slightly better score than them. That said, they did 2-0 Infamous right before, so they're actually not in the worst of positions. I'm checking now. They still need to play against against Apu King of Kings, against Lava. So yeah, they're in a pretty good position to manage to beat both. Honestly, if they beat both, they actually could get like some top 3.
And yeah, that's the thing.
And
Because
they're
if they beat those
probably
teams
safe from elimination,
they're gonna go over them, right? So they could definitely finish top 3, top 4, depending on what happens.
Yep. The big one is Hokori Lava, right? That's the big one because they're the ones competing for the spot. I think King of Kings is a little bit above them this season because they got really good results, particularly against Lava. But if Hokori beat Lava, they're in a really good position.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
What's the tie break? Is it like just head to head?
No, I believe they're best of ones.
Yeah, I think they're all best of ones. I'm just not sure whether
no, if it's a 2-way tie, it's
like...
best of 3. If it's a 3-way tie, best of ones. Yeah.
Okay.
So if only 2 teams tie, it's best of 3. But if 3 teams tie, it's best of ones between them until someone breaks the tie.
And does it matter if you beat the team that you tie with? That are you already do you play tiebreakers or you play anyway?
Yes. Yeah. See, there's no head-to-head matchups. Yeah. At least for the deciding positions. I think for
if you're
third,
top
fourth,
2,
it's then it's head-to-head.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
right.
Yeah. All right. Well, closing thoughts, guys. You guys talked a lot about SG, what to improve on them, right? But now let's end with a nice thought, right? Bowie, tell you what you like the most about Hokori this match. Or this series.
I really like the way they're patient. I think that is definitely something SG. I mean, I'm already turning to Flame SG. Sorry. No, I'm serious. Like Hokori played very patient both games. Obviously, they were playing Dire. They had the late game, so they can be patient. But a lot of times, you feel these teams like kind of feeling rushed to the pressure, and it definitely felt like they were chilling. They knew their timings. They didn't really. When it mattered, they didn't rush, and it just worked out. I actually heard a very good player he told me once that patience is the best friend of a Dota player, and I definitely believe in that. I think they felt very chill, and that played to their advantage.
May I ask who said that to you?
Oh, it was actually Ryer. He is a Division 2 SA player. Big friend of mine. He plays for Interitus. Yeah.
Nice.
Wise words.
Wise words. Winter, I want more wisdom from you. Give me the thing that you liked about Hokori best this series.
Oh, the strategy. I think even though we didn't really like the draft in particular, first game, but overall they understood their own strategy. They always leave the off lane for last, and I think I talked about this before briefly when I was on panel with you, where I feel like looking at how the games are being played, and because it's so fast paced, and I prefer that the carry players are playing more for their team, where you don't just go into a mindset where you just want to get rich on your own. Instead, you want to get rich and make your teammates rich as well, and giving the last pick to the offlaner so he can get a good matchup so that he can run around and do stuff on the game. I feel like it's a very good mindset to have nowadays in this meta, and it helps the team in play in a meta where it's so fast paced. Your offlaner having a decisive advantage early on allows the whole game to be a lot easier.
Winter, I want to ask you, my sorry about this, one extra closing thought, but since you were the king of drafts before, whenever I watched Tokori, I always thought, yeah, they have weird picks, and sometimes I don't agree with the picks, but their draft theory is very good. Like their order in which they pick things, understanding. Would you agree with that? Do you think they're a strong team in that regard?
Yeah, they have their own way of looking at their drafts, and sometimes not everybody likes them, but as long as it works for them and every game is consistent, they're doing the same thing every game with different heroes, but the order shows a lot about, like, picking the same order shows a lot about the team. You don't just go lose one game like, okay, we need to change so much. They believe that this is right for them, and they are keen on working it to make ironing out all the small little details, because a lot of times it's just easy to blame the draft, the draft was the issue. Instead of that, going through the replay, everyone just sit down together and look, this is not what we should be doing, blah, blah, blah. We shouldn't be buying this item at this time. We should be buying this so we could fight. These are a lot of things that some players, they don't really want to do, It's because it's very exhausting sometimes, and looking at the replay and looking at what you're doing, which is wrong. Not every player likes that, and I feel like having this as a team, which is going to have a bright future for you going forward. You're going to be able to fix a lot of issues and improve a lot more. Their ceiling, I'm not sure how far they can go, but I feel like they're in the right direction.
Okay. What a nice comment to end this on. Thank you, guys. No, that was good, Winter. That was not sarcastic. That was a very nice comment. Thank you for your positivity.
I mean,
thank you, Bowie, as well. Go ahead, Bowie.
Yeah,
you want
it's just
another
like the
positive
flower
comment?
said, right? Everything can work as long as you win. So if you're winning, it's it's avant-garde, it's experimental, it's new. If you lose, it's like, that's such a bad draft. So as long as they feel like that's for them and they win, just keep doing it.
There you go. And with this last bit of positivity, we're going to end today's broadcast. We hope you guys enjoyed both the matches previously and the match now. If you guys want to watch more Div 1 action, unfortunately, we're going to be off for a couple of days, but Div 2 is still going on tomorrow. So if you want to check that match out, we do recommend it. I'm actually going to check right now what it is, because I don't know off the top of my head, and I'm just making time right now. It's Infinity versus Team Wolf. So if you guys are interested in watching that matchup, I do recommend it. Team Wolf, they're a team that I thought would do better, if I'm honest with you, but they're a team to watch regardless. They're always a fun team to watch, and if anything, it's like watching a house fire right now, so that's always fun. That's always exciting and entertaining. If you're jonesing for some more Div 1 coverage, do not worry, we got you covered just a bit later into the week. We start back again on the 14th of January. We'll be here at 7 a.m. SEA time. That means nothing to you. At 3 p.m. Peru. Sorry, 6 p.m. Peru time, 3 p.m. If you're in the West Coast. And the best way to just figure this out, as opposed to trying to check times, is just to go and follow this channel. That's much easier. We'll notify you whenever we're live, and we're going to come back with a really interesting match. It's going to be Brazil versus Brazil, Noping versus SG. Who is going to drag the other down? We're going to have to see. As we close today's broadcast, we hope you enjoyed. My name is Epulze, joined by Winter and Bowie, and we'll see you next week. Until then.